Chapter 433. Demonic Nation. In a secluded area of the mountain, long howls could be heard continuously. Everywhere one looked, there was a dense black. It was the demonic imps, demonic Yikshaws, and demonic generals. At this moment, they were besieging a group of people. The ones besieged were a group of women. They were barely resisting with the formation. The formation flickered, and it could be broken at any time. On the opposite side of the call, a group of people stared leisurely. Fairy Lan Kai, admit defeat. There's no need to continue. Your formation won't last long. Duan Ji, who was dressed in a black robe, smiled and said, when the formation is broken, you will have nowhere to hide. Among the women besieged, there was a blue-clothed person. It was Fairy Lan Kai. Divine Sword School's core disciple, profound Grandmaster perfection strength. We would rather die in battle than surrender. Fairy Lan Kai's beautiful eyes were cold. She commanded her disciples to resist the attacks of the demonic nation. As expected of people from Pink Rose. They are so determined even in death. Duanji laughed loudly, don't think that I don't know. You sent a disciple to inform us. Maybe our people have already returned. You don't have to rely on this. No one will come to save you. Your Divine Sword School's disciples will all die here today. Another red-robed young man laughed loudly, this time, in order to deal with you Pink Rose, we have planned for a long time. It's just the right time to wipe you all out. Obediently become our myriad demon sex cauldrons. Fairy Lan Kai's face was cold. Your saber sect is really shameless. You actually cooperated with the demonic sect. You have lost the face of our first-grade sect. If we weren't despicable, how could we besiege you and kill you? Duanji smiled and said, who asked your Divine Sword School to have so many famous geniuses? I am helping your Divine Sword School to reduce the burden. That's right, reduce the burden. Inside the formation, Fairy Lan Kai's expression was solemn. How long can we last? There are too many demonic nations. Especially when they have attracted demonic Yikshaws and demonic generals. If this continues, our formation will be broken in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Senior sister, fight with them. Even if we die, we must let them know how powerful our Divine Sword School is. Fairy Lan Kai had originally brought them to hunt heavenly demons and collect heavenly demon resentment, but they were ambushed by the people of the Saber sect and lured into this trap. Then, they drove the heavenly demons to act as the vanguard, wanting to exhaust them to death. The void has been sealed by them. Otherwise, we could have informed our senior brother in the Sky Fiend Kingdom. Fairy Lan Kai was helpless. Let's wait a little longer. Green Butterfly should have brought reinforcements. Fairy Lan Kai didn't really believe their words. If Green Butterfly was really killed by them, they could only fight. As long as one person survived, he would definitely make the Saber sect pay. Fairy Lan Kai was very confused. Why were the Saber sect disciples so fearless? Were they not worried about the sect's retaliation? So a large-scale battle broke out? This was the only thing he could not understand. Furthermore, the Saber sect had joined hands with someone else. This was unprecedented. Brother Duan, what's wrong with your Saber sect? Aren't you afraid that news of you openly ambushing a disciple of the Divine Sword sect will spread? The gray-robed young man asked. He was the myriad demon sect's bloodlust Daoist. This time, the Saber sect and the myriad demon sect had joined hands. No. There are very few people in the vicinity, and the void has been sealed. There's no need to worry about this at all, Duanji said. As for why you ambushed a disciple of the Divine Sword sect? Do you need a reason? This time, the myriad demon sect has benefited. If you bring these back, they'll all be excellent human cauldrons. Bloodlust Daoist did not continue asking. He had a feeling that it was not that simple. However, this had nothing to do with him. As long as he brought these human cauldrons back, he would have completed his mission. The rest had nothing to do with him. Our first cooperation was so perfect. Next time, if you attack someone from the pink rose, remember to inform me. Bloodlust Daoist licked the corner of his mouth. I rarely see such good human cauldrons. Don't worry. You won't miss out on such a good thing, Duanji said. With the Sky Fiend as the vanguard, their array won't last long. As long as the array is broken, it'll be a piece of cake. However, he was also puzzled. The news about the Divine Sword sect had been released by the higher-ups. The Sky Fiend Kingdom was the primary place to attack Essence Soul experts. Once the Divine Sword sect disciples were killed, they would not be spared, provided that no clues were left behind. The Sky Fiend Kingdom was huge. Revenge killings and massacres were innumerable. If the Divine Sword sect disciples died in the Sky Fiend Kingdom, as long as there was no evidence, even if the Divine Sword sect was a first-grade sect with many experts, they would not dare to attack. Don't forget. The Saber sect was also a first-grade sect. Its strength was comparable to the Divine Sword sect. Duanji was not interested in understanding what was going on. In order to complete his mission, he took the initiative to contact the myriad demon sect disciples. It was a good opportunity to divert the trouble. It just so happened that the myriad demon sect needed human cauldrons. Naturally, the two sides worked together and joined forces. One side wanted to kill the Divine Sword sect disciples. The other side needed human cauldrons for cultivation. The strong joined forces. Boom! Boom! The Sky Fiend continued to attack. Ripples appeared on the array. It was clearly on the verge of collapse. Lon Kai Fairy, stop resisting. Surrender, and you'll have a way out. Lon Kai Fairy sneered. Stop your wishful thinking. Even if I die in battle, I won't fall into your hands. Looking back at her injured sisters, her beautiful eyes revealed a determined look. Sisters, the moment of life and death is here. Later, when the array breaks, I'll cover for you. Everyone, run separately. You must bring back the news. The sect will definitely avenge us. Clatter, clatter. Under the Sky Fiend's continuous attacks, the array finally broke. A large number of Sky Fiends rushed up ferociously. World of ice and snow. Lon Kai Fairy attacked with her sword. The sword will turned into snowflakes. The sky was filled with sword will white snow. As each snowflake fell, the Sky Fiend imps were immediately killed. Instantly, an empty space appeared in front of them. Go! Lon Kai Fairy broke the sneak attack of the Sky Fiend imps with her sword, buying them a chance. Do it! Duanji waved his hand. The Saber sect disciples behind him moved. Capture them alive. Bloodlust Daoist also waved his hand. A group of demonic chi subordinates swarmed up. Lon Kai Fairy, I heard that your ice snow sword technique is powerful. I'd like to experience it. Maybe I won't have the chance in the future. Lon Kai Fairy frowned. Wind and snow dance. Another attack. A white dragon roared. Everywhere it passed, the Sky Fiend imps were killed. Even from the Saber sect and the Thousand Demons sect, many disciples were killed. This attack showed Lon Kai Fairy's absolute power as a leader. It also bought her sisters enough time. Let's go together. Lon Kai Fairy is powerful. She's not someone we can take down in a short time. Let's save ourselves some trouble. Duanji frowned. He stepped out and attacked with his sword. The air was cracked open. Bloodlust Daoist laughed. Sure. Blood Sky Torrent. The blood-colored rainbow charged up. All kinds of howls and howls were heard. It was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Lon Kai Fairy fought against two. At first, she had the upper hand. After a while, with the invasion of the blood-colored demonic chi, she was at a disadvantage. Two profound grandmasters at the peak against one. Of course, she would win. You're so despicable. Boom, with a sword will, Lon Kai Fairy was sent flying. Then, her chi and blood surged. She couldn't activate her spiritual ether. She glared at Bloodlust Daoist. The divine sword sect now knows how despicable we demon sects are? Bloodlust Daoist said. Isn't the demon sects always despicable in your eyes? Since I'm going to take you back to be cauldrons, it's not our style if we don't be despicable. At this moment, the other female disciples were at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were captured. Seeing this, Duanji became vigilant against the Thousand Demons sect. Even he didn't know when the disciples of the Divine Sword sect had been attacked. Brother Duan, don't be nervous. Bloodlust Daoist smiled. We're partners. You don't have to worry about this. As for them, they have the bloodthirsty demonic chi, which is specialized in suppressing spiritual ether. I've learned something new. So this is the bloodthirsty demonic chi. Duanji had heard of this demonic art. It was specialized in suppressing spiritual ether. Once the spiritual ether was suppressed, there wouldn't be much combat power left. If Brother Duan joins our Thousand Demons sect, you can immediately learn the bloodthirsty demonic chi. Bloodlust Daoist didn't forget to develop the disciples of the sect. There's no need for that. I prefer to stay in the Saber sect. The demon sects aren't suitable for me. Fairy Lan Kai's expression changed. She had been unknowingly infected by the bloodthirsty demonic chi. It would be impossible for her to break free in a short period of time. Would she really end up in their hands and become a cauldron for the Thousand Demons sect? Absolutely not. Body self-destruction. If it was one-on-one, she would have a chance to block them. But now that her spiritual ether was suppressed, the situation was terrible. Body self-destruction was her only chance. As long as her primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, her body wouldn't die. Fairy Lan Kai didn't expect that she would be forced into such a situation. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to recover in 100 years. In order to fight for time, she could only go all out. Fairy Lan Kai, you're the best cauldron here. If I offer you to the elder, he'll be happy. I'll be able to become a deacon. Bloodlust Daoist licked his lips and grabbed down with his huge bloody hand. Stop struggling. Just obediently become a cauldron? The scene of victory seemed to appear in front of Bloodlust Daoist. A disciple of the Divine Sword sect, a rank 1 sect. Every female disciple was a good cauldron, especially the one before him. If he didn't have to offer her up, Bloodlust Daoist wouldn't mind becoming his own cultivation cauldron. He might even make use of this cauldron. He could push his Mystique Grandmaster Great Perfection ability to Mystique Venerable rank. As the huge bloody hand grabbed down, Fairy Lan Kai felt powerless. She gritted her teeth and prepared to self-destruct. A disciple of the Divine Sword sect is here. Who dares to make a move? A sword intent swept over, and the huge bloody hand was instantly split into two. Fairy Lan Kai's dangerous situation was instantly resolved. The second sword intent attacked again. At that moment, the world seemed to quiet down. Everyone was shocked. This was clearly a sword intent that could only be unleashed when one's ability reached an extremely terrifying level. Since when did the Divine Sword sect have such a powerful genius? Chapter 434. The senior brother is here. That's great, we're saved. I wonder which senior brother is here. He looks very powerful. The female disciple who was at a disadvantage sighed in relief when she saw this scene. She was no longer as lifeless as before. Fairy Lan Kai was also surprised, then puzzled. What a powerful sword intent. It doesn't seem like an ordinary sword intent, but it makes me feel a sense of danger. What kind of sword intent is this, and which senior brother is here to help? Bloodthirsty armor. Before the second sword, Bloodthirsty Taoist's eyebrows twitched. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloody mist that enveloped his body, revealing his eyes. It was a rank 5 armor. The sword flashed. Crack. Cracks appeared on the bloodthirsty battle armor of the 5th grade. A rank 5 armor that could withstand a Mystique Venerable fighter's attack lost its effect under this sword intent. Bang! Bloodthirsty Taoist exploded. Bloodthirsty Taoist is dead. Duanji's pupils contracted. Bloodthirsty Taoist, who was at the same level, was killed with a single sword. Retreat. Seeing that Bloodthirsty Taoist was killed with a single sword, a master must have come from the divine swordsman's gate. He cursed his subordinates in his heart for being a bunch of good-for-nothings. They could not even complete a simple task. He could not accept this. He was about to succeed. With Bloodthirsty Taoist's death, the bloodthirsty demonic aura lost its effect. Moreover, there was a mysterious master. Duanji had no chance of taking them down. Just the mysterious master alone was enough to give him a headache. Leaving was the best choice, even if it was with reluctance. Who said you could leave? A figure walked out of thin air. The cold voice sent chills down everyone's spines. The black sword flashed again. The Saber sect disciples who were trying to escape were instantly killed. In front of this sword intent. They were too weak, so weak that they did not even have the ability to resist. It was a one-sided situation. The sword flashes intertwined, accompanied by the aura of death. Senior Sister Lan Kai, do you know this senior brother? A junior sister asked with a puzzled expression. She did not know this senior brother in front of her. He was a complete stranger. Fairy Lan Kai had thought that this person should be a senior brother that she knew. She knew that she could not kill Daoist bloodlust with one strike. However, this senior brother in front of her had killed Daoist bloodlust with one strike. There seemed to be only a few senior brothers at this level. On the contrary, he didn't recognize her anymore, revealing a rare sense of bewilderment. I don't know him, maybe he is that senior brother who is cultivating. Fairy Lan Kai thought about it. That was the only explanation. Good kill, senior brother. The people from the Saber sect are too hateful. Seeing the Saber sect and 10,000 demon sect disciples being killed one by one, the enraged girls shouted and cheered. Teleportation talisman. Duanji's scalp went numb. Their strength was not bad, but in front of this person, it was as if they were slaughtering chickens and sheep. This was really beyond imagination. He immediately used the teleportation talisman to fight for a chance to escape. After activating the teleportation talisman, a white dot appeared. It pierced through the void and hit him directly. The expression on his face froze in an instant. What a domineering sword intent. Bang! Duanji's body was torn apart. 2 Mystic Sect Full Circle elites were killed just like that. The 10,000 demon sect disciples and the Saber sect disciples panicked and did not know where to go. In a short while, all of them were dead. No one escaped. Senior Sister Lan Kai, are you okay? Green butterfly flew up. Fairy Lan Kai asked the senior brothers of the Sword God sect, and she had an understanding of almost all of them, especially the powerful ones. She had never heard of anyone with such a terrifying sword intent. Even she felt great pressure and danger from the remnant sword intent aura, but she couldn't think of anything. Green butterfly, this is? He is Lin Fei, a disciple of the Sword God sect, and also a core disciple. Fortunately, junior brother Lin Fei helped, or I wouldn't be able to see you. Green butterfly told them the details of what happened on the way. What? Junior brother Lin Fei is new? Fairy Lan Kai suddenly understood. No wonder you don't know him. I didn't expect there to be another genius among the core disciples. At this moment, Lin Fei packed up his spoils and flew over. Greetings, Fairy Lan Kai. Lin Fei was very courteous. A strange look flashed in Fairy Lan Kai's eyes. Thank you, junior brother Lin Fei, for helping us. I thank you on behalf of my junior sisters. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would all have been killed. Lin Fei chuckled. You and I are both disciples of the Sword God sect. It's natural for us to help each other. Moreover, the Saber sect disciples colluded with outsiders, so they should be killed. Fairy Lan Kai had a good impression of Lin Fei. Although his realm was not high, he was strong and did not have the arrogance of ordinary core disciples. It was rare in the Sword God sect. Usually, all the core disciples she met were arrogant and high-spirited. Core disciples like Lin Fei were very rare. Junior brother, you just killed them and caused a big commotion. Let's leave here first. Fairy Lan Kai was indeed a woman. She attached great importance to this aspect. After cleaning up, the group left the call, leaving behind many corpses. They only slowed down when they were hundreds of thousands of miles away. They were safe and would not be targeted. Junior brother, may I know who your master is? Fairy Lan Kai and Lin Fei walked side by side. Lin Fei said embarrassedly, I just joined the Sword God sect recently. I don't have a master yet. Fairy Lan Kai was surprised. Typically, core disciples would have a master. Such situations were very rare. It was impossible for there to be a mistake. The only possibility was that this junior brother was very talented and the higher-ups had not made a choice. Fairy Lan Kai's impression of him deepened. She had to investigate this junior brother Lin Fei when she returned. He was such a talented disciple, yet she did not know him. Then I have to congratulate you, junior brother. Fairy Lan Kai chuckled. I believe with your strength, you will definitely become a hidden elder or a master. Lin Fei did not think much of it. What was a hidden elder? An itinerant immortal patriarch would probably fight to be his master. Of course, Lin Fei would not say these words out loud. If he did, he would probably give them a huge fright. By the way, it should be junior brother Lin Fei's first time coming to the Sky Fiend Kingdom. You are unfamiliar with the place and people. If you are here to collect Sky Fiend grievances, you can come with us. Fairy Lan Kai extended an invitation. Lin Fei politely refused. Thank you for senior apprentice sister's good intentions, junior apprentice brother appreciates it. I came to the Heavenly Demon Kingdom alone in order to train myself. If senior apprentice sister really wants to help me, I wonder if you can do me a small favor? Fairy Lan Kai was not unhappy. She chuckled. Junior brother, feel free to speak your mind. As long as I know it. I wonder if senior sister knows where there are weak Sky Fiend kings? If it were an ordinary person, Lin Fei would not have asked. Chapter 435. Heavenly Demon King? Fairy Basket Kai was clearly stunned. She did not expect him to ask such a question. Then, she looked surprised. Junior brother, are you thinking of killing the Heavenly Demon King? Once the thought appeared, it could not be stopped. Shock. Lin Fei nodded. I won't hide it from senior sister. This time, junior brother came to the Heavenly Devil Nation to collect the Heavenly Devil Resentment Aura. Killing the Heavenly Devil King is the main goal. Because it's my first time here, I don't know much about the Heavenly Devil King. Please tell me. Do you know that the weakest Heavenly Demon King is a mystique venerable rank great perfection? Even that is not something you and I can handle. Fairy Basket Kai felt that it was necessary to dispel the thought. After a Heavenly Demon King becomes a Heavenly Demon King, it will produce a Heavenly Demon magnetic field. Within the magnetic field, the Heavenly Demon King is invincible. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon King's ability will also be activated. The transition between nothingness and reality will make it very difficult to kill the Heavenly Demon King. Many disciples have died in the face of the Heavenly Demon King. Senior sister, I don't recommend you to kill the Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei was very strong, but Fairy Basket Kai was still worried. The Heavenly Demon King was too powerful. Many geniuses had tried to kill the Heavenly Demon King, but very few succeeded. Most of them were killed by the Heavenly Demon King, or they were defeated and injured. Is the Heavenly Demon King so difficult to deal with? Lin Fei frowned. The transition between nothingness and reality is not easy to deal with. This ability is really impressive. Lin Fei was very surprised to hear this from Fairy Basket Kai. It was very useful to him. The records in the manual were not as good as what Fairy Basket Kai said. If he really acted rashly, he would be at a disadvantage. The transition between nothingness and reality would turn from an attack to endless danger at critical moments. He had to pay attention to this. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Lin Fei was very grateful. However, the Heavenly Demon King is very important to me. No matter what, I have to try. If it was someone else, Fairy Basket Kai would not have asked. However, Fairy Basket Kai had a good impression of this junior brother Lin Fei in front of her. She did not want to die at the Heavenly Demon King's hands. Moreover, he had helped her out, so she would definitely help him. Junior brother Lin Fei had a good future. Just this favor alone was something he had to repay. Junior brother, must you kill the Heavenly Devil King? Yes, this is very important to me. Lin Fei nodded. He still needed the Heaven Demon King for the next level up mission. If he did not kill the Heaven Demon King, it would have a huge impact. After entering the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei immediately felt pressured. The key was to increase his strength as soon as possible. Junior brother, if you must go, there is a place you can go. 10 months ago, a Heavenly Demon King was injured by someone and is now hiding in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. It seems like it hasn't been killed yet. Junior brother, you can go and try your luck. That Heavenly Demon King's strength is around Mystique Venerable Rank Great Perfection. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a look of joy. If there was a place to find the Heaven Demon King, everything would be fine. What he was most afraid of was not knowing where he was. Many thanks, senior sister. This is the map of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It should be useful to you. Fairy Lon Kai took out a map. However, you have to be careful when you go there. Recently, many people have been looking for that injured Heavenly Devil King. They have set their sights on it. I will. Lin Fei nodded. I'm not a reckless person. If I'm really no match for them, I'll naturally leave. Senior sister, you don't have to worry. Besides, with my strength, I'm confident that I can leave. Fairy Lon Kai gave him a few more reminders, especially the situation of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Lin Fei listened very carefully and had a rough idea of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. He was not completely clueless about it. Junior brother, if you come out of the Heavenly Devil Nation, you must visit my Sword Peak. I definitely will. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and headed toward the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Senior sister, the Heavenly Devil battlefield is filled with danger. Why did you let him go? Lu Dai did not understand and could not help but ask. Our little Lu Dai, when did you start to worry about people? Fairy Lon Kai chuckled. Don't worry. Junior brother Lin Fei is no ordinary junior brother. Where have you seen him kill Mystique Venerable Rank Great Perfection as easily as killing a chicken? At least, I haven't. Excluding those top-notch senior brothers, junior brother Lin Fei might not be in danger this time. This was her intuition. At the same time, in the mountain valley, several figures appeared, and the corpse was found. Junior brother Duanji should be dead. Damn, is there even a need to say that? With such a strong sword intent, it would be unreasonable if he didn't die. Shut up. The leading black-robed man snorted. The people behind him shrunk their necks and all quieted down. They knew that once their senior brother got angry, they would be the unlucky ones. When did such an expert appear in the Sword God sect? Junior brother Duanji is a Mystique Venerable Rank Great Perfection. How could he die so miserably? Li Feng's eyes were cold, like a poisonous snake in the dark, and there was a flash of disdain. A guy who can't accomplish anything but spoils everything. Duanji was one of Li Feng's subordinates. This mission was arranged by Li Feng. He did not expect the result to be like this. It was disappointing. Not only did he not kill Duanji, but he also died. Disappointed, very disappointed. Why did he find that stupid pig to complete the mission? Senior brother, what should we do now? Li Feng was very disappointed in Duanji. Since things were already like this and he was already dead, there was nothing to be nervous about. Duanji is no longer a disciple of our Sword God sect. He was kicked out of the sect a month ago. Everyone, remember this clearly. Remember it clearly. Understood. Li Feng was very satisfied. Originally, I wanted to complete the mission given by the higher-ups. Now, it seems like I can only complete another mission. Li Feng frowned. The sword god sect disciples must be on guard. It will not be easy to continue. It seems like we can only capture the Heaven Demon King alive. It is all Duanji's fault. He can't even do such a small thing. It is said that there is an injured Heaven Demon King in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. Our next mission is to capture the Heaven Demon King alive. Do you understand? Understood. Under the dusky sky, Lin Fei walked at a steady pace. His target was naturally the Heavenly Demon battlefield. I hope that the Heavenly Demon battlefield will not disappoint me. Then, he smiled. Senior Sister Lan Kai would not lie to me. If I am lucky, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. It didn't mean anything to others. Each time Lin Fei advanced a realm, he would be able to accommodate more true yuan. His combat strength would increase by more than 10 times. This injured Heaven Demon King had already become Lin Fei's target. He didn't allow anyone to fight for it. Otherwise, they would be his enemy. Selfish? Of course not. This was the world of the fist. Whoever had the bigger fist would control everything. Awake? Lin Fei's face revealed a happy expression. The little thing that had been sleeping had actually woken up. Since the last time it swallowed a large amount of food, the little thing had been in a deep sleep. If it wasn't for everything being normal, Lin Fei would have suspected that there was a problem. When the little thing was released from the space, he didn't notice any big changes. Instead, it became much fatter and became something like a meatball. Little thing, you are indeed a foodie. If you continue to eat like this, you will definitely become a big hairball in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. A space-mutated beast, a fat big hairball? Lin Fei really found it difficult to connect the two together. Even outsiders couldn't connect the two together. Every mutated beast was awe-inspiring. How could it be as cute as this little thing? If Lin Fei didn't know its identity, he would have thought that it was just acting cute. It's quite uncomfortable to keep calling you little thing. I might as well call you hairball in the future. Who asked you to be a foodie? Lin Fei had an idea and finally came up with a name for the little thing. Hairball, big hairball, it was quite a nice name. Hairball, what is hairball? Just as Lin Fei was feeling proud, a sudden sound surprised Lin Fei. His gaze moved and finally landed on hairball. You can speak. Jin Gang could speak, that was because Lin Fei had used his points to buy the medicinal pills. But how did hairball know how to speak? At this time, hairball blinked, I don't know either. When I woke up, there were a lot of memories in my mind, and then I could speak. Hairball was very innocent. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, as if he understood what was going on. Fragments of memories appeared in the depths of his memory, and among them, there was a situation like this. Inherited memories? Lin Fei was shocked. Space-mutated beasts were rare to begin with. Now that the inherited memories had appeared, Furball was just too awesome. Mutated beasts could be very awesome, but they might not necessarily have inherited memories. Generally speaking, those who could inherit memories were definitely very awesome existences. Mutated beasts that could inherit memories existed in ancient times and were passed down generation after generation. But no matter how Hairball looked at it, it didn't feel that Hairball was awesome. In any case, it was just a foodie. Then do you know what you are? Lin Fei knew that he had picked up a treasure. It wasn't a waste to snatch Hairball back then. Its background should be not small. Space-mutated beasts with inherited memories. If the powerhouses outside knew about it, they would probably break their heads to fight for it. There would definitely be a bloody storm. Lin Fei didn't doubt it at all. Hairball thought for a moment, I remember that I am called Primordial Evil Dragon. Primordial Evil Dragon? Lin Fei blinked and looked up and down, the name is very impressive, but you don't look that domineering. Could it be a fake? Lin Fei maliciously guessed in his heart. If it was any other name, Lin Fei wouldn't have any doubts. But this name was so domineering and imposing. It didn't seem to be suitable for a foodie. What kind of inherited memories did you get? Lin Fei was very curious. Inherited memories were memories that were accumulated from generation to generation. Even if one didn't know anything, with these inherited memories, they would immediately have a huge memory. There could be many things in this inherited memory, including cultivation techniques and all kinds of memories. Eat. Lin Fei almost fell. Inherited memories were actually about eating? Is there a mistake? Is this also an inherited memory? Chapter 436. Hairball was a foodie. After a long time, Lin Fei came to his own conclusion. Other than a foodie, there was no adjective that could describe Hairball. However, this foodie was not ordinary. From the inherited memory, the goal of a foodie had always been to eat. She would eat non-stop, even if it was a sky immortal. The age of Hairball, who had opened the inherited memory, did not change because of the memory that appeared out of nowhere. She looked about 8 or 9 years old. The sentence that hung on her lips was, "I will eat." If Hairball was not a dimensional beast, Lin Fei would really think of her as a foodie. On the way, the heavenly demon imps became the best food for Hairball. After the deep sleep and opening the inherited memory, Hairball's ability increased greatly, but it was limited to eating. The heavenly demon imps became delicious food and were eaten in a flash. The originally boring journey became easy to kill time with Hairball. Heavenly Demon Battlefield. The place where the humans and the heavenly demons fought back then became the Heavenly Demon Battlefield over time. There were no treasures here as imagined by the outside world. This place was the ruins of a town, and there were countless stone forests. At first glance, it seemed completely silent, like a ghost town. Maybe it was the resentment of the heavenly demons left back then, or maybe it was some other reason, but this place had become the gathering place of the heavenly demons. There were countless of them. Usually, these heavenly demons did not go out and lurked in the ruins. If someone appeared, then congratulations, they had hit the jackpot. They would definitely be possessed by the heavenly demon and become a humanoid puppet. Usually, very few people came back to the heavenly demon battlefield because it was too dangerous. Unless it was a special situation, they rarely came. Once they were trapped, it was very rare for them to escape. The heavenly demon battlefield had also become a dangerous place. In the heavenly demon kingdom, it was considered a famous place. Danger was one thing. The benefits were also obvious. Because of the large number of heavenly demons gathered here, if you had the strength and courage, you could totally kill the heavenly demon generals and the heavenly demon marshals and obtain the heavenly demon stones. This place is really dangerous. Lin Fei concealed his aura and wandered in the darkness. In his field of vision was a stretch of ruins that stretched as far as the eye could see. All sorts of flute sounds rang out continuously, constantly attacking one's heart. If one's heart was not strong enough, it was inevitable that a flaw would appear under the long whistle, allowing the heavenly demon to take advantage of it. Apart from the rubble, there were also pale-faced corpses wandering in the darkness. Occasionally, they would raise their heads and smile savagely. They were the puppets possessed by the heavenly demon imps. This place is a bit big. I wonder where the heavenly demon king is hiding. Lin Fei frowned. The heavenly fiend battlefield was too big, and there were countless heavenly fiend imps. Even if Lin Fei was powerful, facing the endless heavenly fiend imps, he would feel his scalp tingle. His scalp went numb. After a short rest, Lin Fei activated darkness stealth and snuck into the heavenly fiend battlefield. The heavenly demon puppets seemed to be lethargic as they slowly moved about. However, in reality, the ruthlessness in their eyes was far from what one would normally see. Lin Fei moved at full speed. Like a spirit in the wind, he dodged the heavenly demons one by one, moving deeper and deeper. Sky Demon General, Sky Demon General. As he kept moving, Lin Fei saw more and more high-level heavenly demons. If it wasn't to find the heavenly demon king, he might have to hunt them down. It was all experience points. After half an hour, he didn't find anything. After an hour, he still didn't find anything. After 20 hours, he still didn't find anything. Lin Fei didn't know how far he had come in, but it must be hundreds of thousands of miles. He didn't even see the shadow of the Heavenly Demon King. Damn it, could it be that the Heavenly Demon King left? Lin Fei stopped beneath a pile of rubble, frowning in thought. The Heavenly Fiend battlefield is known as the gathering place of the Heavenly Demons. The Heavenly Demon King is injured and has no possibility of leaving. He must still be in the Heavenly Fiend battlefield. I don't believe that I can't find this guy. Lin Fei decided to waste time here. He would not stop until he found the Heavenly Demon King. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Fei wandered in the Heavenly Fiend battlefield, almost turning over a large area, but there was still no trace of the Heavenly Demon King. It was as if the Heavenly Demon King had disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei's state of mind gradually calmed down. It was a fact that the Heavenly Demon King was not easy to find. Let's search for another 3 days. If it doesn't work, I'll just hunt the high-level heavenly demons in this place, so that I don't have to look for high-level heavenly demons everywhere. The Heavenly Fiend battlefield was worthy of being the gathering place of the heavenly demons. The high-level heavenly demons were almost gathered together. If not for Lin Fei's dark sneaking which could avoid the detection of the heavenly demons, no one would dare to rush into the Heavenly Fiend battlefield. Just these densely packed heavenly demons alone were enough to make one panic and lose their way. Whoosh 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 suddenly, 3 shadows passed by not far away. Although their whereabouts were very secretive and almost hard to detect, Lin Fei still noticed them. Lin Fei raised his brows. There are people appearing in this place? Could it be that they came for the Heavenly Demon King? The first thought that came to his mind was the Heavenly Demon King. Fairy Lan Kai knew that the Heavenly Demon King was hiding in the Heavenly Fiend battlefield, so other people must also know. Maybe these people came for the Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei decided to follow them and take a look. He didn't lack time. If they knew the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon King, it would save him the trouble of looking for him. Big brother, is the Heavenly Demon King really in the underground world? There won't be any mistake, right? The 3 people in front had similar appearances. They seemed to be 3 brothers. Third brother, don't worry. The Heavenly Demon King is definitely in the underground world. Lu De Dao said, this news was personally passed down by the Divine Sword Prince. As long as we capture the Heavenly Demon King alive and complete this mission, we will have enough points to exchange for a heaven-rank mystic technique and increase our strength. The Divine Sword Prince is truly powerful. Other people don't know the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon King, but in his eyes, the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon King can't be hidden. Lu Er said with a smile. His eyes were filled with worship. Is there still a need to say it? The Divine Sword Prince is the #1 expert of our Divine Sword sect. It is our luck that we can join the Divine Sword sect. It is said that the Divine Sword Prince will be the next sect master successor of our Divine Sword sect. Lu Er said mysteriously, if that day really comes, our Divine Sword sect will be able to walk unhindered in the Divine Sword sect. We won't be restricted anymore. They were very at ease. They chatted without any precaution and were not afraid of others listening in. This was the Heavenly Demon battlefield. If they didn't have a treasure that could avoid the detection of the Heavenly Demon, they wouldn't be so relaxed. Even if outsiders could come in, they wouldn't be able to reach their level. Divine Sword Prince, Divine Sword Sect. In the darkness behind, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect these 3 people to be members of the Divine Sword Sect. From the looks of it, they seemed to be following orders. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon King is useful to that Divine Sword Prince? Lin Fei couldn't figure it out, and he wouldn't think about it. The only thing that made him happy was that there was a clue about the Heavenly Demon King. Chapter 437. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Waiting vs. Fei Yang, Su Ming Si, Divine Emperor Hao Tian, and Hueds for their tips. Lin Fei was quite clear about the underground world. On the map that Fairy Lan Kai gave him, there was a note about the underground world. As the name suggested, the underground world was naturally the underground world under the heavenly demon battlefield. It was also an extremely vast place. Where did the heavenly demons come from? They were born in the underground world, and when they grew to a certain strength, they would start to come to the surface from the underground world. All the heavenly demons outside the heavenly demon kingdom came from the underground world. The entrance to the underground world was usually very difficult to find, and very few people knew its exact location. This was also why Lin Fei neglected this place. He knew about the underground world, but he didn't know its exact location. Lin Fei also didn't think about finding the passage to the underground world. It was very difficult to find a passage in such a vast place. If not for their words, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about this place. It turned out that the heavenly demon king was hiding in the underground world under the surface. The underground world under the heavenly demon kingdom was much more dangerous than the outside world. The heavenly demon kingdom was very big. The underground world was also not inferior to the surface. More importantly, there were countless heavenly demons in the underground world, and their number was several times that of the surface. Very few people dared to enter the underground world. This was especially so since they did not know about the entrance to the underground world. Very few people would search for the entrance to the underground world. The heavenly demons on the surface were enough of a headache, so who would be stupid enough to go underground? This was the same logic as hanging oneself and having a death wish. Looking at their appearance, they clearly know the underground world very well. As expected of the Sword God Society, they can even gather this kind of information. If not for them leading the way, I might not have found the heavenly demon king. Lin Fei had been searching for the past few days. He turned over the heavenly demon battlefield several times, but he still couldn't find any clues. So it turned out that the heavenly demon king went underground. This time, young Master Sword God specially ordered us to capture the heavenly demon king for Fairy Ming Yu's cultivation. He really dotes on Fairy Ming Yu to the heavens. Lu San didn't know that someone was tailing him and said with a smile, "Hee, why don't you think about what kind of person Fairy Ming Yu is? She is the reincarnation of an immortal, a true immortal. She was born with a rare constitution, so it would be easy for her to become an immortal again." Second Lu chuckled, who doesn't know that young Master Sword Divinity likes Fairy Ming Yu? Even though Fairy Ming Yu didn't agree to it, young Master Sword Divinity has long treated her as his exclusive property. Look, Fairy Ming Yu is lacking alchemy materials and immediately asked us to help her. In my next life, I hope that I will be reincarnated as a woman. If I have the same abilities as Fairy Ming Yu, I will be satisfied. Second brother, wake up. We don't even know if we can reincarnate. Eldest Lu laughed heartily. Now we should properly complete this matter. With the treasure bestowed by young Master Sword God, capturing the heavenly demon king alive will be easy. Lin Fei, who was at the back, listened to every word. Fairy Ming Yu? A reincarnated immortal? After searching through his memories, Lin Fei found information about Fairy Ming Yu. After reading it, he was very surprised. So Fairy Ming Yu is the big sister of the Pink Rose. Lin Fei came to a realization: no wonder the Pink Rose can faintly contend with the Godly Swordsman Association. Lin Fei did not expect to hear such news. This young Master Sword Divinity really thought of himself as a playboy, but from his tone, it seemed that this young Master Sword Divinity had yet to win Fairy Ming Yu's heart. Damn it, I don't care if you're pursuing Fairy Ming Yu or not. This heavenly demon king belongs to me. I'll let you pick up girls. Now that he had found clues about the heavenly demon king, Lin Fei would not give up the item just like that, even if it was something that the #1 young powerhouse in the Godly Swordsman sect had taken a liking to. Lin Fei would never give up anything that was useful to him, not to mention that this was very important to him. It was the key to leveling up. Even if it required Lin Fei to commit murder and arson, he would not hesitate. Although these three were mystique venerable ones, it did not mean that they could not snatch the heavenly demon king. They were out in the open while Lin Fei himself was in the dark. This was his biggest advantage. The passageway is right here. Eldest Lu and the other two appeared in a corner of an abandoned building. No matter how they looked at it, this place clearly had nothing to do with the underworld. Unfortunately, the passageway to the underworld was in this inconspicuous place. Even if one searched 100 times, they might not be able to find the passageway. There was nothing special about this place. It was very ordinary. Eldest Lu's expression was solemn as he made a series of seals. A black passageway opened up in an inconspicuous place in front of them. "Let's go." After it opened, the three of them entered the passageway. When they had all entered, the passageway returned to normal. What a mystical passageway. If it weren't for young Master Sword Divinity's guidance, we really wouldn't have known of such a place. Young Master Sword Divinity, you're so knowledgeable. How can you and I know of such a secret place? The underworld was as dark as the surface, but it was even more barren and desolate than the surface. At a glance, the heavenly demons were vast and mighty. They formed groups and blotted out the sky. Whoosh, a layer of black light appeared over the three of them. Their entire bodies blended into the darkness, leaving not a trace of aura as if they had never been there. The heavenly demon king should be 10,000 miles to the east. Eldest Lu paused for a moment and went straight to the east. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they appeared 10,000 miles away, outside of a valley. The valley was quiet. The heavenly demons that were originally vast and mighty along the way had disappeared. It was as if this was a forbidden area where no heavenly demons could be seen. Be careful. The heavenly demon king is hiding in the valley. Once there's any disturbance, the heavenly demon king can immediately summon the heavenly demon army. You and I will definitely die. Eldest Lu reminded with an extremely solemn expression. Set up the formation. With young Master Sword Divinity's formation flags, we can quietly capture the heavenly demon king without letting the heavenly demons notice. Flags flew out one after another. Judging from the quality, this set of formation flags was not cheap. It would cost at least 20 to 30 million true essence crystals. Every time a formation flag fell, it completely blended into the ground. After a total of 81 formation flags fell, they surrounded the valley silently. The formation was set up. The 9 heavens 10 earths sealing God formation is finally set up. We can go in and do it. After the formation was set up, Eldest Lu let out a sigh of relief. He had nothing to worry about. In the underground world, heavenly demons gathered. It would be a lie to not be nervous, especially when they had to deal with the heavenly demon king. Even if they had the treasure bestowed by young Master Sword Divinity, if they alerted the heavenly demon king, even if they had the treasure, they would still fail. If they wanted to capture the heavenly demon king next time, it would be even more difficult. After the formation was set up, Eldest Lu finally calmed down. Now, all that was left was the capture. After a short rest, they rushed into the valley. Lin Fei came out from the darkness and looked at the valley that was trapped by the formation. 9 heavens 10 earths sealing God formation. It looks like an amazing formation. Lin Fei stared at the formation and frowned, listening to their words. They seemed to have the confidence to capture the heavenly demon king alive. I will wait here. With the opponent's formation here, Lin Fei didn't want to rush in rashly. He might as well wait outside. Regardless of whether they captured the heavenly demon king or not, they had to come out from this place and go back the way they came. This set of formation flags also had to be taken back. After all, it was expensive and they wouldn't be so generous as to leave it behind. With regards to the Sword Divinity Assembly's young Master Sword Divinity, Lin Fei had another understanding. This person was very generous. If it wasn't for the various treasures along the way, they wouldn't have been able to come here so easily. Even if it was Lin Fei himself who activated Darkness Sneak, he had to be very careful and was almost seen through several times. Lin Fei once again sneaked into the darkness and stared at the valley in front of him. He didn't dare to relax. 1 hour. 2 hours. 4 hours. Inside the valley, it was completely silent, as if nothing had happened. Of course, Lin Fei didn't think that nothing had happened inside. This was just a smokescreen left by the formation on the outside. In fact, there was definitely a lot of movement inside. From this, it could be seen that this 9 heavens 10 earths sealing God formation was a very impressive formation. With such a battle, there wasn't even the slightest sound outside. It was as silent as before. Lin Fei also calmed down. With such a formation, the Heavenly Demon King wouldn't be able to escape the misfortune of being captured. I really hope that you guys fail. That way, I can take the opportunity to make a move and save myself some trouble. Another half an hour passed. There was movement in the formation. Lin Fei's eyes flickered. Obviously, they had succeeded. He activated Darkness Sneak and quietly moved over. Damn, this Heavenly Demon King is so powerful. Lu San was the first to come out. His face was a little pale as he had consumed a lot of true essence. Fortunately, we have a formation that trapped the Heavenly Demon King. Otherwise, we would be the unlucky ones. I didn't expect this to be a profound sage initial stage Heavenly Demon King. Big Lu was also exhausted of Zhenyuan. He was holding a jade bottle with a seal on it. His face was filled with relief. We have finally captured the Heavenly Demon King. I didn't expect that after this Heavenly Demon King was injured, its strength increased by another level. Fortunately, we used a formation to trap it, but it still took almost 6 hours. Big Lu heaved a sigh of relief. Let's rest first and recover our Zhenyuan before leaving this place. They were very at ease with their surroundings and weren't worried that someone would appear. They had relied on treasures to come here, but outsiders might not necessarily be able to, unless the other party also had a treasure that could avoid the Heavenly Demon's pursuit. This possibility was very small. Therefore, they were very relieved. Second Lu and Third Lu quickly sat down and took out medicinal pellets to recover Zhenyuan. In order to capture the Heavenly Demon King, they had consumed a lot of Zhenyuan and needed to recover in time. The underground world was too dangerous. Big Lu held the jade bottle and was ready to put it away. After they recovered their Zhenyuan, they would immediately leave this damned place. They didn't want to stay any longer. Their minds also relaxed at this moment. Lin Fei also made his move at this moment. God Kill. Punishment Lance. Chapter 438. Ambush. The moment eldest Lu relaxed, he did not expect someone to ambush and kill him. Especially at such a close distance. Sky flipping palm. At the crucial moment, eldest Lu slammed his palm. The five-fingered mountain condensed from true essence smashed down from the sky, blocking in front of him in an attempt to block this attack. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Eldest Lu knew that as long as he blocked the opponent's fierce attack, his second and third brothers would attack together to teach the opponent a lesson. The God-slaying technique first shook the primordial spirit. The retreating eldest Lu's figure was unstable and his primordial spirit was injured. Second Lu and Third Lu, who had been meditating to recover true essence, were interrupted. They flew into a rage and smashed 2 upper-grade true artifacts. 3 heads and 6 arms, Lin Fei did not panic and blocked each attack. The punishment spear blasted over. Boom! The five-fingered mountain was blasted open and was forcibly lifted out by the punishment spear. Divine abilities from the era of gods and demons were not that easy to block. Eldest Lu's eyebrows twitched. Even though it was a casual attack to buy him an opportunity, it was still a mystique venerable rank attack. The opponent actually blocked it and seemed to easily break through his attack. The opponent was a mystique venerable rank powerhouse. In a short time, Lin Fei had already arrived. 3 heads and 6 arms, 6 true artifacts smashed onto the opponent's body and sent him flying. Lin Fei's attack was fierce to begin with, and the speed was also fast, catching eldest Lu by surprise. Crashed the pristine jade bottle and his hand flew out. Eldest Lu's expression changed. Oh no, this person wants to steal the Heavenly Demon King. Second Lu and Third Lu came to their senses and immediately rushed toward the pristine jade bottle. In the darkness, a black shadow darted out and snatched the pristine jade bottle, immediately escaping into the void, 1 step ahead of them. The Heavenly Demon King they had painstakingly captured was snatched away just like that. The 2 of them were furious. When they turned back, the person had already left. Big brother, what do we do? From the moment the opponent attacked, Eldest Lu thought that he was coming for him and ignored the item in his hand. In the end, the opponent succeeded, and all his efforts were in vain. Eldest Lu's face darkened. We made a mistake. We didn't think that someone would be able to follow us all this time without us noticing at all. Once we made our move, the heavenly demons were already heading this way. Let's return to the surface first and then inform the young master. At the mention of young master, the faces of the three were obviously filled with fear. Now that things had come to this, what else could he do? Awesome, too awesome. In a corner of the underground world, Lin Fei carefully wiped away the traces and laid down layers of arrays. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. From the moment he made his move, Lin Fei had never thought of killing the other party. However, the other party might not know it and instinctively thought that Lin Fei wanted to kill him. Lin Fei's little scheme succeeded. The pristine jade bottle was Lin Fei's goal. Caught off guard, Lu De instinctively thought that the other party wanted to kill him. In his haste to face the other party head-on, he subconsciously neglected some important things. This was Lin Fei's purpose. The pristine jade bottle was also successfully obtained. An early-stage profound sage heavenly demon king, even if I personally make a move, I might not be able to take him down. With the heavenly demon king, my mission can finally be completed, and my realm can also step into the profound ancestor realm. Lin Fei took the pristine jade bottle and prepared to kill the heavenly demon king to complete his mission. Master, you must let me eat the heavenly demon king's corpse later. Hairball licked the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling. In the end, the one who snatched the pristine jade bottle was Hairball. Her ability to travel through the void was unparalleled. Others could forget about snatching the pristine jade bottle from Hairball's mouth. No problem, I guarantee that you will eat to your heart's content. Lin Fei's mission was to kill the heavenly demon king. As for the corpse, it was completely useless. It would be better to give it to Hairball as a tonic. After all, Hairball inherited eating. When the amount of food she ate reached a certain level, she could cultivate the divine ability of the ancient evil dragon clan, but the premise was that she had to eat to her heart's content. An early-stage profound sage heavenly demon king was truly a good thing. When Lin Fei was about to kill the heavenly demon king, the system's voice came, causing his face to change, followed by a look of joy. Damn, there's such a good thing. My promotion mission is completed? It turned out that the system was reminding Lin Fei that he had successfully completed the realm mission. A warm and familiar feeling rose from his heart once again. This was clearly the promotion mission. He had reached the profound ancestor realm. Lin Fei felt that it was inconceivable. So there was such a small detail in completing the mission. Killing the heavenly demon king was naturally completing the mission. At this moment, the heavenly demon king was sealed in the pristine jade bottle, which was also equivalent to completing the mission. Lin Fei had never thought of such a small detail. If not for the system's reminder, he would not even know of such a trick. Congratulations player for completing the mission and successfully advancing to the profound ancestor realm. Reward, 50 million experience, 10 million points, 5 million energy. Congratulations player for obtaining a lottery ticket. Congratulations player for capturing a heavenly demon king. Do you want to spend 5 million points to tame the heavenly demon king? Lin Fei blinked his eyes. There's such a good thing, 5 million points could tame a heavenly demon king. This was equivalent to having a helper. A profound sage early stage heavenly demon king's combat power should not be at this level. Otherwise, they would not have spent 6 hours to capture the heavenly demon king. Last time when I fought with the scattered immortal old ancestor, I used up all my energy. Unless it's necessary, I must not waste my energy. If there was a profound sage early stage heavenly demon king by my side, it would be a good idea. 5 million points, Lin Fei did not feel any heartache and decided to tame a heavenly demon king. Taming heavenly demon king. Successfully deducted 5 million points, activating heavenly demon king taming. After a moment, the powerful system once again sent a reminder. Congratulations player for taming a heavenly demon king. Do you want to release it? Release it. Walala, a monstrous black fog filled the narrow space. Then, a 2-meter-tall little giant appeared out of thin air. All kinds of negative emotions kept breeding. I'll eat. Hairball did not care and activated the first divine ability from her inherited memory. Great Devour. Her huge mouth opened and swallowed the unaware heavenly demon king in one gulp, letting out a satisfied burp. Delicious. Lin Fei jumped up and was drenched in cold sweat. Hairball, who allowed you to eat it? Spit it out quickly. Hairball revealed a wronged expression. Didn't you promise to let me eat it? I'm really hungry. Lin Fei did not expect Hairball to be so powerful that she could eat a heavenly demon king in one gulp. This was an early stage profound sage heavenly demon king. Could you not be so heaven-defying? I won't eat this heavenly demon king, but the next one will be yours. Fortunately, Hairball was easily deceived and spat out the heavenly demon king. Who dares to eat the great dark light king? I'll make you wish you were dead. Before he finished speaking, the dark light king was kicked away. You want me to wish I was dead? Chapter 439. Needless to say, Hairball's words were very intimidating. In the eyes of Hairball, the heavenly demon king was already her food. Although she was young, she knew what was good and bad with her inherited memory. Things that belonged to her had long been labeled. Master, let me eat him. Hairball cried again, licking the corner of her mouth from time to time as if she was drooling. She wanted to eat, she really wanted to eat. You. Obsidian didn't finish his words. After seeing the black-clothed boy, his face suddenly changed and lowered his noble head. Master. Lin Fei snorted, didn't you make me wish I was dead just now? If I knew earlier, I would have let Hairball eat you. Obsidian's eyes turned again, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He pointed at Hairball. You are the ancient evil dragon. How could it be? Wasn't it exterminated? That scary expression wasn't fake at all. Lin Fei was also surprised. The heavenly demon king knew the ancient evil dragon. It seemed that the ancient evil dragon situation wasn't very good. Exterminated the roots? Obsidian was indeed frightened. Even if he was a heavenly demon king, his strength had advanced to the profound sage level. That fear came from the depths of his soul. Previously, he fought with a heavenly demon king for territory. As a result, he was chased all the way by the other party. He fled to the heavenly demon battlefield and came to the underground world to recuperate and restore his strength. Who would have thought that his luck would be bad and he would be besieged by 3 human powerhouses? After persisting for 3 hours, he finally fell into their hands because his injuries hadn't recovered. He thought that was it, but he inexplicably had an additional master in his mind. With his early profound sage strength and vast memory, he didn't know how to get rid of it. He was originally planning to find a chance to occupy the body of this inexplicable master. Once he came out, he experienced the edge of life and death. He encountered an ancient evil dragon, a legendary existence, the nemesis of heavenly demons. Ancient evil dragon. An existence that ate everything. It especially liked to eat heavenly demons. No one knew how many heavenly demon kings and heavenly demons had been eaten. The ancient evil dragon was the natural enemy of heavenly demons. Obsidian never thought that he would encounter such a terrifying existence. This was an existence that had been extinct for a long time, but it appeared in front of him now. That drooling expression made Obsidian feel fear. He could only feel that he had to hug his master's thigh tightly. Master, I was wrong. Please don't let him eat me. I have old people and children to take care of. It's useless to eat me. Obsidian began to complain. Shut up. Lin Fei had never seen such a shameless heavenly demon king. Cowardly, timid, hypocritical, thick-skinned, narrow-minded, and ruthless expressions appeared on the heavenly demon king. I know that you heavenly demons are all cunning and scheming, Lin Fei said. However, in front of me, you'd better keep your tricks to yourself. With a thought, Obsidian suddenly rolled on the ground. The pain that went deep into the soul and the constant loss of his soul finally made Obsidian's face change drastically. Master, I was wrong. I don't dare to do anything anymore. Quickly stop, your servant is going to die. Obsidian's head hit the ground and made a loud sound. Lin Fei saw the effect and stopped. If you are honest, I won't do anything to you. However, if you have any bad intentions, I can make you disappear with a thought or let Hairball eat you. I think Hairball will like it very much. Obsidian weakly lied on the ground. I don't dare to do it anymore. I won't dare to do it again. After experiencing the pain once, Obsidian absolutely didn't want to experience it again. Most importantly, the ancient evil dragon next to him seemed to want to eat him all the time. Being eaten by an ancient evil dragon, Obsidian subconsciously shivered. Now, let's talk about the situation of the ancient evil dragon. After completing the task, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wanted to hear about the situation of the ancient evil dragon. Obsidian no longer had the intention to resist. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul could definitely destroy his soul. The ancient evil dragon should just be an honest servant. When Lin Fei asked, Obsidian didn't dare to hide anything. He told everything about the ancient evil dragon from beginning to end without missing any details. I'm going to eat you. Hairball flew up and wanted to eat Obsidian angrily. Obsidian was scared out of his wits and desperately begged for mercy, fearing that he would be eaten. Hairball, don't eat him. After listening to the whole story of the ancient evil dragon, Lin Fei revealed a dignified expression. He put Hairball in his hand and comforted her. Hairball, don't be angry. Your ancient evil dragon tribe is the most powerful tribe. In the future, Master will bring you back to kill them one by one and eat them one by one to help you rebuild the glory of the ancient evil dragon tribe. The ancient evil dragons were very powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. They ate everything. The most powerful ancient evil dragon was said to be able to swallow a planet in one bite. They were invincible among the same rank. Since they were a powerful tribe, they aroused the dissatisfaction of the other major races. Thus, they united to annihilate the entire ancient evil dragon tribe. It was a vast war that lasted for tens of thousands of years. In the end, the major races paid a heavy price to wipe out the ancient evil dragon tribe. From then on, this powerful tribe no longer existed. Obsidian was shocked and fearful when he recognized the ancient evil dragon at first glance. The ancient evil dragon tribe still had descendants. As long as they grew up, they would definitely become a peerless overlord, a nightmare for all races. This was the ancient evil dragon that was born with the ability to travel through the void. It could be said that this was the true advantage of the ancient evil dragon. In the past, in order to kill the ancient evil dragon tribe, all the powerhouses joined forces and sealed the space. They barely managed to kill the powerhouses of this powerful tribe. A dignified heavenly demon king was eaten by its innate supernatural power. It was imaginable how terrifying the ancient evil dragon was. There was nothing wrong with not eating anything. Lin Fei didn't expect the ancient evil dragon to be so powerful that it could be killed by the joint forces of all races. How powerful was this? How terrifying was this? If it wasn't for fear, they would never join forces. They would not hesitate even if their vitality would be greatly damaged. How did you know? Our heavenly demon old ancestor also participated in the war. This was passed down by the only remaining old ancestor. How many of your old ancestors were there and how powerful they were? Lin Fei wanted to know the specifics. I remember that there were over 100 heavenly demon old ancestors. It was said that all of them were at the immortal emperor level. In the end, only one immortal emperor returned. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Over 100 immortal emperors, only one came back alive. Looking down at Hairball, Lin Fei found it hard to believe that the ancient evil dragon tribe was so powerful that everyone feared them. Master, try not to let Hairball use the void travel ability when you're outside. Once discovered, the other party must be killed. Once the news spreads, all the powerful forces will take action personally to prevent another ancient evil dragon from appearing. This is an order from the heavenly realm. They don't dare to disobey. My name is also not something you can say. Hairball was very angry and glared at him. Hairball, be good. Lin Fei comforted her again. Previously, he thought that spatial beasts were rare and didn't want to expose it. He didn't expect that Hairball's origin was so terrifying. If the ancient evil dragon tribe existed, Hairball would never wander to the Shantian continent and become an existence that people wanted to kill. It could be said that as long as Lin Fei took Hairball with him, it was equivalent to carrying a portable bomb that might explode at any time. Other people might give up this hot potato, but Lin Fei was different. He was a tough guy and would always be tough. Otherwise, he wouldn't take action against the scattered immortal old ancestor. Hairball, it's okay. Your master is here. When the time comes, I will kill as many as they come. I will let you eat until you are full. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. His eyes fell on Heavenly Demon King. You did well. This gaze also made Obsidian feel like a huge stone was hanging in his heart. I am really going to be unlucky for the rest of my life. An ancient evil dragon, I will definitely become a traitor of the tribe. My life is so bitter. At this moment, Obsidian had no intention of resisting before. This mysterious master was not someone he could kill at all. Even if he was the Heavenly Demon King, he was just a servant now. I must perform well, otherwise this hairball will definitely eat me. Obsidian regretted, how did I offend this little ancestor just now? Maybe she is thinking about how to eat me. Obsidian didn't want to be eaten. It was better to live than to die. I must improve the relationship. Obsidian was worthy of being the Heavenly Demon King. His mind immediately moved. He was ready to flatter this little ancestor and save his life for the time being. If he made the other party unhappy and ate him, he might not even have a place to redress his grievances. He was not as important as the other party. If Lin Fei knew Obsidian's thoughts, he would definitely send a sentence. What a flattering guy. The high and mighty Heavenly Demon King quickly adapted to his position. After getting the specific information about Hairball, Lin Fei became more aware of the importance of strength. Let's see what good things are in the lottery first. Lin Fei was not afraid of Obsidian's thoughts, so he immersed himself in the lottery. The lottery was secondary. The important thing was that he could enter the Great Emperor Senfu. The eternal Great Emperor Senfu. At the Xian Great Sect level, he could get treasures. Lin Fei was very concerned about it. It was guaranteed that there were a lot of treasures. Boss Hairball, don't be angry. I know a place where there is a Heavenly Demon King who is injured like me. Obsidian saw his master went to a cave house next door, his eyes turned, and he began to flatter. After opening the lottery page, Lin Fei didn't remember to draw the lottery. The last two draws were one-time consumables, and their power was amazing enough. The only pity was that they were easily consumed and couldn't be used for a long time. This time, it was best to draw a permanent treasure. It was best to draw a real treasure with great power. Perhaps it was God's help, most of the things in this lottery were permanent items. There was a superb real treasure among them. Start the lottery. Chapter 440. The large disc slowly rotated. Hua hua. Endless, countless shadows. It was so colorful that it was hard to tell where it would land. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. A permanent item would be fine. If only it was a flying sword. After becoming a sword immortal, Lin Fei's understanding of sword intent had greatly improved. He still had enough divine abilities and secret arts for now. This was especially so since he had grasped the 3,000 immortal arts, which was another powerful trump card that surpassed ordinary divine arts and secret arts. The roulette slowed down. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining exquisite grade upgrade stone. A silvery white stone appeared in the system space. Lin Fei used detect. Exquisite upgrade stone. If you integrate it into equipment, there's a chance to upgrade it by 1 to 5 grades. Lin Fei smiled. Good stuff, really good stuff. It could effectively raise one's rank by 5 ranks. There wasn't a second item better than this. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk with a thought, the killing sword flew out, glowing with a cold light. The intrinsic flying sword was a supreme-grade numinous treasure. Due to the difference in materials, its power was not inferior to that of a true treasure. After all, a spiritual treasure was not at the level of a true treasure, and its power was still lacking. Lin Fei beamed with joy at getting such a good item. If it increases by 1 grade, it will become an inferior grade true treasure. If it increases by 5 grades, it will become a peak grade true treasure. At that time, who would be able to block my sword? The higher the quality of the intrinsic flying sword, the more powerful it was. Level up killing sword. Lin Fei opened the system, and a huge furnace appeared on the page. He placed the equipment into the box with familiarity. Ding! Starting to upgrade the killing sword. Please wait for 1 hour. Lin Fei was in no hurry to upgrade his equipment. He closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, Lin Fei opened his eyes. He had reached the critical moment of leveling up. I wonder how many ranks I can raise. If Lin Fei said he wasn't looking forward to it, he would be lying. If he was lucky, his combat power would increase greatly. Ding! Killing sword has successfully leveled up. A scout was thrown in. Killing sword, a top-grade true treasure. It contains boundless killing intent, a great vicious weapon that is extremely dangerous. What? Top-grade true treasure. Lin Fei blinked his eyes in shock. A supreme-grade true treasure. It was his first time upgrading his equipment, and it had gone up by 4 grades. Low-grade true treasures and peak-grade true treasures, both were true treasures. In terms of power, 1,000 low-grade true treasures could not even compare to 1 peak-grade true treasure. In front of a peak-grade true treasure, all of these were just scrap metal. Huh, that's great. The killing sword appeared in Lin Fei's hands. Veritable essence energy poured in, and the killing chi turned into phantoms. Ferocious and ruthless auras surrounded the temporary residence. Obsidian, who was originally flattering Hairball, suddenly shuddered. What a sharp killing intent. Why does it make me feel a sense of danger? This mysterious master is truly frightening. I must quickly curry favor with Ancestor Hairball. Retracting the killing sword back into his body, Lin Fei revealed a rare look of joy. A peak-grade true treasure is indeed much more powerful. If it is used with my darkness stealth, I'm afraid that very few people will be able to block my sneak attacks. Lin Fei loved the upgraded killing sword so much that he could not bear to part with it. A peak-grade true treasure. More importantly, the killing sword was not just a peak-grade true treasure. It was a dark heaven spiritual treasure in his past life, the ultimate treasure of the Xiantian continent. This time, Lin Fei was very satisfied with the lottery. His combat strength had increased from around early Mystique Venerable rank to late Mystique Venerable rank. A good true treasure greatly increased combat strength. Moreover, it had been refined into a natal flying sword. Lin Fei was also a famous sword immortal. His swordsmanship was stronger than the average person. Leaving Hairball outside, Lin Fei opened Senfu. He was very interested in the Eternal Emperor's treasure. Opening the passage, Lin Fei appeared directly in the Eternal Emperor's Senfu. Senior He Yao. Your cultivation is quite fast. You've reached the Mystique Grandmaster level so quickly. A cloud of black mist appeared. He Yao appeared, looking a little surprised. Advancing from Mystique Sovereign to Mystique Grandmaster in a short period of 1 to 2 months. Very few people could do that. I can choose my treasure now, right? He Yao nodded. Your advancement to Mystique Grandmaster exceeded the expected time. You're qualified to enter the Hall of True Enlightenment. I wonder what this Hall of Enlightenment is? As the name suggests, the Hall of Enlightenment is a hall refined by the Eternal Emperor. Anyone who enters it can deepen their understanding of the Tao. For example, if you walk the path of the Sword Immortal Tao, you will have a deeper understanding of the Sword Immortal Tao if you enter the Hall of Enlightenment. Do you understand now? This opportunity is not available to just anyone. Lin Fei's brows were full of excitement. The Hall of Enlightenment. I didn't expect such a place to exist. My sword Dao path has many flaws. If I can understand the sword Dao here, it will be of great benefit to me. After understanding its use, Lin Fei looked forward to it. Please take me to the Hall of Enlightenment. There was no rush for treasures. They could not run away. In front of a large hall, in front of the Hall of Enlightenment, Lin Fei and He Yao appeared. At first glance, these three simple words contained a vast and boundless aura. It shocked Lin Fei and he could not recover from his shock. Wake up! Following He Yao's shout, Lin Fei's body swayed, revealing a look of shock. It was as if he had fallen into an endless world. You've got guts. These three words were written by an eternal emperor, and they contain a boundless Tao within them. Most people would be intoxicated by them for the rest of their lives just by looking at them. In the end, their fleshly bodies would rot away and they would die in meditation. Lin Fei's forehead was covered in sweat. He had almost been in trouble. Thank you, Senior He Yao, for helping me. 3,000 worlds, 3,000 great Daos. You can walk any Dao. The Eternal Emperor comprehended thousands of great Daos. He was the overlord of the Eternal Emperors. When your strength increases, you will naturally understand the true essence of these three words. Lin Fei was shocked again. After using the devouring ability, he obtained Snake Seven's memories. Many things that he did not know were now clear. Dao. First came the minor Dao. For example, the Dao of water, the Dao of fire, the Dao of ice. Mastering a minor Dao made one a decent expert. After the minor Dao was the great Dao. For example, the sword immortal Dao, the mad demon Dao, the puppet Dao. After the great Dao was the 3,000 great Daos. The Eternal Emperor had mastered thousands of the 3,000 great Daos. Anyone would be shocked. What kind of potential and talent was this? He was indeed the overlord of the Eternal Emperors. The three words Hall of Enlightenment contained countless minor Dao, great Daos, and the 3,000 great Daos. Lin Fei's strength was only at the mystique venerable level. How could he emerge from the vast great Daos? If He Yao did not intervene, Lin Fei would probably be lost within. Go in now, He Yao said. You have to be calm inside. It's best to stay for as long as possible the first time. It will be of great help to your sword immortal Dao. Thank you for the reminder, Senior He Yao. Lin Fei walked into the Hall of Enlightenment with his head held high. After he left, He Yao revealed a look of disdain. Chapter 441. What a comfortable aura. Walking into the Hall of True Enlightenment, a comfortable aura rippled from his heart. All 3,600 hairs on his body felt comfortable. It was so comfortable that he squinted his eyes. It was a comfort he had never felt before. All kinds of pressure and restraint seemed to disappear. Is this space? When Lin Fei raised his head, the vast space appeared beneath his feet. Around him, front, back, left, right, there were countless stars. Lin Fei did not expect that the place of enlightenment would be in the vast and most mysterious space of the universe. How vast was the universe? It was boundless and without end. Lin Fei walked forward step by step. His nervous heart gradually calmed down. His heart was as calm as still water. Paths appeared in the sky, moving back and forth. This is the water path. In the sky, a middle-aged man was demonstrating the water path. The continuous water path was sometimes ferocious, sometimes gentle, and sometimes continuous. He demonstrated the water path to its fullest. This was clearly the great accomplishment of the water path. Lin Fei realized the benefits of the Hall of True Enlightenment. This is the fire path. This is the earth path. Lin Fei looked around as he walked. The scenes were all sorts of paths, dazzling his eyes. After finding a place, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes, feeling calm. When he entered the Hall of True Enlightenment, the Black Demon explained in detail how to gain enlightenment in the Hall of True Enlightenment. The Hall of True Enlightenment was a place for enlightenment. Lin Fei only needed to integrate himself into the Hall of True Enlightenment to gain enlightenment. When Lin Fei closed his eyes, a lotus flower appeared beneath him. The lotus leaves swayed, vivid and lifelike. Sometimes, it wrapped around him, and sometimes, it bloomed. Lin Fei began to gain enlightenment. Heavenly Demon Nation. On a mountain peak, half of it had been cut off by someone's power. You 3 pieces of trash, how are you doing things? You can't even do such a small thing. Eldest Lu and the other 2 lowered their heads. Their expressions were ugly as they endured the torrent of abuse. They did not dare to open their mouths to talk back and were unbelievably well behaved. There was no trace of the arrogance of a mystique venerable one. Young master gave you a task and gave you supreme treasures, yet you still messed it up. Go back and wait for young master's punishment. The newcomer was dressed in a red robe and had a scar on the left side of his face. When he scolded someone with a sullen face, he looked exceptionally ferocious. We are willing to be punished. Luda and the other 2 shuddered visibly. As a member of the Sword God Union, it was inevitable that he would be punished for such an incident. Coming up from the underground world, eldest Lu immediately reported the news. As for what the punishment would be, they might not know. Before this matter is resolved, all of you must stay here and atone for your crimes, the red-robed man continued. This red-robed man was an expert sent by the Sword God Society. He had the status of a hall master in the Sword God Society. From this, it could be seen how important this matter was to the higher-ups. In the Sword God Society, the hierarchy was divided into outer members, inner members, followed by deacons who were considered to have some status. Then came the branch masters, followed by the hall masters, guardians, and elders. At this moment, the arrangement of a hall master, 2 branch masters, 5 deacons, and a small team of 100 people was very important to this matter. Upon hearing this, eldest Lu breathed a sigh of relief. It was enough to atone for his crimes. No matter who that person is, anyone who dares to snatch young master's things will be killed without mercy. Daoist Master Hongye's words were filled with murderous intent. Now, tell me the details of the situation in detail. Eldest Lu reported everything seriously and did not dare to hide anything. Hall Master Hongye, that person stole the pristine jade bottles. We can find the mastermind by tracking the pristine jade bottles. One of the 2 branch masters, Daoist Shi, spoke up. Presumably, that person doesn't know that all the pristine jade bottles of the Sword God Society have a unique mark. The other branch master, Daoist Master Qianxue, said, no matter where, as long as they are in the same area, we can find them. Daoist Master Hongye shook his head. There's no hurry. Our main task this time is to bring back a heavenly demon king for young master. Dealing with the mastermind is just a matter of convenience. The main task was completed. The 2 branch masters did not raise any other opinions. The main task had to be completed first. There was no hurry to deal with that person. They had a hall master, 2 branch masters, 5 deacons, and a small team of 100 people. Their strength was very valiant. In the heavenly demon nation, they were also a very powerful force. In the Hall of True Enlightenment, Lin Fei was still comprehending the Tao. It was already the 2nd day. The water flame lotus, the Tao of water and the Tao of fire were more realistic than before. It was as if they were alive. One could not see any problems with the naked eye. If someone was here, there would definitely be someone exclaiming. This was clearly the complete mastery of the 2 small Taos. In the Hall of True Enlightenment, Lin Fei completely mastered it in 2 days. At this time, the water flame lotus defense complemented each other, surpassing his previous understanding. When it was truly displayed, it was like a lotus flower in the world. Whoosh 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 whoosh, sharp sword intent rushed out in all directions. The water flame lotus that wrapped around it was instantly torn apart. The sword intent around Lin Fei, who was originally sitting cross-legged, condensed into numerous small swords. Almost all of these small swords contained a sharp aura, as well as a murderous aura attached to them. As a result, these floating small swords gave off a ferocious aura. As the small swords appeared, the aura released by these small swords was constantly changing. At the same time, the number was constantly increasing. The first 10 feet. 100 feet. 5,000 feet. 10,000 feet. After a full 10,000 feet, Lin Fei's shadow was almost completely submerged by the small swords. What a powerful kid. His comprehension of the sword Dao has reached this level. Black Demon was very satisfied. These small swords are purely formed by sword energy. Each small sword's power is no less than that of the profound Grandmaster late stage. It wasn't that Black Demon had never seen a sword Dao expert. They were young, and this level was rare. This successor was obviously more powerful than the previous ones. Kumu's Celestial Immortal's Dao comprehension was not even 1/10 of Lin Fei's. If Kumu had half of Lin Fei's, he wouldn't have fallen after becoming a Celestial Immortal. Black Demon sighed, this kid's sword intent is very strong, and he has integrated murderous aura into his sword. Mother-child twin ring sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the small swords were broken, a black sword intent pierced out of thin air. It also erupted with power no less than that of the profound Grandmaster late stage. A sword hidden within a sword, a true sword Dao expert. While all of the small swords within 1,000 feet disappeared, followed by sword silk. Black Demon slowly disappeared. 7 days later. Underground world. The heavenly demon king that young master requested has been successfully caught. After Daoist Red Leaf put away the heavenly demon king, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. In these 7 days, they had been busy searching for the heavenly demon king. There were many heavenly demon kings in the heavenly demon kingdom. Due to the danger of the region, even with their powerful lineup, they had to be careful and could only find a relatively safe location for the whereabouts of the heavenly demon king. In 7 days, they had caught an early-stage profound sage heavenly demon king. They were already very satisfied. As long as the mission was completed. Even so, they had paid a lot. Of the 5 deacons, 2 were killed by the heavenly demon king, and the 100-man squad also lost about 20 people, which was not a small loss. Compared to the harvest, this loss could be ignored. Daoist Red Leaf blamed this loss on the person behind the scenes. If it wasn't for the other party robbing them, he wouldn't have to lose people. All this was the other party's fault, so he didn't have a good attitude towards Big Lou and the other 2. Check if the pristine jade bottle is still in the underground world. Daoist Red Leaf was obviously angry. The 2 Helm Lords didn't look good either. These deacons were their subordinates. Losing them was equivalent to their strength being affected. They were also angry at the person who secretly attacked. Still in the underground world? After the result came out, Daoist Red Leaf was also slightly stunned, then revealed a cold expression, this person is really bold. He actually didn't leave the underground world. It's just right to send him to hell. Whether the person left or not, they had to go over and take a look. If he was still there, that would be the best. If he wasn't there, there was no loss. A group of people flew towards the location with murderous intent. Boss Hairball, there aren't many things in the underground world, but there are quite a lot of heavenly demon kings. I guarantee that boss can eat to your heart's content. If you can't finish it, you can also raise a group of heavenly demon kings. If you want to eat them, just catch one and eat it. In these few days, Obsidian fully exerted his ability and finally curried favor with Boss Hairball. That makes sense. Raise a large group and eat them whenever you want. Hairball had an arrogant look, in the future, you will manage those heavenly demon kings for me. I want you to raise them until they are white and fat. If you manage them well, I can give you a demonic beast to eat. Boss, don't worry. I'm the best at this. Obsidian smiled, at that time, you can raise as many as you want. Rumble the temporary cave house was shaking. Obsidian finally got a good position. Being interrupted abruptly, he felt extremely displeased. Boss Hairball, there is food sent up. This little one will catch it for you right away. Obsidian knew how to rely on his glib tongue, and at the same time, he had to rely on his strength to show himself. If he wanted to live freely in the future, Currying favor with Boss Hairball was the first task. Some blind guy came up to make trouble. Obsidian rolled his eyes, and the first thing he thought of was to perform well. After inheriting the memory, the only thing Hairball liked was to eat. Go and catch them. Hairball directly fell on Obsidian, her eyes full of excitement. Hall Master, there seems to be no one below. A deacon disciple said. Following the clues left by the jade bottle, Red Leaf Daoist led everyone to find this place. Without any explanation, he set up a formation and launched a crazy attack. Whoever dares to attack the great heavenly demon king will all die. Obsidian rushed up from the underground with a fierce look. Black mist filled the sky. Everyone was startled. How could a heavenly demon king appear in this place? Moreover, it was an early-stage profound sage heavenly demon king. Hall Master, the one we caught back then was this heavenly demon king. Big Lou was very surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that the heavenly demon king was the one in front of him. Chapter 442. He wanted to find someone, but it turned out to be the heavenly demon king, which was really surprising. I can't be wrong. Even if this heavenly demon king turns to ashes, I can still recognize it. In order to capture this heavenly demon king, it took about 6 hours. Second brother and third brother's Shen Yuan was almost completely consumed. I remember it clearly. Eldest Lu guaranteed. The heavenly demon king in front of him was the heavenly demon king that he had attacked that day. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how this heavenly demon king came out. The jade bottle was sealed, so it couldn't escape. Daoist Shuryen said, if I'm not wrong, that person must have opened the seal and released the heavenly demon king. As for where he went, maybe he has been killed by the heavenly demon king. I also think Shuryen's words are very reasonable. Daoist Xianxia also said, that person is most likely dead. Why don't we catch another heavenly demon king back to atone for our sins? It's not bad to use it as a backup. As soon as Obsidian came up, he immediately recognized Eldest Lu and the other two. Bastard, I'm going to kill you this time. Obsidian roared. The 3 people in front of him were the culprits who harmed him. Heavenly Demon Voice, this was the unique ability of the Heavenly Demon King. Hua hua hua, hua the black mist turned into notes, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, miserable and fierce, intertwining into one. Formation. Daoist Hongya said coldly, catch this Heavenly Demon King. As said, the person behind the scenes couldn't be found. It was not impossible to catch another Heavenly Demon King back. He couldn't return empty-handed. Obsidian's Heavenly Demon Voice was very powerful. Unfortunately, the team brought by Daoist Hongye was all prepared in advance. Heavenly Demon Voice only caused small casualties. Heavenly Demon Blade. The overwhelming Heavenly Demon Blade slashed toward them. Dang 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 dang, the formation was completed. The Heavenly Demon Blade blasted on the formation and was blocked. Damn, I was fooled. After Obsidian calmed down, he regretted it. When he recognized them, he was furious and wanted to kill them to avenge the previous hatred, but he ignored one thing. The 3 of them captured him with the formation. At this time, the number of people was greater than before, and the situation was very bad. It was too late now. The formation was completed, and Obsidian was trapped inside. Advance, suppress the Heavenly Demon King. An early-stage profound sage Heavenly Demon King would never be able to escape from their immortal trapping formation. It would obediently become their sealed object. Charge. The strength of an early profound sage Obsidian was fully exerted. Ripples appeared on the formation, but he was unable to break it. Don't struggle. This is the immortal trapping array. Every time you attack, the array will absorb your strength and its defensive power will increase. Daoist Shuryen said calmly. An early-stage profound sage Heavenly Demon King was not worth mentioning. Obsidian's attack became even more frenzied. The formation formed by the team of less than 100 people forcibly blocked the attack. The disciple maintaining the formation turned pale. The range of the array formation continued to shrink. When the array formation was completely compressed, anyone would be sealed and become a sealed artifact. So it's the immortal trapping array. Where did they come from? Obsidian had lived for 10,000 years. How could he not know about the immortal trapping array? A formation that could even trap immortals was easily used to deal with an early-stage profound sage like him. Damn it, if there was no formation, I could kill them easily. Obsidian's eyes were almost spewing fire. When his advantage was suppressed, his strength could not stand out. Little Black, you're really useless. Hairball was very disdainful. Obsidian's face and ears were red, and he was very ashamed. A dignified heavenly demon king was suppressed again and again. If this spread out, he would be a joke. There's a strange beast. Daoist Tian Shui was the first to discover it. The heavenly demon king actually surrendered to a strange beast. Shi Yan also showed a look of surprise, and his greedy eyes fell on the little fellow. Strange beast, I didn't expect there to be a strange beast here. Daoist Red Leaf realized how precious it was. Just as he said, if it wasn't for the immortal trapping array, they would definitely not be as carefree as they were now. Discovering a strange beast, although he did not know its grade, Daoist Red Leaf thought quickly, if I bring this strange beast back, if I'm lucky, I can identify it as a special strange beast. It will be a great contribution, and I will have a chance to sit in the position of protector. It seems that God is really helping me this time. Hairball had heard a lot these days. Seeing that Obsidian was not powerful at all, she was very unhappy. Huala traveling through the void. The immortal trapping array was said to be able to trap all immortals, but it could not trap Hairball, a space-strange beast. Great devouring Hairball, who flew out, swallowed more than a dozen people from the team of 100 people. Delicious, really delicious. Daoist Red Leaf was stunned. Daoist Shi Yan and Daoist Tian Shui were also stunned. The rest of the people were also stunned. Damn, what kind of strange beast was this? It ate more than a dozen profound Emperor sect disciples in one breath. This was something they had never seen before. Quick, catch it, this is a space-strange beast. Daoist Red Leaf reacted, his eyes sparkling as if he had found a peerless treasure. Huala, the three of them were mystique venerable rank powerhouses, so they naturally knew the value of a space-strange beast. Anyone with a spatial beast would be able to enter all the secret realms on the continent and collect endless treasures. Space-strange beasts could travel through the void. They were the favored children of heaven, able to travel through various arcane realms and dangerous places. Human powerhouses could not do this, but in front of a space-strange beast, it was as easy as walking into a vegetable garden. There was no pressure, no danger. The three of them instantly unleashed a formation. Sealing the void. Activating the true treasure, they attacked Hairball. Hairball's only divine ability was the Great Devouring. In the face of a mystique venerable rank powerhouse's attack, it dodged here and there, constantly traveling through the void. It looked pathetic, but in fact, it had the upper hand. I'm going to eat you. No, I'm going to keep you in captivity, and let Xiao Hei raise you until you're all white and plump. Hairball also knew that these three were powerful. After listening to Obsidian, she planned to keep them in captivity. Daoist Red Leaf and the others almost vomited blood. They were all powerhouses, considered powerhouses on the continent. Now, someone wanted to keep them in captivity. It was simply audacious. The three of them attacked even more wildly, gradually forcing Hairball into a certain range. Shi Yan and Tianshui attacked head-on, attracting the other party's attention. Hairball was weak and not adept at combat, so she still could not defend against their schemes. Ding! Daoist Red Leaf shot a red light into Hairball's body. Hairball, who was about to travel through the void, could not use spatial force. Huh, you've been hit by the space-locking needle. Let's see where you can run to. With a flick of his sleeve, a giant palm grabbed through the air. A victorious smile appeared on Daoist Red Leaf's face. With the space-strange beast in his hands, he could also become a guardian. His power would increase greatly, and he would no longer need to bring people out. Chapter 443. the huge palm was cut open by the sword. Similarly, a huge hand reached out and quickly scooped the spatial beast away. Then, a person appeared in front of everyone. Everything happened incredibly fast. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. They had lost the best opportunity. The spatial beast that they coveted was currently squatting on the shoulder of the young man. It was extremely furious. "Master, these people are very despicable. They want to capture Hairball." Hairball was a primordial evil dragon. When she reached adulthood, she was extremely powerful and was a true overlord. However, when she was still a child, she was completely different. She was not strong in combat, but she was good at escaping. Nobody could catch her when she traveled through the void. Traveling through the void, there was nothing it could not escape from. If it encountered some powerful true treasure that locked down the void, Furball's advantage would be non-existent. The person who came out was Lin Fei, who had been comprehending the Tao. Lin Fei's palm landed on Hairball. It seemed fierce, but in fact, it did not contain any power. The long red needle was slapped away. This long red needle was the treasure used by Daoist Red Leaf. Hairball untied herself and began to move again. She was in a much better mood. "You were the one who attacked just now." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and smiled. Everyone could feel the anger hidden under this smile. Originally, Lin Fei was comprehending Tao at a deeper level in the Hall of True Enlightenment. If it were not for Obsidian, Lin Fei would not have come out in advance. The system would tame her. Once something happened, the system would remind him. Lin Fei was glad that he had come out, or else Furball would have been captured by someone else. If that happened, it would have been very difficult to snatch it back. Naturally, there was anger. "Who are you? Do you want to go against the Divine Sword School?" Daoist Red Leaf was in a bad mood. Seeing that the spatial beast was about to be in his hands, but it was interrupted, he was indescribably unhappy. His position as a protector was far away. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. "So you are disciples of the Divine Sword School. Looking at your behavior, you should be from the Divine Sword School." "Hall Master, he was the one who attacked last time." Eldest Lu recognized the voice. He remembered this voice clearly. After connecting the dots, Lu De came to a realization. It was this spatial beast that had snatched the pristine jade bottle in the end. This is what it means to wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. You've saved us a lot of trouble by delivering yourself to our doorstep. Daoist Red Leaf was slightly stunned. Then, he said calmly, "Hand over the dimensional beast, and I can decide to let you go." From that strike just now, Daoist Red Leaf realized that this person's combat power was very strong. Thus, Taoist Red Leaf brought up the name of the Divine Sword School to pressure them, forcing them to lower their heads and hand over the space exotic beast. Otherwise, they would be able to take them down even if they had to pay a price. Lin Fei chuckled and pointed with his finger. "Will you hand over the hairball? Ask him first if he'll agree." Crash! The killing sword landed in Lin Fei's hand. With a slash, sword chi filled the air. Bang bang bang, the sword chi transformed into rays of white light. The 100-man team that was originally supporting the formation immediately suffered a huge blow and was heavily injured. Under the sword chi, most of them were killed, and only a few were left. Once the disciples of the 100-man team died, the immortal trapping formation could not be maintained. Obsidian broke the seal and rushed out. He himself had the combat power of a sage, and the formation could not be maintained. Of course, he came out. Demonic blade, he almost made a mistake and caused Hairball to almost be captured. As soon as Obsidian came out, he displayed the demonic blade and killed the remaining disciples of the 100-man team. Faced with Obsidian, who was at the early stage of profound sage, the difference in strength made them die in one move. "Didn't you want to suppress me just now?" Obsidian rushed up and slashed down with the demonic blade. The important thing was that Obsidian had to show himself, or he would suffer this time because he saw the anger in Lin Fei's eyes. The dignified demonic king was almost suppressed, and the old ancestor Hairball was almost captured. He had made a big mistake. To atone for his sins, this was the only way. Crash. With one slash, the remaining 3 deacons were killed directly. Close the formation. The expressions of the remaining 3 changed drastically. This turn of events was beyond imagination. Now it was their turn to be in danger. The tables had turned. They cursed in their hearts that they had underestimated the kid's strength. He broke the formation with one move and even released a sage. Among the 3 of them, the 2 branch leaders were Mystique Venerable Middle Stage and Mystique Venerable Late Stage, while Red Leaf Daoist was a great perfection Mystique Venerable. His combat power was outstanding, but he still felt great pressure from the heavenly demonic king. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the saber gleam slashed down, and cracks appeared in the void. The 3 barely blocked the attack, and their faces turned pale. A sage's heavenly demonic king was not easy to deal with. At the same time, they were shocked by the kid's ability. The kid could command the heavenly demonic king and had a rare spatial beast. This was completely unexpected. Either way, it would give them a headache. Clang clang clang. Obsidian's saber technique was ruthless and domineering. The saber gleam contained all kinds of negative emotions. If one was injured, the negative emotions would make it difficult for the wound to heal, which would affect the mind. This was the terror of the heavenly demonic king. Xiao Hei, kill them. Furball had suffered a loss and hated them to the bone. Boss Hairball, I will definitely kill them. Don't worry. Daoist, Red Leaf and the rest looked even worse. When had they ever been in such a difficult situation? A spatial beast actually wanted to kill them. They were extremely angry. There was no time to be angry. The most important thing was to leave. The attack of a sage was too strong. Even a heavenly demonic king had to be polite to a spatial beast. This time, they were really in big trouble. Use the summoning order. Daoist Red Leaf made a prompt decision and quietly crushed the summoning order. This summoning order was a way of notifying the Sword God Union. All the disciples in this area would receive the summoning order and come to help them immediately. Bang! Obsidian slashed down with a saber gleam. Before the will of the summoning order could escape into the void, it was directly cut off by Obsidian and the connection was cut off. Humph, trying to leak information in front of me. Obsidian snorted coldly and his saber technique suddenly changed. 18 demonic saber moves. It was a killer move. The surging saber intent rushed out of the illusory figures of heavenly demons. In the blink of an eye, 18 heavenly demons rushed out and continuously attacked the formation formed by the 3. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 heavenly demons continuously attacked the formation. Each attack was a few times more powerful than the previous ones. Before the 18 strikes ended, the formation was broken. The 3 of them formed a formation and barely managed to block it. Once the formation was broken, they would not be able to block the attack of a sage. Run! The 3 of them fled in 3 different directions, trying to get rid of Obsidian. This was a good idea usually, but it was used in the wrong place. Even Lin Fei laughed. Cleverness could be misplaced. If the 3 of them worked together, they might be able to hold on. Once they left, there would be no more chances and hope. Obsidian sneered. If they wanted to escape in front of him, then he would not be a heavenly demonic king anymore. How could he redeem himself? One slash and Daoist Shi Yen died. Another slash and Tianshui died. His body was also cut into 2 by the saber. In front of a sage, Venerable Xian's strength was still lacking. If a sage wanted to kill someone, he would not be able to leave alive unless he went easy on his opponent. Shi Yen, Tianshui is dead. Seeing their dead bodies, Daoist Red Leaf was scared out of his wits. He had killed a heavenly demonic king before, but now that he had done it, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. I'm from the Sword God Society. If you kill me, Master will definitely kill you one by one. Daoist Red Leaf was protected by true treasures, but he still felt a chill in his heart. Once again, he brought up young Master Sword God. The 3 of them worked together, but they still could not stop a sage. Before becoming a sage, a mystic venerable was like a pig or a dog. Daoist Red Leaf finally realized the meaning of this sentence. I don't care if you're from the Sword God Society or some other society. If I want you to die today, you will die here. Obsidian was not a good person. Before he was subdued, he was famous for his violence. What he hated the most was being threatened. Obsidian obviously knew about the Sword God Society. This first-grade sect had many experts. If the sage of the Sword God Society attacked, Obsidian might have some reservations. But now, there was no need to worry. No one would know if he killed him. Whoosh! With one slash, Daoist Red Leaf lost 4 or 5 protective true treasures in one go. Only then did he manage to save his life. However, he was also sent flying and crashed into a black mountain. Bang! The heavenly demon saber was pressed against Daoist Red Leaf's throat. The cold gleam on the tip of the saber told Daoist Red Leaf that if he moved, he would die. If you dare move, I'll kill you. In Obsidian's eyes, there was no difference between a mystic venerable rank and a mystic venerable rank at great perfection. Lin Fei landed as well. Obsidian's combat strength made him very happy. Back then, he did not kill him but subdued him. Now, he had another expert by his side. You've got some guts. How dare you steal my things? Lin Fei stepped on Daoist Red Leaf's chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Obsidian's slash had injured Daoist Red Leaf. A sage's slash was not that easy to block. Cough, cough. Daoist Red Leaf spat out blood. You've offended Master and stolen his things. Master will kill you with his own hands. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Kill me? Many people have said that they want to kill me. In the end, they all died in front of me. That master of yours is nothing. If you dare to make a move, you should know that you will pay the price. With a palm slash, Daoist Red Leaf's head exploded. Revenge from the Sword God Association? Lin Fei was not worried at all. Even if they were disciples of the same sect, as long as they made a move against him, Lin Fei would kill them and destroy them. There was no evidence, so there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, this was the heavenly demon nation. Death was the most common thing. There was nothing surprising about it. At most, it was because they were not as skilled as others. As soon as Daoist Red Leaf died, something strange happened. Suddenly, a different aura came from the sky. Lin Fei looked up. In the dark sky, a shadow appeared. It was wearing a golden robe, shining brightly, like a god descending. However, the shadow's expression was very cold, like a block of ice that would not change for 10,000 years. It was so cold that no one dared to approach it. Projection. Soon, Lin Fei saw a nameplate appear on Daoist Red Leaf's body and guessed the situation. Chapter 444. The cold and emotionless words carried a tone that could not be refused, like a high and mighty god that would not allow anyone to disobey his will. Pressure, great pressure. Lin Fei raised his brows as a strange look flashed across his eyes. The sword whirlpool around him shattered the incoming pressure inch by inch, reducing the invisible pressure. Who are you? Did you kill Daoist Red Leaf? Danger, a very dangerous aura. Little bastard, who allowed you to make a move? Obsidian appeared in front of Lin Fei and slashed with the Sky Devil Blade, shattering the rain of swords one by one. After the rain of swords passed, a rain sword rushed out, leaving behind a white light. Obsidian was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, leaving behind a rain of blood. One sword, and Obsidian was injured. An early-stage profound sage Obsidian was defeated by the opponent. What a strong sword intent. Infused with the Tao of Rain, the aura is restrained, and it's very realistic. It's clearly reached a very high realm, not weaker than my invincible sword intent. Obsidian is a Sky Devil King, but he couldn't even block one sword. This person is very strong. Lin Fei was startled, and his expression turned grave. Who exactly is this person? Why does his sword intent contain a will that looks down on the world and looks down on the world? With just one sword, Lin Fei saw the clues and clicked his tongue. He had met a powerful opponent. With a thought, a huge water-fire lotus appeared. The rain of swords struck on the lotus leaves, instantly piercing through the lotus leaves. Layer by layer, the swords pierced through the lotus leaves and returned to Mount Tai. At first, it was fast, but towards the end, the lotus leaves kept growing, and the cycle continued to reduce the power of the sword rain, blocking this supreme sword intent. After comprehending the Tao and the Hall of True Enlightenment, Lin Fei's water-fire lotus had improved by a few levels. He had truly integrated the water and fire paths, increasing his defense by several times. If it was before, this sword rain alone would have given Lin Fei a headache. You are the sword god prince. Suddenly, Lin Fei said a name with a smile. The youth in embroidered robes was still as cold as ever. Since you know this young master's great name, you still dare to kill my subordinates? Haha. Lin Fei laughed. I killed your people, so what can you do to me? Don't think that just because people call you young master, they are all the same in my eyes. Today, I will destroy your projection. He had guessed that the other party was the godly swordsman young master, as he could tell from the corpse of Daoist Red Leaf. Apart from this sword god young master, there was no one else who could match his sword intent. After Lin Fei probed a little, the other party directly admitted that he was the sword god prince. Only the reincarnated immortals could possess this kind of sword intent that seemed like a sovereign descending upon the world. Ordinary people had limited knowledge and were unable to contain the sword intent of a sovereign descending upon the world. Lin Fei had never thought that he would run into the sword god young master, the #1 young expert in the sword god sect. After a simple exchange of blows, the sword god young master was indeed as powerful as the rumor said. Total annihilation. The heaven-soaring earth fiend sword flew out and formed the core sword formation. The 720 flying swords formed the outer sword formation and formed a huge flying sword that rushed towards the sword god young master. Since he made a move, he would go all out. The other party was the sword god young master. His reputation was abnormally resounding. A few hundred years ago, the other party's strength reached the peak of sage. Now, he might have reached the level of an emperor. Even if he was just a projection, his strength was not to be underestimated. Projection was a magical ability that only emperor-level experts could use to kill people from a distance. A very good sword formation. With a simple sentence, the sword god young master pointed with his finger and the huge flying sword was forcefully sent flying. How can this be? Lin Fei was shocked. It was broken just like that. The second finger shot out. Sovereign descending upon the world's sword intent. Within the sword intent, an emperor appeared, laughing at the world as he slashed out with his sword. Lin Fei's body flickered. With a bang, he flew out and crashed into a mountain peak. The mountain peak was also broken in the middle, giving off a loud rumbling sound. The might of one finger was so terrifying. Rumble. Rumble. A large piece of rubble flew out and a person rushed out from below. He looked somewhat miserable. It was Lin Fei who was sent flying. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Lin Fei looked up. I thought that the sword god young master was very powerful. I didn't expect it to be just an undeserved reputation. The sword god young master is only so-so. He was still shocked in his heart. The sword god young master was very powerful. Fortunately, the defense of the Azure Dragon true body was strong and blocked most of the attacks. Even so, Lin Fei did not have it easy. This was the first time he met such a powerful freak. No wonder you dared to kill Daoist Red Leaf and the others and dare to snatch the things. You do have some ability. The sword god young master said, however, you will definitely die in the next sword. Sovereign descending upon the world. A phantom appeared behind the sword god young master and a vast aura surged out. At this moment, all the celestial demons within the perimeter submitted to him. Submission, true submission. Pressure, enormous pressure, directly pressed over, and the mountain peak was turned into powder. Wounds appeared on the azure dragon true body and blood gushed out. Lin Fei became a bloody man, looking very terrifying and ferocious. Break for me. Quintessential essence surged and sword intent broke the dome of heaven. The huge pressure forcefully tore apart a part of it. 3,000 immortal arts, great entanglement art. Huge vines appeared on the sword god young master's body and wrapped around him. The sword god young master did not care, it is just great entanglement art. Sword intent burst out and the vines kept shattering. That might not be the case. 3,000 immortal arts, great slicing art. A silver crescent cut out from the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was cut in half. The sword intent of the sovereign descending upon the world was far inferior to this unstoppable immortal art. I will find you. The sword god young master did not block. The projection was cut in half and a huge energy spread out, causing the surrounding area to explode. After a while, a figure rushed over. Damn it, as expected of someone who can do great things. Facing his 3,000 immortal arts, ordinary people would not be able to directly give up on the projection. However, the sword god young master did it. A projection's strength was not lower than the sage realm. The sword god young master's strength must have reached the sovereign realm. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been killed. Seems like after I use the 3,000 immortal arts, my combat strength can reach the sage realm. Even if it is not as good, there is not much difference. As long as I don't meet a powerful sage realm expert. After the battle, Lin Fei had a better understanding of his strength. After comprehending the Tao in a short time, his strength improved very quickly. After offending the sword god young master, revenge should come soon. I have to quickly advance again. Lin Fei suppressed the pressure, and it was followed by great excitement. Chapter 445. Inside a space. It was boundless, and there was no end to it. At the peak of a mountain, there was a golden palace that shone brightly under the sunlight. Pooh! In the palace, the golden-robed youth suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword intent contained in the blood had left a huge hole in the priceless floorboards. It was a heart-wrenching sight. The young man in embroidered clothes didn't think much of it, and a rare strange expression appeared on his face. On the left and right sides of the young man in embroidered robes, there were sages. Their auras were concealed and they sat quietly, unable to conceal the admiration in their eyes. However, when they saw the young man in embroidered clothes spit out blood, they were all shocked. They were shocked. How did young master get injured? It had been many years since the young master had been injured. Why was he injured today? Young master, what's wrong? A middle-aged man stood beside the youth in embroidered robes. His tone was urgent, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. It's fine. This place was one of the training grounds of the sword god young master. It's just the loss of a doppelganger, but I've encountered a decent opponent. The sword god young master said indifferently, as if he was talking about something interesting. It's a pity that the opponent is too weak. But to the crowd, this news was hard to believe. Someone destroyed the young master's clone? How could this be possible? Their young master's strength had long entered the imperial realm. As for what level his true combat strength had reached, they didn't know. The only thing he knew was that 10 years ago, the young master personally killed a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial with 3 moves. 10 years later, he might be able to kill 7 or 8 tribulation itinerant immortals. With such strength, how could his doppelganger be destroyed? They almost suspected that they had heard wrongly and that the young master was joking. However, since the young master said it, it must be the truth. There was no way it could be wrong. The Emperor Projection Avatar's combat power was at least at the level of a sage. White Demon, take someone out and bring this person's soul back. On the left was a white-haired man in white clothes. He sat upright and still. When he heard this, he stood up. Young master, don't worry. White Demon will personally bring the soul back. Hearing that the young master had asked Daoist White Fiend to make a move, everyone knew that the young master was angry. The calmer the young master was, the the angrier he became. Daoist White Demon had the battle prowess of a mid-sage sage. His great soul-capturing technique could capture anything and was infamous for its ferocity. Amongst the sages, his battle prowess could be ranked in the top few. Half a day later. On a quiet mountain peak in the Divine Sword School. Great senior sister, good news, good news. A red light landed on the mountain peak, and then appeared on the shore of a sparkling lake. Beside the lake, the white-clothed girl was like a snow lotus on the Tian Shan mountain. A light breeze blew at her clothes, causing the edges of her skirt to sway. She was otherworldly. Hundreds of birds formed a flock, surrounding her. It was a very leisurely scene. Red eyebrows, you're still so energetic. Be careful not to scare my flowers and birds. The spirited voice was like flowing water in the mountains, slowly flowing through his heart. Big senior sister, I'm here to tell you some good news. Why are you exposing my shortcomings again? You're in such a rush. I think it's great. Red Eyebrow grinned. The birds and beasts that had stopped by the lakeside were quiet and did not leave because someone had come. It was as if it had become a spirit. The white-clothed youth turned around, revealing his fairy-like appearance. Speak. What news is worth you coming here in person? This young lady did not look very old, but in reality, she was the goddess in everyone's hearts in the Divine Sword sect, Fairy Mingyu. The leader of Pink Rose. Red Eyebrow grinned. I just heard that sword god vomited blood. What do you think? This news is very satisfying, right? Fairy Mingyu's eyes were filled with obvious disgust. You know I don't like to hear about sword god. Red Eyebrow stuck out his pink tongue. Big senior sister, you've misunderstood. I'm saying that he used a projection magical ability today to send a clone to kill someone. In the end, the clone was destroyed, and he vomited blood in front of everyone. Fairy Mingyu was slightly moved. This seems impossible. Sword God's strength has already reached the level of an emperor, and the strength of his projection clone is at least at the level of a sage. It's normal to defeat him, but it's impossible to kill his clone. Could it be that an emperor did it? It's true. Sword God is indeed injured, Red Eyebrow said very seriously. It seems that he was defeated by someone who is not very powerful. It shouldn't be an emperor, but a sage. I heard that he has already arranged for White Demon Daoist to take action. Demonic Nation? It should be. Red Eyebrow nodded. Fairy Mingyu smiled. It's rare to see sword gods suffer a loss. I'm interested in the person who defeated him. It seems that it's necessary to go and have a look. Red Eyebrow was obviously startled. Ah, big senior sister, are you really going to Demonic Nation to help that person? I'll see. Fairy Mingyu said. It just so happens that I need Heavenly Demon King for cultivation. If my guess is right, it should be related to Heavenly Demon King that made Sword God send his clone down. Eldest senior sister, please take me there. I also want to see what kind of person is so ferocious to be able to kill the Sword God's clone and make him suffer such a great loss. Could it be another person who has a crush on you? Nonsense. If you continue, I won't take you there. Big senior sister, I know I'm wrong. Demonic Nation, underground world. In a dark lair. Our king is mighty. Our king is mighty. Unify the underground world. A large number of demonic imps, demonic generals, and demonic marshals were prostrating on the ground. It was hard to see how many of them were worshipping Dark Demon King who was sitting on the highest seat. Ha 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 ha. Dark Demon King laughed as he stood up. Serve the wine and food. Unbeknownst to them, a black figure was moving in the dark, gradually approaching Dark Demon King. This person was none other than Lin Fei. Just a little bit more. It's not time yet. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, retracted all his aura and no killing intent. At this moment, he was less than 500 feet away from Dark Demon King. Good, now is the time. Lin Fei moved quickly and stabbed with his sword. Invincible sword intent was released. Assassination. A real assassination. Dark Demon King was startled. Sword intent flashed before his eyes. His head flew up and his yuanshan flew out. He was in a state of shock. Before he could recover, a strange beast rushed out of the void and swallowed his yuanshan. Everything happened so fast. King is dead. Avenge King. Kill. The remaining demonic commanders rushed forward with their people. Sword chi turned into threads and swept through the entire lair. Broken limbs and corpses were everywhere. An hour later, there was no one in the lair. All the demonic lords were dead. After comprehending the Tao and the Hall of True Enlightenment, my combat power has greatly improved. My understanding of the Sword Immortal Great Tao is far better than before. Now I can attack from 1,000 feet away without anyone noticing and easily kill Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei reviewed the attack just now. After killing the projection of young Master Sword God, Lin Fei, under the leadership of Little Black, kept looking for Heavenly Demon King to attack. At first, it was the Heavenly Demon General, but with his understanding of assassination, he finally chose to attack Heavenly Demon King. The Heavenly Demon King that he just assassinated had strength around the middle stage of Sage. In a head-on battle, Lin Fei could fight to a draw, but it was far from easy to kill him. When Heavenly Demon King's body was destroyed, Hairball took the opportunity to attack. They cooperated very well. Delicious, so delicious. Hairball, the foodie, landed on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei's eyes twitched. A sage's primordial spirit was priceless. Lin Fei remembered that Hairball ate at least a dozen sage primordial spirits. She was not afraid of indigestion, really. The energy contained in a sage primordial spirit was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Hairball did not care at all and ate it like candy. It was also thanks to Hairball's help that the Heavenly Demon Saint could be killed. At the Mystique Venerable rank, one could cultivate a primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit did not die, the physical body would not be destroyed. Once the physical body was destroyed, the primordial spirit could escape thousands of miles away. After Hairball attacked, no matter how powerful the primordial spirit was, it was not as powerful as Hairball's void travel. You only know how to eat. You're a foodie. Hairball burped in satisfaction and ignored this sentence. Master. I've collected all the treasures of the Dark Demon King. After the last incident, Little Black was well behaved and rushed to do everything, which saved Lin Fei a lot of trouble. Let's go and find the next Heavenly Demon King. Needless to say, with Little Black as a spy, Lin Fei saved a lot of trouble and went straight to the next Heavenly Demon King. After killing 2 more Heavenly Demon Kings, I can complete another mission. There are still Heavenly Demon Generals and Heavenly Demon Marshals. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled, they're all endless EXP. There were strong and weak Heavenly Demon Kings. Lin Fei naturally would not provoke the late-stage sage. Early-stage sage and mid-stage sage were one of Lin Fei's main targets. The rest of the Heavenly Demon Kings were completed as missions. Once the Heavenly Demon King died, the remaining subordinates were almost no match for Lin Fei. Each time they were killed, not a single one was left, and Lin Fei's net worth was also constantly increasing. His EXP was increasing. His vitality was increasing. His points were also increasing. It could be said that his speed was increasing like a rocket. This was also because the Heavenly Demon Nation was a special place with countless heavenly demons. Lin Fei could accept missions to his heart's content and obtain large amounts of EXP, points, and vitality. Lin Fei was not tired of it and was busy killing heavenly demons. It would not take long before he would advance from the Mystic Grandmaster level to the Mystic Venerable level. With such a fast leveling speed, there was no other monster like him. Elder White, that person is still in the underground world, but we don't know his exact location. At the entrance of the passageway, more than 10 people appeared in the underground world. A group of heavenly demons rushed up and were instantly killed by them. It did not affect them at all. White Devil Daoist sneered, "That's perfect. I want to see what kind of background this person has." He took out a red bead from it. Great tracking skill. The red bead turned into a red light and disappeared into the darkness. White Devil Daoist laughed. Let's see where you can hide under the great tracking skill. This was White Devil Daoist's specialty. Chapter 446. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip of waiting vs Feiyang. Bang! In the gloomy lair, another heavenly demon king fell. Soon, I can accept the promotion mission. In the past few days, Lin Fei had gained some understanding of the sword techniques, especially the dark stealth and assassination techniques. Few heavenly demon kings could dodge his assassination. As a result, the experience points that Lin Fei needed were constantly increasing. He was about to advance again. Advancing from Mystic Grandmaster to Mystic Venerable Lord would allow him to cultivate his primordial spirit and become a true powerhouse of the continent. As long as the primordial spirit did not die, the body would not be destroyed. Xiao He, collect the spoils of war. Right now, Lin Fei needed experience points. Xiao He would take care of everything else. As for Hairball, she specialized in eating primordial spirits. She ate them comfortably. Rumble. Suddenly, the lair shook, and large pieces of rubble fell. Lin Fei soared into the sky and landed on a huge rock. A white-robed person appeared in his vision, and with a thought, he knew who this person was. Revenge? He was too narrow-minded. What sword god, young master? Lin Fei was very disdainful. Daoist White Fiend was also very disdainful. He did not expect that the person who made the young master suffer would be a young man, a person who was at the Mystic Grandmaster level. Of course, Daoist White Fiend would not simply think that the other party had the strength of a Mystic Grandmaster. To be able to destroy the projection clone, this person had at least the strength of a sage. Even if he was not a sage, he was not far from it. Kill. Daoist White Fiend waved his hand. He led the White Fiend team and quickly formed a formation. The black whip lashed down. Its strength was no less than that of a Mystic Venerable Lord. It was truly powerful. Punishment Spear. After his strength improved greatly, the power of Lin Fei's divine ability was even stronger than before. The huge spear collided with the long whip. The menacing black whip shook the entire formation. Then, the huge divine ability's power sent everyone flying. I sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sharp sword intent pierced through their bodies one by one. From beginning to end, it only took a short period of time to completely defeat the other party. If this is all you've got, all of you will have to stay here today. After comprehending the Tao and the Hall of True Enlightenment, Lin Fei's sword technique had to kill. The killing intent contained in it could even kill a primordial spirit with a single strike. No wonder you're so arrogant. Turns out you have some strength. Daoist White Fiend did not care about his dead subordinates. If the other party was really that weak, the young master wouldn't have let him make a move. This person was worthy of him taking action. The previous wave of attacks was just a test to gauge the other party's strength. The only thing he did not expect was that the other party's innate prowess and swordsmanship would be so frightening. A master at the level of Mystique Venerable One could be killed just like that. Mount Tai Suppression. Daoist White Fiend waved his hand and took out a superior grade true treasure. A black mountain appeared above Lin Fei's head. The true treasure's power flourished greatly, smashing down from the sky. With this smash, the great earth collapsed, and the entire region was smashed down. The sage's attack had yet to arrive, but its power was already so terrifying. Daoist White Fiend had used this true treasure to kill countless people. Anyone who was struck by the true treasure would have their bodies shattered and their essence souls severely injured. Lin Fei raised his brows. Break. The intrinsic flying sword transformed into a black beam and pierced through the mountain, leaving a huge crack in the superior grade true treasure. Damn it, my true treasure. Daoist White Fiend's eyes nearly popped out. It was unprecedented for a superior grade true treasure to be damaged by someone. Whoosh. Whoosh. Another two black beams shot down, and the mountain immediately became dilapidated. It frightened Daoist White Fiend so much that he immediately retracted his sword. When he looked again, his eyes were filled with greed. Supreme grade true treasure. You actually have a supreme grade true treasure. Daoist White Fiend's true treasure was a superior grade true treasure. It was fused with many materials and had astonishing defensive strength. Now that it had been broken, the other party's true treasure must have reached the level of a supreme grade true treasure. A supreme grade true treasure. A treasure that only sages could possess. Daoist White Fiend was extremely envious. He was a sage, but his true treasure was only a superior grade true treasure. Mount Tai being damaged was no longer important. It was worth it to be able to snatch a supreme grade true treasure. Ha ha ha, quickly hand over the supreme grade true treasure and I can give you a quick death. Idiot. Lin Fei snorted coldly as his intrinsic flying sword slashed through the air. A black torrent surged over. Daoist White Fiend was indeed an expert at the level of a sage. Immediately, 18 black beads appeared around him. As each bead spun, they forcefully blocked the torrent. Your strength is not bad, but you are unable to break through my 18 protection beads. Daoist White Fiend roared with laughter. You are quite impressive to force me to use my 18 protection beads. Lin Fei was slightly alarmed. This fellow sure had quite a number of treasures. The true treasure attack from before would probably have killed someone at the level of a mystic venerable. As for the 18 protection beads, they were similarly good items that could withstand his sword intent torrent. I'll be reaping a good harvest today. Lin Fei smiled. Explode. The sword intent torrent instantly exploded as the killing aura phantom struck the 18 protection beads. Its might was greatly reduced as it became sluggish. Darkness stealth, assassination art. Lin Fei teleported through the void and appeared once again. He stabbed Daoist White Fiend's glabella. This strike was already at his whim. One of the protection beads immediately shattered. In front of a sure kill strike, even a true treasure could forget about withstanding the attack. Even a Sky Fiend King would be killed. Boom! Daoist White Fiend's body was torn apart by the killing aura as his essence soul instantly escaped. You're dead. Daoist White Fiend's expression was hideous. He had actually suffered such a huge loss. His body was destroyed. Hairball, time to eat. When Hairball flew out, Daoist White Fiend vaguely sensed a dangerous aura. Daoist White Fiend revealed a panicked expression as he devoured it. Ah! Hairball did not stand on ceremony. She did not care what it was, she would just devour it. Ding! Discovered great tracking art. Ding! Discovered great soul-reaping art. Lin Fei was delighted. He had discovered another 3,000 immortal arts. It's indeed 3,000 immortal arts. With the 3,000 immortal arts in hand, Lin Fei smiled happily. No wonder this fellow could find me. So it's the great tracking art. This is a good thing. As for this great soul-reaping art, it's also very powerful. If I use it, it'll be a little troublesome. This person is very strong and has the strength of a mid-stage sage. Fortunately, I've been assassinating Sky Fiend Kings recently. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lin Fei learned the 3,000 immortal arts. The system sent him points and essence chi, allowing Lin Fei to earn a huge sum of money. With the great tracking art, it'll be easier to kill people in the future. After learning the great tracking art, Lin Fei was in a great mood. You're very strong. Don't you know that you've caused a huge disaster? Just as Lin Fei was feeling happy, an ethereal voice suddenly rang out. Who? Then, Lin Fei saw two women appear. He was shocked. This woman was very strong and seemed to have already entered the imperial realm. You don't have to be so nervous. We have no ill intentions towards you. The red-clothed woman was the first to speak. However, your strength is truly impressive. You killed Daoist White Demon the moment you attacked. Did you see that? After asking, Lin Fei wanted to slap himself. How could he say such words? If they didn't see it, how would they know that he had killed that person? However, who exactly were these two women? Bright Moon, look, this person is so silly. Red Brows. Bright Moon glared at him. If you continue to spout nonsense, I won't bring you here next time. Red Brows became obedient. Sir, do you know who you killed just now? I don't care about that. I've killed him. Lin Fei shook his head. Why should I care about it? Instead, why are you guys hiding in the void sneakily? You have quite a temper. Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson? Red Brows frowned. This kid isn't good at all. The person you killed is called Daoist White Fiend. He's at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm and is a capable subordinate of the Sword God. I believe you're the one who killed young Master Sword God's clone, right? Bright Moon said calmly. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the woman in red. She was quite pretty but didn't seem to have a good temper. However, this woman in white was different. She was delicate and very cute. So that person is at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm. No wonder he's so strong. Fortunately, I attacked first. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. I've learned a lot. Lin Fei nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Lin Fei didn't dare to relax in front of an Emperor Realm expert. Although I don't know which sect you're from, I advise you to leave the Sky Demon Kingdom. You killed Daoist White Fiend, so young Master Sword God's people will definitely spare no effort to kill you. Lin Fei could tell that she had good intentions. He seemed to have guessed who she was. Thank you. I understand. Big senior sister, this kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Red Brows watched her leave unhappily. This is the first time I've seen such a person. This person is very strong. Daoist White Fiend is at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm, but he couldn't even block the assassination technique. When did such an expert appear? No wonder he could kill Sword God's clone. Fairy Mingyu and the red-browed fairy had arrived very early. With the strength of an emperor, it was a piece of cake for him to find someone. Given Fairy Mingyu's personality, she had wanted to secretly attack and scare Daoist White Fiend away. In the end, Daoist White Fiend's strength exceeded her expectations, causing the mid-stage sage Daoist White Fiend to die in the Heavenly Fiend Nation. The most important thing was that spatial beast. Fairy Mingyu could even swallow the primordial spirit of a sage in one bite. She was utterly astonished. The strength of one's primordial spirit was no weaker than one's physical body. However, Daoist White Fiend's essence soul was unable to fight back against the other party's spatial mutated beast and was directly eaten. So what if his strength is high? His realm is too low. If he wants to become a saint or an emperor, he will need at least a few hundred years. Moreover, he needs to be talented. Young Master Sword God might not give him a chance to grow. If he sends another clone down, that brat definitely won't be able to withstand it. Eldest senior sister can't always take care of him in secret, right? Fairy Mingyu retracted her gaze. If this person can grow up, he will definitely become a super expert. His battle prowess is too great. Chapter 447. P.S. The power went out in the wee hours of yesterday and continued until 10 p.m. Hence, I can't update it anymore. Please forgive me. Boom. Along with Lin Fei's deep voice, the surrounding area was instantly filled with sword intent. Sword mountains, sword rain, and sword rivers evolved, turning the entire arena into a sword domain that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. The horrifying sword intent spread out unscrupulously, tearing cracks in the void and emitting a terrifying spatial aura. This wasn't the end. The sky was filled with sword intent, making people feel endless danger. Everyone felt endless danger from it. Sword domain, Fire Beacon Mountain. Flames rose within the sword domain. If one looked closely, they would realize that these flames weren't real flames, but were evolved from sword intent. Without exception, they all carried a sharp aura. Outside the flames, towering mountains came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. The four sages were instantly caught off guard. Don't fight it head-on, his sword intent can break through our defense. Damn, how can the invincible sword intent be so sharp? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. After exchanging blows, they instantly realized how powerful this sword domain was. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to tear through everything, causing them to feel immense pressure. There were very few sword intents that could bring fear to sages. As soon as the sword domain appeared, no matter if it was the inner court disciples or personal disciples, all of them were shocked. A sword domain that could trap sages, how did junior brother Lin Fei create such a mystique? Direct disciples possessed astonishing eyesight. With a single glance, they could tell that the sword domain was filled with danger. The sword domain was formed from the invincible sword intent, and it could suppress everything. Even if they were trapped within, it would be difficult for them to escape, let alone when they were under attack. Fire Beacon Mountain attacked relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the four sages were at a disadvantage. It was impossible to defend against the endless sword intent. Even the protection of true treasures could not block the sword intent. Tear. Dang, 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 dang. They are going to lose. Sword Maniac Patriarch laughed. Lin Fei is a peerless genius. He created the sword domain at such a young age. Within the sword domain, he is a sword god, an invincible god. Patriarch Crazy Sword also revealed a satisfied expression. In today's challenge, Lin Fei will be able to suppress everyone by relying on the sword domain. Patriarch Ruoxue also said. Old Ancestor Nine Fingers also laughed. In just a year, Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was completely unexpected. Especially this sword domain, which used the sword intent as the pillar and Lin Fei himself as the core. It was truly amazing. If one wanted to win against Lin Fei, they would have to suppress his invincible sword intent. But how could one talk about suppressing an invincible sword intent? We admit defeat. Just at Fire Beacon Mountain, the four sages' disciples had no choice but to admit defeat after enduring bitterly. They were filled with grievance. In the face of this sword domain, even if they wanted to win, they had no choice but to lower their heads in the face of this terrifying sword intent. Whoosh, the sword domain dissipated, and the four sages appeared in a sorry state. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Fei cupped his hands. The four sages' disciples did not say anything and directly left the arena. They did not have the face to continue staying. Defeating the four sages was completely within Lin Fei's expectations. The sword domain was powerful, and it was the strongest area of effect attack he had used in the past year. Its origin was naturally the work of the Eternal Emperor. This sword domain is practically tailor-made for me. When I use it with my invincible sword intent, I am an invincible god in the sword domain. It feels so good to defeat a sage in front of everyone. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I believe that no one will make a move next. Lin Fei had displayed his true strength, and unless they were muddle-headed, they would not make a move. The four mid-stage sages were no weaker than a late-stage sage. Unless a late-stage sage made a move, everything would be futile. In the end, it would all be for naught. Lin Fei is destined to become the Patriarch's disciple today. Zhua Zhongming of the Sword God Guild shook his head helplessly. You're not going to make a move? Daoist Guang Han asked. Do you think that we can defeat Lin Fei if we make a move? There's still a chance. Zhua Zhongming sneered. A sword domain can be used for both attack and defense. Who knows if Lin Fei has other mystical powers or secret skills? What if he does? It'll definitely be a war of attrition. Do you think that's possible? We can't just not make a move, can we? Daoist Guang Han said. It's fine. We'll have a chance sooner or later. That's all we can do, Daoist Guang Han said helplessly. On the other side, Fong Wen was also in a bad mood. Damn Lin Fei. How did he learn such a powerful mystical technique? Fong Wen's face was ashen. As a sage, he could tell that the sword domain was extraordinary. There was no need for him to make a move. It would only be a disgrace. Even with Fang Wen's eyesight, he couldn't see how to break this sword domain mystical technique. Brother Fang, it's impossible. Let's stop and observe the situation, Qin Kai advised. Fang Wen nodded. I just can't take this lying down. If I made a move a year ago, even if Lin Fei had 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to defeat me. He regretted it. Fang Wen saw boundless potential in Lin Fei. His combat power was already so terrifying as a Mystique Venerable rank. If he ascended to Mystique Sage, he would be able to sweep through everything. When that time came, how could disciples like them stand out? Qin Kai was also regretting it. There will be a chance. We can wait. The others also realized for the first time that Lin Fei, a peerless genius, was about to rise. No one could stop him. In half an hour, a few sage disciples made their moves, but they were all defeated without exception. The power of the sword domain. It also made them understand how powerful it was. Since they were embarrassed, they naturally couldn't be bothered to go up. The challenge is over. The nine-fingered elder ancestor announced and made the final decision for today's challenge. This result could be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Fei, a peerless genius, was more terrifying than they had imagined. He could even defeat a sage. If he could kill him, he might be able to kill a sage. Although it was just a guess, it was not far from the truth. Lin Fei's strength was obvious. The nine-fingered elder was very satisfied with today's challenge. He waved his hand and swept Lin Fei away. The other 5 itinerant immortal patriarchs also left. Junior brother Lin Fei is too amazing. He can even defeat a sage. I wonder which patriarch will he become. Who knows? Regardless of which ancestor he becomes, Lin Fei is not someone we can afford to offend. After the patriarchs and Lin Fei left, the people in the plaza felt like they had just had a dream. As for the other disciples, they turned around and left to report the situation. At this moment, no one could ignore Lin Fei. In less than 100 years, he would become an overlord among emperors. Chapter 448. P.S. I was busy with the network cable and went back and forth several times. It's finally done today. Lin Fei thought as he flew. Who was that woman? She seemed to want to help him, or did she have other motives? With the strength of an emperor, why would she come to the heavenly devil nation? She couldn't be idle. Lin Fei was very sensitive to auras. That woman's strength was that of an emperor, a true emperor. From the looks of it, she had stayed in the void for a long time. There were 2 reasons for this. Either she was preparing to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Or she was just passing by. Forget it, forget it. It's good that that woman didn't make a move. Next time, I must pay attention to my surroundings. If I encounter a ruthless person, it won't be easy to deal with today. Lin Fei thought about it, and cold sweat broke out on his head. Especially Hairball, who ate the essence spirit of a saint. Anyone would be jealous of a space beast, but Lin Fei couldn't see any desire from that woman. It was as if she was looking at a very ordinary thing. Fortunately, they don't know that Hairball is an ancient evil dragon. Although the heavenly devil nation is dangerous, it is a good place to level up. I must take advantage of this time to level up. I must at least reach the strength of an emperor. I believe that 1 year is enough for me. Lin Fei could make use of this time to increase his strength once again. Golden Hull. Daoist White Demon's soul orb shattered. This news was reported immediately. The other saints were all surprised, followed by anger. The strength of a saint was already considered a high-level member of the Sword God Guild. Now that one of them died, they were naturally very dissatisfied. If this news spread outside, the reputation of the Sword God Guild would be greatly affected. After all, the Sword God Guild had always been a symbol of power outside. It had always been the Sword God who killed others. Not others who killed people from the Sword God Guild. But someone did, and the one who died was a saint. This wasn't a small matter. Young master, let me take some people and kill him personally. Avenge brother White Demon. In the hall, a good friend of Daoist White Demon stood up. His face was full of anger. Young master, let us do it. Sword God said. No need. That person will come back sooner or later. There's no hurry now. What? He's a disciple of our divine sword sect? How dare he kill a fellow disciple? The sages were immediately emboldened. The god of swords ordered people to spread the news, and it landed in the hands of the various saints. When they saw the message, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Mysterious Grandmaster level? Invincible sword intent? A new core disciple? This information made them suspect that they had seen wrongly. For a core disciple to be so freakish, Daoist White Demon was a saint expert. Could it be that he was killed just like that? Impossible, definitely impossible, there must be a mistake. They had cultivated for no less than a few thousand years before reaching the powerful sage realm. Now, a young brat could kill a sage so easily. He simply did not take them seriously. If that was the case, they could not help but feel a great deal of pressure. This kind of newcomer must not appear, as it would affect their status. The Sword Deity Society was the #1 organization in the Divine Sword Sect. Naturally, they would be able to investigate a person. Even though Lin Fei rarely went out, there were still records of him. It was normal for them to find out about him. The god of swords stood up. I have my own plans for Lin Fei's matter. Everyone should settle the matter in front of us. When they heard about the matter in front of them, Lin Fei's matter became unimportant in their eyes. Soon, there was only one person left in the hall. The god of swords was alone. Then, a black shadow appeared in the dark. Young master, Fairy Mingyu went to the heavenly devil nation. The god of swords' cold face revealed a cold smile. Fairy Mingyu, you are courting death. It is equivalent to cultivating a divine technique to large success and advancing to heaven immortal. You are destined to belong to me, ha 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 ha. Time passed quickly. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Devil Nation. In this dangerous place, the same thing happened every day. It was either humans killing heavenly devils, or heavenly devils killing humans. It was a continuous cycle, day after day, year after year. Damn, there are no heavenly devils here. A group of young people were standing in a valley with uncertain expressions on their faces. It's really strange. We have already searched 8 or 9 places, why can't we see any heavenly devils? Could it be that all the heavenly devils have been killed? It's been half a year. Usually, we can still see heavenly devils and little ghosts. Now, these places where heavenly devils can gather are all empty, as if they have been massacred. You don't say, it seems like such a thing is true. I heard from other senior brothers that the underground world is the same. The number of heavenly devils is much fewer. That shouldn't be possible. There are countless heavenly devils in the heavenly devil nation. Even if you want to kill them, you will have to kill until your hands go weak. Moreover, heavenly devils are so powerful. Even we have to be careful, let alone others. I still remember a place where a lot of heavenly devils gather. Why don't we go there to hunt heavenly devils? We might be able to gain something. If there are none in these places, there should be some in that place. This group of people were all disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. They came out in groups to hunt heavenly devils. In the end, the place where they usually came to was empty of heavenly devils. Other than a few scattered heavenly devils, the large group of heavenly devils seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Since they couldn't find any heavenly devils in this place, they could only change places. However, when they were not far away from the valley, the group couldn't help but stop. Everyone looked at each other. Heavens, who is that person? What a powerful sword technique. Look at those heavenly devils. With that sword strike, at least a few hundred heavenly devils were killed. Strong, he's really too strong. Which sect's disciple is that guy? I'm afraid we can't find such a person among the core disciples, right? In the valley, there were groups of heavenly devils. At this moment, they were being slaughtered by a black-robed man. With every sword strike, the heavenly devils turned into heavenly devil resentment and were collected one after another. The powerful heavenly devil generals and heavenly devil marshals in their eyes couldn't even block a single strike and were killed. Killing heavenly devils was like chopping melons and vegetables. These proud and arrogant disciples of the divine sword sect were faced with such a cruel method. Each of them suffered a blow. A fierce person, an absolute fierce person. In less than half an hour, countless heavenly devils were slaughtered. The entire valley was spacious and empty. They watched as the heavenly devils were killed. Not good, he's here. Don't move, don't move. Once this kind of person makes a move, we can forget about leaving alive. These people were uneasy. Fortunately, they were disciples of the divine sword sect. They forced themselves to calm down. Chapter 449. Are you disciples of the divine sword gate? The person who came asked a very simple question. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they had encountered someone from a hostile sect? In the heavenly demon nation, many sects had set up teleportation arrays. It could be said that in addition to the fighting between heavenly demons and humans, there were also killings between humans. When the disciples of the divine sword gate heard this, they could not help but worry, afraid that they would encounter someone from a hostile sect. If they were really in danger, they did not think that they could resist the other party. Senior, we are indeed disciples of the divine sword gate. One of them braced himself and said, secretly on guard. May I know who you are? Their reaction was naturally seen by the man in black. You don't have to be afraid. I am also a disciple of the divine sword gate. The man in black flipped his hand, and the divine sword token appeared. It was genuine. It was another very simple sentence, but for them, it was no less than a golden promise. After seeing the divine sword token, they knew that they were safe. It turned out that this person was their senior brother. Then, they were puzzled. When did their senior brother have such a powerful person? More importantly, they had no impression of him. This was impossible. If it were not for the divine sword token, they might have suspected that the other party was pretending to be a disciple of the divine sword gate. The divine sword gate had a unique standard for the divine sword gate. Even if outsiders snatched it, it would lose its use. Every divine sword token was custom-made and contained the divine sword gate's special secret technique. That was why they did not have any doubts. The man in black who appeared here was Lin Fei, who was hunting heavenly demons in the heavenly demon nation. This hunt lasted for an entire year. Even Lin Fei did not know how many heavenly demons had died in his hands. Anyway, it was a huge number, and it would frighten everyone if it was spread. Lin Fei was originally hunting heavenly demons, but he only stopped when he saw the disciples of the divine sword gate. Only then did he know that he had stayed in the heavenly demon nation for almost a year. Before this, Lin Fei was so focused on hunting heavenly demons that he did not count the time at all. He killed heavenly demons on sight. He did not know how many killings he had experienced in a year. He completely forgot about time and everything. If he had not met the disciples of the divine sword gate today, Lin Fei might still be immersed in killing. I have been training in the divine sword gate for a long time and have not returned for some time. Can you tell me about the situation of the divine sword gate? Senior brother, you're too polite. These people had never seen their senior brother being polite before. His face was also radiant. They often encountered this kind of situation. Some senior brothers went out to train and became ascetic cultivators, so they knew nothing about the sect's current situation. Usually, when they met fellow disciples, they would ask about the situation. They immediately gave a simple recount of the events that had transpired in the Divine Sword School in the past year, especially some major events, such as a certain senior brother's advancement, or a certain senior brother's death. Lin Fei listened quietly and had an understanding in his heart. During this year, nothing really big happened in the Divine Sword sect. Oh, that's right. A genius disciple has come to our Divine Sword School. It's said that he's a true genius from the War of Dynasties. He once attacked a loose immortal patriarch. He's about to accept a disciple. Lin Fei already knew that this would happen. The news was really exaggerated. Others might not know who it was, but Lin Fei knew better than anyone that it was none other than himself. Lin Fei did not think that this kind of thing could be kept a secret. With the end of the dynasty war, sooner or later, there would be a commotion. Even if the Divine Sword Gate did not spread the news, the other sects would spread the news. After all, there were too many people who saw it that day, too many to count. It was impossible for everyone to keep their mouths shut. These are for you. Lin Fei turned and left, leaving behind a jade bottle. Following that, there was an uproar, followed by envy. 10,000 heavenly demon resentment. What a generous sum. 10,000 heavenly demon resentment was equivalent to 10,000 heavenly demons. Ordinary people would not be so generous. Without realizing it, I've been training here for a year. It's time to go back. Lin Fei thought to himself, in a year, my level has entered Mystique Venerable rank. When I go back, I can condense a primordial spirit and become truly immortal. Even if I encounter an emperor, as long as it's not too powerful, I can easily leave. In this year, Lin Fei constantly hunted heavenly demons and his experience points increased rapidly. Not long ago, he completed the Mystique Sect's mission and advanced to Mystique Venerable rank. After advancing to Mystique Venerable rank, Lin Fei's combat strength was exceptionally terrifying. Now, all he needed was to replenish it with vital vitality crystals. When that time came, his strength would truly reach its peak. Master, are we going back? Hairball appeared out of thin air and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder, her eyes darting around. What, you're not full yet? In a year, Hairball's mind had grown. Coupled with Little Black, who would not shrink from any evil deeds, Hairball had also become black-bellied. I haven't achieved my life goal yet. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Forget about that goal of yours. Be careful not to provoke the heavenly demon god. You'll be in for a treat. Thinking of Hairball's goal, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. This fellow was planning to build a large farm and raise 1,000 heavenly demon kings. At that time, Lin Fei was dumbfounded when he heard about it. 1,000 heavenly demon kings. Heavenly demon kings were like cabbages that could be picked up on the street. Wouldn't that make them extinct? 1,000 heavenly demon kings. Lin Fei was terrified just thinking about it. After we go out, you'd better behave yourself. You mustn't use your void travel divine ability. Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to warn this fellow so that he would not cause trouble for him when the time came. Relax, how could an absolute overlord like me cause trouble for you? Lin Fei directly ignored this sentence. You're not an absolute overlord. You're a troublemaker. In the teleportation room. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Lin Fei walked out from inside and returned to the divine sword sect that he had not seen for a year. In the dark world, suddenly returning to the outside world was somewhat uncomfortable. This discomfort only lasted for a moment. When Lin Fei left, the two powerhouses who were originally guarding the formation were both shocked. That brat didn't die? I remember a year ago, that brat's cultivation level was only at Mystique Emperor Great Perfection. How did he suddenly reach Mystique Venerable rank? This is too crazy. Lin Fei did not hear these words. After coming out of the teleportation hall, Lin Fei went directly to the merit hall. In addition to completing the mission, he was also prepared to sell the heavenly demon resentment in exchange for enough vital vitality crystals. In addition to issuing missions, the merit hall also purchased various treasures that could be exchanged for merit points or vital vitality crystals. In a year of killing monsters and leveling up, Lin Fei did not have much, but the heavenly demon resentment was the most. He did not know how many he had stored. The heavenly demon resentment was not of much use to Lin Fei, but the vital vitality crystals were different. It was something that he urgently needed to level up. It could be said that the more, the better. His strength could also continue to increase. In a year, Lin Fei collected a large number of vitality crystals and could not keep up with the consumption. Chapter 450. What did you say? Lin Fei came back from the Sky Demon country alive? On one of the sword peaks, a furious voice rang out, and the surrounding boulders shattered with a loud rumble, turning into fragments all over the ground. That person stood up. His eyes were cold and filled with boundless rage. The surrounding people resisted the pressure of the saint with all their might. Their foreheads were filled with fear. The people we arranged in the teleportation hall saw Lin Fei come back with their own eyes. They definitely didn't see wrongly. Good, good. It's been a year. You're finally willing to come out. Fang Wen laughed sinisterly. You killed my brother. I have to take revenge. I'll personally cripple you. This person was the saint who had asked to deal with Lin Fei in the Golden Hall. White Demon and Fang Wen were friends. They came from the same place and had gone through many life and death situations. Moreover, Fang Wen owed him his life. After that, they were even closer than blood brothers. After hearing the news of White Demon's death, Fang Wen wanted to take revenge immediately. He wanted to kill White Demon to take revenge for his brother. However, he was stopped by the young master. Fang Wen's strength had reached the saint realm, but he didn't dare to go against the young master's words. Otherwise, he would have attacked in private. Even so, he still arranged subordinates to monitor the teleportation hall day and night, waiting for the other party to return to report to him. Big brother Fang, listen to me. You can't attack now. At this moment, a person walked out from the side. He also gave off the aura of a saint. Fang Wen's expression darkened. Why? You want to stop me from taking revenge? That person shook his head. This isn't the right time to attack. Lin Fei is about to be taken in as a disciple by an old ancestor. If you attack now, you will bring trouble to the young master. Have you thought about this? Fang Wen calmed down. Thank you for your reminder. I nearly brought trouble to the young master. After hearing this, Fang Wen realized the seriousness of the matter. If he attacked, he would bring trouble to the young master. Everyone knew about Lin Fei's achievements. He would definitely become an old ancestor's disciple. If he attacked now, even if he was a saint, he wouldn't be able to block the old ancestor's anger. But I can't just stand by and watch. Don't worry. Neither you nor I can do anything about this. But don't forget, just because we can't do anything doesn't mean that some people can't. There are countless core disciples and direct disciples who want to become the patriarch's personal disciple. Lin Fei's combat prowess is outstanding, and if he wants to become the patriarch's personal disciple, he has to pass the test. Fang Wen suddenly understood, this is a good move. When the time comes, we will arrange for experts to challenge Lin Fei. In front of everyone, we will destroy Lin Fei's reputation and make him lose the halo of a peerless genius. Then, Lin Fei will only be a so-so. When that time comes, under the anger of the ancestor, he will definitely not accept Lin Fei as a disciple. If we secretly attack him, that will be the best. Then, we will temporarily let Lin Fei be free and unfettered for a few more days. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Merit Hall. The second time Lin Fei came here was a year later. Last time, he had come to accept a mission. This time, he had come to hand in a mission. Walking into the Merit Hall, Lin Fei first went to hand in the mission. Naturally, he was met with a gasp of surprise. When one's ability reached a certain level, one's memory of a person was also very clear. When Lin Fei first accepted the mission, his ability was not high. In the blink of an eye, he had reached mystique venerable rank. Naturally, it was shocking. After handing in the mission, Lin Fei moved to another place, ready to exchange for vital crystals. Junior brother, what do you want to exchange for? We have everything here. A middle-aged man greeted him enthusiastically. I want to exchange for vital crystals. A lot of vital crystals. Junior brother, what do you want to exchange for? The middle-aged man asked. Heavenly demon resentment. This is good stuff. According to the rules here, 1 drop of heavenly demon resentment can be exchanged for 10 vital crystals. Lin Fei calculated. This price was quite reasonable. These are all for you. I only want vital crystals. With a wave of his hand, a large number of bottles flew out, piling up like a mountain in front of him. It was a shocking sight, especially for the middle-aged man. The bottle was dazzling to look at. These are all heavenly demon resentment? The middle-aged man gulped. How many heavenly demons had he killed? Since when did the Divine Sword sect have such a powerhouse? That's right. When Lin Fei came out of the Hall of Merit again, he had a smile on his face. 3 billion vital crystals. It's enough for me to cultivate. The heavenly demon resentment of various sizes was exchanged for a total of 3 billion vital crystals. This made Lin Fei's pockets bulge. Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Just as Lin Fei returned to the Blood Sword Peak, 3 people appeared in front of him, blocking his way. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of others. Lin Fei did not hide the large number of vital crystals he had exchanged for in the Hall of Merit. Others said to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. Lin Fei did not care. Moreover, this was the Divine Sword sect, not the outside world. There was no need to keep a low profile. 3 billion vital crystals was really not a large number. It would at most shock people. Hence, Lin Fei did not keep a low profile and openly exchanged for it. That kid is too high profile. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. This is going to be troublesome. 3 billion vital crystals. Even I am tempted. With such a large number of vital crystals, cultivation will be easy. With 2 San taking action, that junior brother is going to be unlucky. Who doesn't know that 2 San loves to bully weak junior brothers and rob them of their belongings? Those who have been targeted by him have all been robbed, and their cultivation resources have all gone to waste. If 2 San is not a member of the Divine Sword sect, he would not dare to be so bold. Everyone knew that 2 San robbed his junior brother's belongings. For him to appear outside so quickly, someone must have informed him. It would be strange if 2 San did not make a move for 3 billion vital crystals. Do you need something from me? Lin Fei stopped. 2 San laughed, knowing that he had met a hothead. Recently, senior brother is short of money. I heard that junior brother earned a large sum of money, so I want to borrow some from you. Lin Fei immediately understood that they were here for his vital crystals. How much do you want to borrow? 2 San thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort. He did not expect this guy to be so tactful. This was perfect, saving him the trouble. Not much. 1 billion vital crystals will be enough. 2 San said greedily, if you encounter any trouble in the future, just mention my name and everyone will give you face. Lin Fei squinted, do you know who I hate the most? It's greedy people like you. Before I get angry, scram as far as you can. 2 San laughed, you want me to scram? How arrogant. 1 billion vital crystals would have been enough, but you refused to accept my offer. Now, hand it all over. Do it. If they did not give him face, 2 San would rob them of all their vital crystals. When he handed over a portion, who would dare to make things difficult for him? You have a death wish. Lin Fei scoffed coldly. He opened his eyes and a black sword gleam shot out. This was the eye sword that could be used after cultivating to a certain level. The gaze contained the meaning of sword intent. It was an extraordinary magical technique. The crowd saw 2 sword gleams flash by. 2 San's 2 helpers were sent flying and fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Everyone was shocked by this. This was too powerful. After all, both of them had mystique venerable rank abilities. What a powerful eye sword divine power. When did the eye sword divine power become so powerful? One strike and it heavily injured the opponent. Among those present, there was no lack of people who cultivated the eye sword divine power. After all, This divine power was a common divine power in the divine sword sect. Countless people cultivated it. However, they never thought that the ice sword divine power that they cultivated could be so powerful. It was completely beyond their imagination. Was it not the ice sword? Many people began to doubt it. Tu San's expression changed slightly. Although the two helpers he brought had yet to cultivate their primordial spirits, they were also good fighters. Now, they were defeated in 2 strikes. It seemed too fast. Tu San was very confident in his own abilities. You have some skills. Unfortunately, you have fallen into my hands. It's not up to you anymore. Tu San smirked and took out a treasure. It was a golden round plate that expanded infinitely and covered Lin Fei. If he was covered, he would be suppressed immediately. How dare you take out a piece of scrap metal? The crowd did not see his opponent make any moves. It was as if he had stabbed with his sword. The huge golden plate in the sky was split into 2 under everyone's watchful eyes and fell to the ground with a clang. The saying was true. This treasure had turned into scrap metal. Tu San has lost. When the crowd saw the sword stop in between Tu San's brows, they were shocked. They could not see how Tu San had attacked and he had been defeated just like that. Don't kill me. I'm from the Sword God Guild. Tu San's face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. The treasure was broken by the sword and he had lost control. Naturally, he was injured. At that moment, being injured was a small matter. What was important was the sword gleam in front of him. If his opponent loosened his grip, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Danger enveloped his entire body. Slap. Lin Fei walked up and slapped Tu San to the ground. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you continue to be arrogant? Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Don't go overboard. Lin Fei gave him 2 more slaps, 1 on each side. I won't talk nonsense with you. Hand over all the vital energy crystals on you. Otherwise, I don't mind stripping you and hanging you outside for everyone to see. How dare you? Tu San swallowed the 2 words. The sword gleam in between his brows shone with a dangerous aura. At that moment, Tu San regretted. If he had known that his opponent was so powerful, he would not have attacked. However, 1 billion vital energy crystals was an irresistible temptation. Do you know the consequences of offending the Sword God Guild? Lin Fei laughed coldly in his heart. He had even destroyed a projection of the young master and killed a saint. He had already offended the godly sword assembly long ago. Now that he had offended another one, it wasn't a big deal. It was normal. You don't have to worry about that as long as you hand over the vital energy crystals. Tu San knew that if he did not agree, his opponent would definitely do it. If he was hung on a tree, his reputation would be ruined. Chapter 451. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Ruthless, truly ruthless. Who knows who this kid is? At least 30 million Jin Yuan crystals were robbed just now. He's really bold to rob Tu San despite knowing that he's from the Sword God Guild. He's awesome, but once the Sword God Guild takes revenge, this kid will be out of luck. Let's go and see which peak this disciple is from. Everyone watched him leave and started discussing. Some people hesitated before deciding to follow him to see what was going on. However, no one could remember who this young man was. Many people thought he was a disciple who had returned from training outside. There were many disciples in the Sword God Guild. Apart from training in the sect, many of them had been training outside, only returning after they had made some progress. It was normal that many powerful juniors and seniors didn't know each other. Lin Fei didn't care what they thought. He was in a good mood after getting 30 million Jin Yuan crystals for free. Who wouldn't be happy to get something for free? Revenge? Revenge from the Sword God Guild? Who cares? Even if they didn't come looking for him, Lin Fei would come looking for them. This feud was destined to be irreconcilable. Scouts. The blood sword peak was right in front of him. Lin Fei frowned. There were many scouts hiding in the vicinity, several times more than before he left. These scouts hid well. If Lin Fei's strength hadn't improved greatly, he would have ignored them. No matter who you are, get out of here. If there's a next time, it won't be so simple. A cold voice exploded in the ears of the scouts, and a miserable figure fell out of the void. When they saw everyone falling out, their faces were full of anger. However, when they saw Lin Fei, their expressions changed and their hearts trembled. Lin Fei is back. Their target was back. As scouts, they knew who their target was. It was naturally a surprise to see him return. Their qi and blood were tumbling, and they were already injured. They could feel the other party's anger and left tactfully to report the situation. They were hiding in the void, and ordinary people couldn't see them. They were naturally no match for Lin Fei, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At least you know your place. Lin Fei charged towards Blood Sword Mountain. When Lin Fei entered the Blood Sword Mountain, the people who followed him were dumbfounded. It's him, he's the peerless genius Lin Fei. They wore expressions of disbelief. The young man in the black robe was the genius Lin Fei that they had been talking about. They didn't expect it, they really didn't expect it. In this year, the biggest event in the sect was the dynasty battlefield. The sect accepted a peerless genius, and it was a loose immortal patriarch who personally accepted him. If it was just a peerless genius, they wouldn't care. Genius. Rank 1 sects did not lack genius disciples. Absolute geniuses were only slightly better than geniuses, so it was not considered much. The peerless genius this time was different. He had comprehended the invincible sword intent before the age of 100 and defeated the geniuses of the dynasty. The most terrifying thing was that he had survived the attack of the Saber sect's loose immortal patriarch. This was the most unacceptable thing. Everyone knew how strong the loose immortal patriarch was. It was already amazing that he didn't die, but he even injured a drop of the patriarch's blood. They didn't dare to think about such an impressive battle record, and they had never thought about it. If it wasn't for the rumors and the Saber sect's silence, they might not believe that all this was true. The new junior brother was so strong that he could actually injure the loose immortal patriarch. Even if it was just a drop of blood, it was an amazing battle record that few people in the Divine Sword sect could compare to. When they recognized that Lin Fei was the peerless genius who injured the Saber sect's patriarch, they couldn't help but feel lucky that they didn't make a move. If they had made a move, they would have been the unlucky ones. No wonder they sold the demonic resentment in such a high-profile manner. No wonder they weren't worried that the true essence crystals would be taken away. No wonder they weren't worried that the sword god would take revenge. All this was because Lin Fei was a peerless genius. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to suppress a peerless genius like Lin Fei, so they had to have a certain amount of strength. How terrifying. Our sect is going to have another peerless genius. No wonder Martial Uncle's sect leader called them back. It's to nurture a peerless genius like Lin Fei. How many people in our Divine Sword sect are qualified to have a loose immortal patriarch as a master? It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. I'm already happy that I've become an inner disciple. After they left, the news spread quickly. The peerless genius who injured the loose immortal patriarch on the dynasty's battlefield had returned. The Blood Sword Peak belonged to the peerless genius. After the news spread, the people who wanted to attack the Blood Sword Peak were all scared out of their wits. Damn it, what should we do now? If they knew that the young man was the peerless genius Lin Fei, they wouldn't dare to rob him even if they were given 100 guts. The only thing they could do now was to thank the heavens that the other party didn't cause trouble for them. After that, it was the core disciples and personal disciples. After hearing that there would be a conflict between the peerless genius and the Divine Sword sect, they decisively chose to wait and see. After all, as a senior disciple, no one was willing to have a peerless genius overshadow their brilliance. It was fine for the core disciples, especially the personal disciples. As a first-grade sect, the Divine Sword sect could do whatever they wanted outside if they could become an inner disciple. Needless to say, the core disciples were admired by everyone. The personal disciples were incredible. Each of them was a proud son of heaven with countless halos above their heads. They had great power in the divine sword sect. Now that a peerless genius had suddenly appeared, the personal disciples were the most unhappy. It seemed that their brilliance had been overshadowed, and they had lost a lot of their brilliance. This was not what they wanted, so they disliked this peerless genius, Lin Fei, from the bottom of their hearts. Many people wanted to find him for a spar so that they could defeat him in front of everyone. Unfortunately, they couldn't find him. As a result, a year passed in the blink of an eye. They were very surprised to hear this news. Their original intention to spar also faded. Those who could become personal disciples were already first-class figures in the divine sword sect. Many secrets in the eyes of others were not secrets at all in their hearts. They heard that Lin Fei had a conflict with the divine sword sect. They were all gloating. Long ago, they found out from secret channels that there was a big conflict between Lin Fei and the divine sword sect. This conflict was hard to resolve. Without guessing, they knew that it would definitely be a big storm. Naturally, they wouldn't make a move. With the divine sword sect as the vanguard, they were happy to watch. Chapter 452. How dare you? Who allowed you to barge in? After Lin Fei entered, a loud shout was heard, and a huge black shadow came crashing down from the sky with a shocking momentum. Lin Fei lightly swung his body, and the black shadow was sent flying 100 miles away. King Kong. It was none other than King Kong. In this 1 year, his strength had risen rapidly. He had already reached the intermediate stage of the profound king realm. That attack just now was comparable to the advanced stage of the profound king realm. Master, you're finally back. Just as Vajra was about to smash down a second time, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He immediately stopped and revealed a joyful expression. Lin Fei waved his sleeve and landed on the Blood Sword Peak with King Kong. All the servants of the Blood Sword Mountain had come. Towards this peerless genius, Lin Fei, these servants prostrated themselves in admiration. Their master was so powerful that they, as servants, would have a lot of face when they walked outside. Very soon, Lin Fei noticed the difference. There were many more demonic beast servants on the Blood Sword Peak, which had never been seen before. Master, those demonic beasts were subdued within the Divine Sword School's territory. King Kong was rather proud of himself. Ever since Lin Fei left, King Kong seemed to have nothing to do, so he went out to look for demonic beasts. There were many demonic beasts in the Blood Sword Mountain, and they all migrated here. As long as you have the strength, you can subdue demonic beasts and make them loyal servants. King Kong did not do anything else, but he often went to spar with demonic beasts. Over time, he subdued many demonic beasts, and there were many more demonic beasts on the Blood Sword Peak. Why aren't you guys coming out to greet the new master? King Kong roared at them, looking very majestic. This King Kong has done a good deed. He has increased the strength of the Blood Sword Mountain for no reason. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the beast he had subdued. The weakest of these demonic beasts was at the Mystic King intermediate stage. Some of the stronger ones were at the profound sovereign realm. Their talents were not bad. If they were properly nurtured, they could become powerful demonic beasts. Lin Fei naturally couldn't avoid praising him, then he released Obsidian. As soon as Obsidian came out, all the servants immediately felt a huge pressure. If they didn't restrain it, all the servants would kneel on the ground. The aura of a sage was not something they could resist. Only people like Lin Fei could ignore the aura of a sage. No one else can. In the main hall, Lin Fei sat at the head of the table. Jean Gang briefly explained what had happened in the past year. It was nothing big, just some outsiders trying to break into the Blood Sword Mountain. Master, it's great that you're back. Those Tom, Dick, and Harry won't dare to barge in anymore. King Kong gritted his teeth when he mentioned this. Obsidian had already become the #1 fighter, so he volunteered, Master, these damn guys dare to ignore Master. Let me deal with them, kill and cripple them. For a year, Lin Fei had already understood Obsidian's temperament. This guy was purely a troublemaker. Hairball was also full of bad ideas under the bewitchment of Little Black. She was clearly a bad child. Lin Fei knew very well that if he allowed Little Black to make a move, he did not know what kind of trouble it would cause. He immediately snorted coldly. From today onwards, you'd better behave yourself. This place isn't the Heavenly Demon Nation. This is the Divine Sword Sect. If you get into trouble, the itinerant immortal patriarch will be the first to deal with you. Obsidian's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he remember to change the place. This was the first-grade sect, the Divine Sword Sect. His sage was very powerful, but there were many powerhouses in a first-grade sect. If a sage expert came out, Obsidian would have a headache, not to mention the emperor behind him. Master. I'm sorry. Jean Gang, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. A sage, a dignified sage, was scolded to immediately admit his mistake. Master was too mighty. Subsequently, Jean Gang felt pressure, tremendous pressure. Jean Gang was very calm before. When he saw that his master brought back a subordinate of a sage, Jean Gang felt tremendous pressure. He was afraid that his position would soon be replaced. No, absolutely not. If he was replaced, he would soon be forgotten. His master needed a powerful helper. If he did not improve his strength, he would be marginalized. Although Jean Gang was a pet, he also knew honor and disgrace. He did not want to lose his master's favor because of the appearance of this person. A group of Tom, Dick, and Harry, they can't do anything. Lin Fei did not take them seriously. From today onwards, I will be in seclusion for 3 days. During this period, no outsiders are allowed to come in. The apprenticeship ceremony was 7 days later. Lin Fei must first cultivate his primordial spirit and then improve his strength. With his current strength, he could complete it in less than 7 days. Don't worry, master. With us here, no one can come in. Jean Gang patted his chest. My stick doesn't have eyes. I will hit them. After I come out, I will help you improve your strength. Lin Fei glanced at Jean Gang. Jean Gang was a mutated monster. His potential was superior. If he was properly trained, he could become a master. Thank you, master. Jean Gang was beaming with joy. His master did not forget him. Half a day after returning to the Blood Sword Peak, Lin Fei arranged everything and directly went into seclusion. As soon as Lin Fei left, Hairball flew out and patted her stomach. Jean Gang, I am hungry. I want to eat. Obsidian rolled his eyes. Boss Hairball, I just saw a good place. I guarantee that I will eat to my heart's content. In the secret room. Lin Fei did not know that Hairball was going to bring him trouble. With my strength, I could have cultivated my primordial spirit half a year ago. However, because I have been killing monsters to level up, I finally have some free time now. I can cultivate my primordial spirit in one go. A light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Without cultivating the primordial spirit, no matter how strong he was, there was still a guarantee of safety. After cultivating the primordial spirit, it would be completely different. Immortality of the primordial spirit was equivalent to immortality of the body. Come out. The mountain of primordial spirit crystals were the primordial spirit crystals that were exchanged. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The huge whirlpool turned into a black hole. Countless primordial spirit crystals were swallowed in one gulp. He began to refine them with all his strength. Absorb, refine, and the cycle began again. Lin Fei's aura was constantly increasing. 3 days later, Lin Fei's aura reached its peak. It is time to cultivate the primordial spirit. Lin Fei opened his eyes and knew that he was at the most suitable time for refining. Primordial spirit, immortality, condensed the primordial spirit. In an instant, Lin Fei became incomparably holy. In the depths of his consciousness, the swimming soul began to condense. This process required a certain amount of time. In addition to time, it required a large amount of primordial spirit. Generally, an upper mystique venerable powerhouse would only dare to condense the primordial spirit after their primordial spirit had reached a certain level. Otherwise, once they lost the support of the primordial spirit, it would be greatly affected. Primordial spirit surged into the soul. The illusory soul began to condense. Let's go all out and achieve the primordial spirit. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 453. In the secret chamber, 3 days later, an excited voice came. I've finally become a primordial spirit expert. After expending a large amount of true essence, Lin Fei finally achieved his wish of becoming a primordial spirit expert. As long as the primordial spirit didn't die, the body wouldn't be destroyed. Only after becoming a primordial spirit would one know the wonders of the primordial spirit and understand the meaning of immortality. After becoming a primordial spirit, no wonder my resistance to the soul will increase. My strength instantly increased. Lin Fei sized up his primordial spirit. My strength has increased countless times, and I'm no longer in the form of a ghost. Even though his primordial spirit was still very weak, he could already see that it was extraordinary. After becoming a primordial spirit, the innate advantage was clear at a glance. Even if he encountered a soul's secret technique, his primordial spirit could withstand it and not be seriously injured. Primordial spirit experts were generally not afraid of soul's secret techniques. Of course, if the soul's secret technique was very powerful, then it would be an exception. Now that I have a primordial spirit, the power of the Godslayer's secret technique should be higher. Those primordial spirit experts won't be able to block it easily. Lin Fei thought, after the Godslayer's secret technique becomes stronger, the Godslayer's secret technique can also become one of my trump cards. After cultivating the primordial spirit, he needed to consolidate it. Others needed to consolidate in the demonic nation. Lin Fei was different. He directly cultivated the Akala Sutra and meditated to form the Akala Sutra to consolidate his primordial spirit. It had to be said that the Akala Sutra had an extraordinary effect on consolidating the primordial spirit. Other people often needed a long time to consolidate, but Lin Fei was more than 10 times more than others. He could almost see the primordial spirit change. A day later, the primordial spirit was completely consolidated. If this news were to spread outside, everyone would probably be dumbfounded. Monstrous, too monstrous. To completely consolidate the primordial spirit in a day, how many people in the Sword God School could do it? After the primordial spirit was consolidated, Lin Fei could feel the compatibility between his body and primordial spirit. His fighting will had also been tempered. Compared to before, he could move as he pleased. 2 days before the ceremony, Lin Fei came out of seclusion. The primordial spirit was completely consolidated, and the remaining primordial spirit crystals were also completely refined. The current Lin Fei's entire body was emitting a powerful aura. His entire body seemed to have inexhaustible power. It was a truly powerful feeling. Lin Fei was the only one who could increase his strength so quickly in such a short time. Lin Fei was rather surprised that he could not find Hairball, King Kong, and the others after he came out of isolated cultivation. He did not look for them either, as he was not worried that anything would happen in the Divine Sword School. As long as he did not leave the Divine Sword Sect's territory, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. The pink rose blue fairy took the initiative to visit. Lin Fei removed the array formation and let Fairy Lan Kai in. He was actually quite surprised that she had taken the initiative to visit. Why is she here? Fairy Lan Kai didn't come alone, she also brought a young man. Junior brother Lin Fei, you really hid it from us. Fairy Lan Kai took the initiative to speak first with a smile. Looking at this young junior brother in front of her, Fairy Lan Kai really couldn't relate this legendary scene together. This junior brother was young, but he had already done great things, especially when he attacked an itinerant immortal elder and survived. Everyone in the Divine Sword School knew about this, and they could not help but sigh when they saw him again. Lin Fei blinked. Well, I didn't mean to lie to you. You didn't ask back then. Fairy Lan Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. This junior brother was still quibbling. After thinking about it carefully, it was true. Who would have thought that he was a peerless genius and mistaken him for that senior brother of hers? She invited the two into the basilica, and servants immediately served tea. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling, senior sister. Lin Fei smiled. Before Fairy Lan Kai came, she was still worried. Now that she saw Lin Fei's appearance, she felt very comfortable. This young junior brother was not old, but he had cultivated to this level for no reason. He was far superior to ordinary people. When she saw Mystic Venerable One's strength, the rippling primordial spirit aura was shocked again. It had only been a short while, but Lin Fei had advanced again. This was clearly a primordial spirit aura. Congratulations on advancing to Mystic Venerable One, junior brother. You become a primordial spirit powerhouse and are immortal. Lin Fei chuckled. After returning, I had an epiphany, so I advanced. Fairy Lan Kai had seen many genius disciples, but none of them could be as indifferent as Lin Fei. It was as if advancing to the next level was not important. What was important was that he had advanced from Mystic Sovereign to Mystic Venerable in just a year. How would the other genius disciples look at him? They would be ashamed. Fairy Lan Kai was scared just thinking about this kind of peerless talent. She remembered that it took her a full 10 years to advance from Mystic Sovereign to Mystic Venerable One. Lin Fei had only taken a year. This gap made Fairy Lan Kai feel pressured, and she decisively chose not to talk about it. Fairy Lan Kai changed the topic and said, Senior sister took the liberty to visit because I want to make a deal with you, junior brother. You too, senior brother? I'm Chu Fei, a member of the Shocking Heavens Association, Chu Fei said politely. He had a clear understanding of Lin Fei's information. He was shocked that he had advanced to this level in such a short time. Chu Fei's impression of him changed greatly because of this speed of advancement, which made him a peerless genius. Lin Fei knew about the Shocking Heavens Association. This Shocking Heavens Association was also a huge organization in the Divine Sword sect. According to levels, the Divine Sword sect was the strongest in the Divine Sword sect, followed by the Pink Rose and the Shocking Heavens Association. The latter two organizations were very strong, and together, they could contend against the Divine Sword sect. Lin Fei was shocked when he heard about the Shocking Heavens Association. Why was this organization looking for him too? The important thing was the deal. What kind of deal was worth coming here personally? So it's brother Chu Fei. It's an honor to meet you. The visitor was polite, so Lin Fei was naturally polite as well. Forgive me for being ignorant, but what kind of deal do you want to make, senior sister? Fairy Lan Kai did not hide anything. I heard that junior brother sold a lot of heavenly demon grievances. We want to buy a batch of heavenly demon grievances from you. So it was for the heavenly demon grievances. This thing was good stuff. They guessed that he had heavenly demon grievances on him. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Heavenly demon grievances were of good quality and poor quality. The ones that were sold a few days ago were of poor quality. As for the grievances of the heavenly demon generals and heavenly demon marshals, they were collected separately. Lin Fei understood this better than anyone else. Senior sister, are you preparing to refine heavenly demon thunder? Lin Fei suddenly turned his head and asked. Junior brother is right. We are indeed preparing to refine heavenly demon thunder. Fairy Lan Kai did not hide anything. Heavenly demon thunder was good stuff. Lin Fei knew that it was a treasure for large-scale attacks. The better the quality, the more powerful the heavenly demon thunder. How much do you want? Chapter 454. In fact, Lin Fei did not care much about the heavenly demon grievances. In his opinion, this thing would not be of much use other than exchanging vital essence crystals. Selling it to the Startling Heavens Association and Pink Rose would undoubtedly earn him a favor. However, Lin Fei's stock was all high-grade heavenly demon grievances, and the quality was far superior to ordinary heavenly demon grievances. As mentioned, the quality was high, the refined items would naturally be superior. I don't really have any requests. I just want senior sister to help me refine some heavenly demon thunder. Lin Fei's request was very simple. The demonic thunder was not bad, it was a good thing to injure people. The resentment of a demonic imp or the resentment of a demonic king, it was clear which was stronger. It was definitely a good thing to cheat people. Fairy Lon Kai and Chu Fei were quite surprised. This junior brother Lin Fei was easier to negotiate than they had imagined. Don't worry, junior brother Lin Fei. Leave this small matter to us. Chu Fei patted his chest and promised. When Lin Fei took out the heavenly demon grievances, both of them were shocked again. Initially, they wanted some heavenly demon grievances of heavenly demon generals. They did not expect Lin Fei to give them the level of heavenly demon generals, which was beyond their imagination. This trip was worth it. They all knew that Lin Fei was a monster, but when they saw the heavenly demon grievances, they realized how monstrous he was. How many heavenly demons would he need to kill? At least, they could not do it at the moment. They were both at the mystique venerable rank, but the difference in strength was more than one level. It was impossible for them to hunt it. The heavenly demon generals had already surprised them. However, when Lin Fei handed over the heavenly demon king level heavenly demon grievances, Fairy Lon Kai and Chu Fei were speechless. This was too outrageous. Heavenly demon kings were saint level. How could they be defeated so easily? There seemed to be a lot of them. How many heavenly demon kings would they have to kill? Using the heavenly demon king's grievances to refine the heavenly demon thunder, the two of them could not help but feel pressured. If they were not careful, even a sage would be seriously injured. Junior brother, you're really impressive. Chu Fei sighed. Lin Fei chuckled and didn't say anything. As for explaining anything, that would be too pretentious. After chatting for a while, Chu Fei left first, leaving Fairy Lon Kai behind. What's the matter, senior sister? Lin Fei asked. Fairy Lon Kai said, Junior brother, you have to be especially careful when it comes to itinerant immortal patriarchs taking in disciples. What's wrong? Did senior sister hear the news? Lin Fei said, Junior brother doesn't know much about accepting disciples. Please explain it to me. Even though he had obtained memories from Snake 7, Lin Fei's heart wasn't too clear about the ceremony of accepting a disciple. He had always been confused about it. Originally, he thought that the sword god would be the first to take revenge after returning from the demonic nation. He didn't expect them to give up. Now that he suddenly heard it, he immediately understood what was going on. Perhaps this was the reason. Fairy Lon Kai did not leave because of this. She wanted to remind junior brother in case he was schemed against. Moreover, she had received many favors, so she naturally had to mention this matter. Junior brother seems to have offended the Sword God Society, right? Fairy Lon Kai asked. Lin Fei nodded, I have indeed offended them. Junior brother, you have to be careful in the future. The people from the Sword God Society are very overbearing. If it isn't a big problem, I will try to help you talk to them. Fairy Lon Kai said. Lin Fei shook his head, there's no need to trouble senior sister. Senior sister, please make it clear when you want to accept a disciple. Lin Fei was clearer than anyone about the conflict between him and the Sword God Society. After killing their saint, this matter wouldn't end peacefully. Peaceful resolution? It was all a big joke. He was willing, but they might not be willing. Not to mention, he would not compromise either. Even if Sword God personally took action. Naturally, he wouldn't say the details. Fairy Lon Kai did not continue asking. She just sighed in her heart. However, at the same time, she made up her mind. If Sword God Society went overboard, she would go all out and ask senior sister for help. Sword God Society would not dare to not give her face. Once Lin Fei became a disciple of a rogue immortal old ancestor, even Sword God Society would have to be wary. Junior brother's master must be one of the rogue immortal old ancestors. If it was a normal disciple acceptance ceremony, there wouldn't be a problem. However, junior brother is different. The rogue immortal old ancestor has not accepted a disciple for hundreds of years. Therefore, this time, the old ancestor's disciple acceptance ceremony can't be missed. That is the challenge of various geniuses. Few core disciples would dare to take action. Personal disciples will definitely take action. Even the higher-ups of Sword God Society will have to be mentally prepared. Don't fall for this and affect your future. Fairy Lon Kai's expression was solemn. Challenge? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. This is a list of personal disciples. Junior brother, take a look at it when you have time. It would be good to be prepared for them. Fairy Lon Kai took out a list. Lin Fei was very grateful. Thank you, senior sister. After sending Fairy Lon Kai off, a cold glint flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Challenge and ruin their reputation? Lin Fei could guess with his but that this was the Sword God Society's plan. An honorable plan. If this had happened a year ago, Lin Fei might have had a headache. Personal disciples were at least mystique venerable ones at great perfection and their combat effectiveness was at beginner stage. However, things were different now. After a year of cultivation, they already had the ability to fight. Personal disciples were nothing but clowns. Sword God Society, if you really want to fight, I don't mind letting you suffer. Lin Fei's murderous intent surged. Then, he flipped open the list in his hand. Lin Fei was quite grateful for this list. He was not worried about the core disciples. However, there were some powerful figures among the personal disciples. This was something that Lin Fei had to pay attention to. No matter how powerful a person was, they had to understand their opponent and understand everything about them. Lu Qiqi, Taoist named Qingyun, mystique venerable ones at great perfection, proficient in whip techniques, an itinerant immortal patriarch was recruiting a disciple. This news had long spread like wildfire. It had been 100 years since the Sword God sect recruited a disciple. In particular, there were very few who were worthy of being recruited by an itinerant immortal patriarch. In order to recruit a peerless genius like Lin Fei, the itinerant immortal patriarchs who had gone out to cultivate also returned one after another. It was hard not to be surprised that they wanted to recruit him. However, such a grand event was very difficult for the core disciples and personal disciples to accept, especially the veteran disciples. The Sword God sect was worthy of being recruited by an itinerant immortal patriarch because they had outstanding aptitude. As for becoming a personal disciple or a core disciple, each of them had outstanding aptitude. Now that someone had been accepted as a disciple by an itinerant immortal patriarch, they were naturally very dissatisfied. This dissatisfaction accumulated into jealousy. Especially when they learned that Lin Fei had come out of the heavenly demonic nation, his strength had improved greatly, and he had beaten up the people of the Sword God Society. He was so arrogant and did not take them, the veteran disciples, seriously. This made them even more unhappy. Chapter 455. P.S. There was supposed to be an update yesterday, but who would have thought that during the renovation upstairs, they accidentally disconnected the light cat's cable. As a result, the network was only restored now. I'm sorry, everyone. The updates have been intermittent for the past few days. I'll be breaking out next month. A year's time. Everyone in the Divine Sword Gate knew about it. The exceptional genius, Lin Fei, would be accepted as a disciple by one of the great ancestors. This disciple would not be a nominal disciple, but a real disciple. Once accepted as a disciple by the great ancestor, he could do whatever he wanted in the Divine Sword Gate. Who wouldn't be envious, jealous, and jealous? On this day, as the sun rose, the golden sunlight shone on the square of the Divine Sword Gate, indicating the arrival of a new day. The great ancestor's disciple recruitment was also held today. Countless people were thinking about this day. As the sun rose, people came and went in the square. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and started discussing. The target of their discussion was only Lin Fei. I really don't know what kind of talent Lin Fei has. If he becomes the great ancestor's disciple, he will surpass us. Then we will have cultivated for nothing. What's there to be nervous about? Do you think Lin Fei can become the great ancestor's disciple? Who doesn't know that the senior disciples are rubbing their palms together? They will definitely give Lin Fei a show of strength. Yes, yes. Once the senior disciples take action, Lin Fei will embarrass himself. If he embarrasses himself in front of the great ancestor, it will be difficult for him to become the great ancestor's disciple. No wonder I see the senior disciples who have been cultivating outside returning one after another. It seems that they are all here for Lin Fei. There will be a good show to watch. That's right. With Lin Fei's strength, he will be ruthlessly crushed in front of the senior brothers. Not everyone can become the great ancestor's disciple. Without extraordinary strength, he will only embarrass himself. He can forget about raising his head in the sect in the future. Most of the people who were discussing were senior disciples. They could not bear to see a newcomer surpassing them. For a moment, everyone thought that Lin Fei would not become the great ancestor's disciple. Look, everyone. Senior brother Qingfeng is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. I know the person beside senior Qingfeng. He seems to be senior Shaoshan. His strength is extremely tyrannical. What do they count as? They're just core disciples. Look over there, those are the true experts. Senior brother Ming Hai is here. Senior apprentice brother Illumination is here as well. They are all personal disciples. One powerful senior brother after another kept appearing, and every one of them would cause an uproar. Towards the end, everyone became numb. Even some of the senior brothers who were usually in seclusion came out. The 5 tigers of the Heaven Shocking Society are here. I didn't expect them to come back too. 5 black silhouettes flew over from the horizon, exuding a powerful pressure that made people feel suffocated. The newcomer was immediately recognized. The 5 tiger generals of the Heaven Shocking Society had a resounding reputation in the sect. They didn't descend. They stayed in the sky and looked down from above like gods looking down on mortals. They indeed had the strength to do so. It's been 100 years. I didn't expect to see such a grand event again, the tall Wang Yong said lightly. This junior brother Lin Fei isn't simple to be able to survive the hands of a loose immortal patriarch. I really want to spar with him. A delicate-looking young man subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. This way, I didn't rush back from outside in vain. I don't think there's a need for a spar. I wonder how many people want to spar with him. A red-clothed woman in the middle chuckled. I think it's better for us to watch the show. Following the appearance of the experts from the Heaven Shocking Society, many experts from the Pink Rose arrived as well. The scene was lively, and they had a good relationship with the Heaven Shocking Society. Hence, they quickly started chatting while waiting for the appearance of the patriarch. It wouldn't be easy to see the true appearance of the patriarch at this time of the year. The loose immortal patriarch didn't come and go without a trace. It was rather rare for several loose immortal patriarchs to appear at the same time. The experts from the Sword God Society are here too. When another group of people appeared on the horizon, the sky was suddenly empty. The influence of the Sword God Society was evident. When they saw the lineup of the Sword God Society, all the disciples present were surprised. The Sword God Society is really going all out this time. I didn't expect them to come. 3 sages. Looks like the rumors are true. Lin Fei and the Sword God Society have a lot of conflicts. Otherwise, why would they be sent here? Lin Fei is in trouble now. It looks like they don't want junior brother Lin Fei to have an easy time. After recognizing the 3 experts from the Sword God Society, all kinds of speculations began to spread. He's just a mystique venerable rank kid. No matter how strong he is, he's just a prospective sage. I can kill that kid with 1 finger. Sua Zhongming sneered. Why do the 3 of us have to come together? In fact, we're not really going to make a move. Don't forget that we're not the only experts cultivating in the Sword God Society. Some of us will definitely make a move. Brother Guanghan is right. He's just a mystique venerable rank. There's no need for us sages to make a move. That kid doesn't have the right. These 3 sages of the Sword God Society would not dare to make a move against Lin Fei in front of everyone for the time being. In the eyes of others, they would be bullying the weak. They would not make a move unless it was a critical moment. Sages had dignity. They would not make a move casually. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to lowering their own status. They were not that stupid. Brother Fong, there are so many experts here today. Do you think that Lin Fei wants to become the elder ancestor's disciple? In another part of the sky, Fong Wen looked down with a cold gaze. Thank you for your reminder that day, Brother Qin. Otherwise, I would have done something stupid. Fong Wen shook his head. I've already arranged for someone to avenge Brother Bai. Qin Kai said, nothing was leaked, right? You should know that if you do anything serious in front of the elder ancestor, he'll definitely see through it. Not everyone can withstand the elder ancestor's anger. Fong Wen said confidently, I've already arranged everything. I'm 100% sure that no one will notice anything wrong. Qin Kai did not continue asking. The rogue immortal elder is here. Elder ancestor 9 fingers. Elder ancestor mad sword. Figures walked out of the void in the sky. The rogue immortal elder emitted an oppressive aura that no one dared to look directly at. Even the sages showed a respectful expression. The elder ancestor was a top-notch expert in the continent. Every single one of the elder ancestors had powerful battle prowess. Any one of these elder ancestors was an existence that could stomp their feet in the outside world. Today, they were fortunate enough to see all of them. There was a total of 6 rogue immortal elders. This already made the eyes of all the disciples below green with envy. 6 rogue immortal elders wanted to take him in as a disciple. Was that Lin Fei really that monstrous? Chapter 456. The 6 itinerant immortal patriarchs were Patriarch 9 Fingers, Patriarch Crazy Sword, Patriarch Ruoshui, Patriarch Rock, and Patriarch Hegemon Sword. Among them, Patriarch Ruoshui was the only female. Patriarch Rock was a mutated demonic beast. No matter which one of these 6 loose immortal patriarchs, they were all existences that everyone in the sect looked up to. This time, for the sake of accepting a disciple, all 6 patriarchs appeared at the same time. 9 Fingers, where's Lin Fei? Patriarch Crazy Sword's eyes were sharp. Patriarch 9 Fingers smiled. Don't worry. Lin Fei is down there. We'll have time to get to know him. Let's see how much Lin Fei has improved over the past year. Naturally, 9-fingered old ancestor understood what Mad Sword Patriarch meant. All the patriarchs present wanted to recruit Lin Fei as a disciple. Even though they were patriarchs, they could not resist the temptation of a demonic genius who had comprehended the invincible sword will. There were too many disciples in the divine sword school, but the itinerant immortal patriarchs rarely accepted disciples. Unless one was exceptionally talented, one could forget about becoming a disciple of the patriarchs. It was rare for all 6 patriarchs to appear at the same time. 9 Fingers is right. Let's get to know Lin Fei first so that we don't hear rumors, Patriarch Ruoshui said lightly. In fact, there was no need for them to suspect anything. However, they emphasized fairness when accepting disciples. That was why the Divine Sword School had been growing stronger. The challenge of accepting disciples was deliberately set by the Divine Sword School to prevent backdoors from appearing. They strived to make sure that every disciple who became a disciple of the patriarchs was a true demonic genius. If not for this reason, 9 Fingers would have immediately accepted Lin Fei as a disciple instead of wasting a year. After Patriarch Ruoshui said this, the other patriarchs had nothing to say. A battle was the best way to test one's strength. Lin Fei, come up to the stage. 9 Fingers' voice was loud and clear, echoing over the square. Everyone knew that the challenge was about to begin. If they defeated Lin Fei, they would become famous in the Divine Sword School. If they were lucky, they would be chosen by the patriarchs. They would not even dare to think about becoming an in-name disciple. Lin Fei arrived very early. Lin Fei was tongue-tied when he saw the 6 patriarchs. The Sword God School was much more powerful than he had imagined. Each of the bodiless immortal patriarchs exuded a pressure that was like an insurmountable mountain. It was as if a bodiless immortal patriarch could crush them mercilessly with just a thought. It was a powerful feeling. Whoosh! Lin Fei soared into the sky and landed on the arena. Disciple Lin Fei greets the patriarchs. Facing the loose immortal patriarch, Lin Fei was neither servile nor overbearing. His body exuded unprecedented confidence. In fact, in Lin Fei's eyes, loose immortal patriarchs were only slightly stronger. They were no different from him in other aspects, so there was no need for him to fear them. This performance naturally satisfied all the loose immortal patriarchs. The loose immortal patriarch could tell that Lin Fei was neither servile nor overbearing. He could tell if it was a forced act or if it really came from him. Especially the strong confidence that came from his body, it was like a flame in the dark night, it was too dazzling. This kid is not bad. Great strength has forged great confidence. This trip was not in vain. The loose immortal patriarchs' hearts were as clear as a mirror. Although they looked expressionless, they were very optimistic about Lin Fei. Are you ready? Old Ancestor Nine Fingers asked with a smile. Lin Fei stood ramrod straight and nodded. I'm ready. I can face the challenge at any time. Then let's begin. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Their opportunity had come. Outstanding people fell in love with the ground and became the patriarch's disciple. A beautiful blueprint kept appearing in their minds. Lin Fei turned around with a fearless look in his eyes. Whoever wants to challenge me, feel free to make your move. At this moment, Lin Fei's fighting spirit was boiling. Fight! Fight! Let me do it! Let me do it! Whoosh! 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 4 core disciples flew out from all 4 sides of the arena and attacked Lin Fei with a wave of their hands. These 4 people were smart. They might not be Lin Fei's match in a one-on-one fight, but if the 4 of them attacked together, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to block them. Moreover, these 4 people used the 5 elements sword technique. Their attack power kept increasing, and it was one of the sword techniques practiced more in the divine sword sect. Open. Lin Fei was as still as a mountain. He waved his hand in the air and pointed 4 times in succession. With a muffled groan, the 4 people who attacked were sent flying and fell on the square. Those who were weak could not see how the 4 core disciples were defeated. Who's next? Lin Fei shouted. When the 6 rogue immortal patriarchs saw this attack, their eyes revealed a different look. This time, there were a total of 10 core disciples. Moreover, they were the best among them. Every one of them was stronger than the previous core disciples. When 10 core disciples attacked, even an expert at the early stage of the Saint Realm would have to flee in panic. All kinds of sword intents emerged, enveloping Lin Fei in a rain of swords. This time, Lin Fei won't be able to block them. However, before they could finish speaking, everyone saw a white light flash in front of them. The 10 core disciples fell on the ground in a sorry state. In contrast, Lin Fei, who was in the arena, looked very calm. Strong, too strong. Is this a peerless genius? If this is a killing move, won't they all be killed? All the disciples in the square sucked in a breath of cold air. Defeating 10 core disciples in one move, none of them could do it. Who's next? Lin Fei's unmoving aura instantly turned into a sky full of sword intents. Sword chimes resounded in the square. Invincible sword intent. Oh my god, there really is such an invincible sword intent. It makes people unable to resist it. Oh no, this is invincible sword intent. My sword intent is being suppressed. I'm also being suppressed. When the invincible sword intent was released, everyone felt endless suppression. Their sword intents immediately shrunk like frightened children. No matter how they tried to summon them, they could not respond. Everyone started cursing. What was the point of fighting? Their sword intents were being suppressed, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. If they attacked, they would be asking for a beating. Lin Fei, this kid is really ruthless. The rogue immortal patriarchs laughed. Courageous, smart, flexible, worthy of being a peerless genius. He did not seek to be ruthless, but to be flexible. This was what peerless geniuses needed. Indeed, it's the legendary invincible sword intent. The invincible sword intent immediately suppressed them. Perhaps only sword god's sovereign's descent sword intent can resist such a sword intent. I must take this Lin Fei as my disciple. Lin Fei will definitely be my disciple. Patriarch has not accepted a disciple for hundreds of years. No one is allowed to snatch him from me. As Lin Fei's invincible sword intent was released, the rogue immortal patriarchs immediately felt like minced meat in their eyes. They wanted to take him for themselves. As rogue immortal patriarchs, who didn't wish to have a powerful disciple under them, they naturally would not miss this opportunity. Who knew when the next disciple recruitment would be? Who would have thought that the rogue immortal patriarchs would fight so fiercely for a disciple? Seeing how the rogue immortal patriarchs fought, Patriarch Nine Fingers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The personal disciple has made his move. The invincible sword intent formed an absolute sword domain, suppressing the group. The core disciples no longer dared to make a move. Although they all knew that Lin Fei had cultivated the invincible sword intent, they had not seen this sword intent apart from the records, so they did not think it was very powerful. However, when the invincible sword intent pressed down like a mountain, they finally realized the terror of the invincible sword intent. It was an invincible power. In the face of this invincible power, their sword intent was not even worth mentioning. The invincible suppression had already made them lose confidence. The core disciples had given up, but the personal disciples were different. They would not give up. The personal disciples had to be at great perfection mystique venerable. Although it was said that the invincible sword intent would affect them, in reality, it was not too much. They made their move instantly. This time, their attacks were even more ferocious than before, fully demonstrating the power of the personal disciples. Anyone who saw them attack could sincerely feel their powerful aura. Slay. Replacing swords with hands, the God Slayer sword technique. Bam 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 bam, a bloody gash was left on the personal disciples' chests. Fresh blood stained their clothes as they were sent flying. They were defeated with just one strike. They were defeated so thoroughly and directly. Who knew that was a sword technique just now? It was too sharp. The sword technique contained endless killing intent. This is a killing sword technique. I can feel it. What a terrifying sword technique. They had thought that the personal disciples could force Lin Fei to use his full strength. However, a casual strike from the other party had defeated the proud personal disciples. They could not accept such an outcome. The gap between them could not be so huge. After a year of killing monsters and leveling up, Lin Fei had cultivated the God Slayer and Demon Slayer sword technique to the extreme. His first move was a thunderous strike. It was a true killing sword technique. After killing a large number of heavenly demons, the killing intent contained caused the power of Lin Fei's attack to increase instantly. If he had been wielding the killing sword, this strike would not have been as simple as just injuring them. It would have killed them directly. The direct disciples, who were preparing to attack, felt a dense killing intent from this sword. The soaring killing intent made them feel fearful and shocked at Lin Fei. How many killings did he have to go through to accumulate such killing intent? The personal disciples were panicking. This was the first time that the sage disciples who had been watching felt danger from Lin Fei. This kid was very dangerous. When Lin Fei used this sword technique, the rogue immortal patriarchs were surprised. Killing sword technique. This is actually a killing sword technique. Patriarch Crazy Sword was crazy for sword fanatic. I didn't expect that Lin Fei is walking the path of a massacre sword immortal. Despite gathering such killing intent, it did not affect him. As expected of a monstrous genius. Patriarch Crazy Sword also said. A massacre sword immortal has not appeared for 1,000 years. Patriarch Hegemon Sword revealed a look of joy. This Lin Fei is suitable to be my disciple. He is suitable for my Hegemon Sword Dao. Nonsense. Lin Fei belongs to my Kuan Peng lineage. Patriarch Kuan Peng coldly snorted. In the arena, Lin Fei did not know that he had become a hot commodity in the eyes of the rogue immortal patriarchs. Who wants to challenge me? Zhong Zheng's loud voice once again spread throughout the square. Lin Fei's strength surprised everyone. Chapter 457. Who wants to challenge me? At this moment, these 4 words carried great significance. Powerful. Absolutely powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. It instantly changed everyone's opinion and established the concept of power in their hearts. Lin Fei's strength inadvertently told them a truth. Attainment level was not essential. Combat power was absolute. Using Mystique Venerable One's combat power to suppress opponents of the same generation and more than 10 people. This was true combat power. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm not afraid. If that was the case, the Divine Sword sect would no longer be a rank 1 sect. Lin Fei's words undoubtedly infuriated them. This time, Lin Fei is finished. There are more than 50 Mystique Venerable Ones. That's enough for Lin Fei to suffer. Shameless, too shameless. Bullying the few with numbers. What kind of man are you? Isn't this clearly bullying Lin Fei? When more than 50 Mystique Venerable Ones attacked in an orderly manner, many people were undoubtedly dissatisfied, especially Lin Fei's admirers. Of course, there were also people who wanted to know the extent of Lin Fei's limits. The lower-level people might not be able to see anything, but the higher-ups could see that this was clearly a form of suppression, an action against Lin Fei. Although the higher-ups of the Divine Sword sect knew something was fishy, none of them stood up to say anything. The itinerant immortal elders did not say anything either. It seemed. They also wanted to see how a peerless prodigy was a true peerless prodigy. One person fighting more than 10 Mystique Venerable Ones was merely a sign of decent talent. One should not forget that this was the Divine Sword sect, a rank 1 sect, a faction of the continent. It was not difficult to find someone who could fight more than 10 opponents of the same generation. They're really suppressing me. Lin Fei, who was surrounded, did not think much of it. Ever since he returned from the heavenly demon nation, he had encountered this kind of situation. Rules. There were rules everywhere. Nothing could be accomplished without them. As a newcomer, he was in the limelight. Naturally, there would be people who were dissatisfied. Some were unhappy, but the most unhappy were the veteran disciples. More than 50 powerhouses attacked together. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Since you've decided to attack, then let's fight. I will use them as stepping stones to establish my name of invincibility. I will step on their heads for the rest of my life, and I will never forget it. God Killer. The primordial spirit formed a hand seal. It was the starting hand seal of the deity killer. After forming the primordial spirit, he did not need time to instantly unleash the God-slain technique. More than 50 Mystique Venerable rank fighters suddenly felt as if a mountain was crashing down on them. They lost consciousness and no one could escape the attack. The moment the sword appeared, the surroundings shook. As Lin Fei slashed out with his sword, the black sword will pass through their bodies, and all of them were sent flying. This was done deliberately. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had defeated them. Those who attacked all had terrified expressions on their faces. Essence Soul's secret technique. Lin Fei has cultivated an Essence Soul's secret technique. These Mystique Venerable Ones immediately understood after recovering from their daze. Their defeat was not unjust. Defeating 50 Mystique Venerable Ones, Lin Fei felt no pressure at all. The God-slain technique was as powerful as imagined, especially when unleashed with the primordial spirit. It was truly a powerful offensive technique, killing people in an instant. As long as the saints don't appear, junior brother Lin Fei is the #1 Mystique Venerable rank fighter. I can take on 3 at once, and that's already pretty awesome. I didn't expect junior brother Lin Fei to be even more insane. He can defeat more than 50 Mystique Venerable rank fighters in one go. That's right, he's too awesome. I'll be satisfied if I have half of junior brother Lin Fei's strength. An unparalleled prodigy is indeed an unparalleled prodigy. To those disciples who had always been proud and arrogant, this undoubtedly showed them that there was always someone better than them, and they knew their place. As long as the saints don't appear, Lin Fei is the #1 mystique venerable rank fighter, Elder Nine Fingers said with a smile. An unparalleled prodigy isn't enough. Elder Ruoshui said, I'm sure everyone wants to know more. Why don't we let the saints' disciples do it? Sure. If an unparalleled prodigy can't withstand a saint's attack, then the title of an unparalleled prodigy is not justified. To these elders, mystique venerable rank fighters were like ants in their eyes. Only saints were considered to have some strength and could roam the continent. An unparalleled prodigy must have the combat strength of a saint. In the divine sword school, genius disciples generally became mystique venerable rank fighters. In theory, it was not a big problem, but saints were completely different. There was a threshold between mystique venerable rank and saint. If one could not pass this threshold, they would be stuck at mystique venerable rank for the rest of their lives. On the other hand, if they passed this threshold, becoming an emperor would be a cinch. Saints were the standard to measure everything. Although they could all see that Lin Fei had the combat strength of a saint, it was a completely different situation when he encountered a real saint. Lin Fei, are you willing to accept the challenge of a mystique venerable rank fighter? Elder Nine Fingers asked with a smile. Lin Fei said, I couldn't ask for more. That was just a warm-up exercise. No one had any objections to what he said at this time. After all, he had defeated hundreds of mystique venerable rank fighters. His strength was there for all to see. He had the confidence to say these words, so they naturally could not refute him. They had not seen mystique venerable rank fighters being utterly defeated. Strength was everything. Very well, as you wish. Elder Nine Fingers was very satisfied. An unparalleled prodigy should have the bearing of an unparalleled prodigy. He had brought Lin Fei back. Elder Nine Fingers was becoming more and more satisfied. It was conceivable that after Lin Fei's strength had greatly increased, he would become a true powerhouse in less than 100 years. The eyes of the disciples of the saints who had not yet made a move finally lit up. The disciples of the saints had not dared to act rashly before because they were afraid of breaking the rules. The itinerant immortal elders hated disciples who broke the rules the most. Now that the elder had personally spoken, the disciples of the saints finally had the opportunity to make a move and defeat Lin Fei. They had long disliked this new disciple. Although Lin Fei was very powerful and could easily defeat mystique venerable rank fighters, in their eyes, this little bit of strength was nothing. In their eyes, a mystique venerable rank fighter was immortal. Could a mortal go against a saint? No. They would use their strength to prove it. It was nothing more than wishful thinking for a mystique venerable rank fighter to challenge them, the saints. Failure would be Lin Fei's best outcome. King Coiling Finger. A disciple of the saints flew out. His first move was a 1,000-foot-long black finger. A loud rumbling sound shocked and terrified everyone. This was the power of a saint. Gu Shi has made his move. I heard that this King Coiling Finger was obtained from an arcane realm. When cultivated, it can suppress and crush everything. The one who made the move was Daoist Gu Shi. The King Coiling Finger fully displayed the power of an earth-level mystique technique. Junior brother Lin Fei, it's not good to bite off more than you can chew. You still have a long way to go. Chapter 458. It was undeniable that Daoist Gu Shi had the right to say that. A mid-stage mystique sage was enough to take care of a prodigy. No matter how powerful a mystique venerable one was, the difference between a sage and a mystique venerable one was too obvious. Bang! No one thought that Lin Fei would be able to block that domineering finger. Even if he did, he would have to pay a price. A sage's attack was more powerful than dozens of mystique venerable ones. Especially the sage's coercion, it would suppress the opponent's combat ability and cause them to suffer. Unless they were on the same level, they would only be able to block it. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei didn't care about coercion at all. He had killed so many heavenly demon kings that he no longer cared about coercion. The deafening sound startled everyone. What a powerful secret skill. The leaves of the fiery red lotus swayed up and down. It looked lifelike as it wrapped around Lin Fei. An earth-grade mystique technique like King Pan Finger couldn't break his opponent's secret divine ability? How could this be? Daoist Gu Shi was stunned and had a look of disbelief. No one could block his finger without getting injured. Yet, his opponent managed to block it. This was out of his expectations. Lin Fei used the water fire lotus. In a year, Lin Fei had constantly improved the water fire lotus and his defense had naturally improved as well. Daoist Gu Shi's finger looked extremely powerful, but it couldn't break through Lin Fei's defense at all. Senior brother, your attacks aren't that great either. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. Humph. You'll regret it later. Daoist Gu Shi had tried it before, but he was ignored. Lin Fei's gaze just now was full of disdain. Peng peng peng. Daoist Gu Shi's divine ability was displayed and the power of a sage filled the air, causing Lin Fei to fall into a storm of attacks. Every attack actually dissolved the water fire lotus. Senior brother, use more strength. Senior brother, I really wonder how you cultivate. Even a divine ability can't break through it. I really feel sorry for you. Inside the water fire lotus, Lin Fei watched calmly as he spoke teasingly to provoke Daoist Gu Shi. Daoist Gu Shi has been defeated. Junior brother Lin Fei is too amazing to be able to block the attack of a sage. I think Daoist Gu Shi has used all his means. He's too strong. With just this defensive technique, even a sage can forget about doing anything to Lin Fei. When they saw that Lin Fei didn't even dodge and took Daoist Gu Shi's attack head-on, they couldn't help but sigh. Junior brother Lin Fei was simply too monstrous. Those mystique venerable ones were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a powerful divine ability that could block a saint's attack so easily. I lost. After a series of attacks, Daoist Gu Shi had a dejected look on his face. He had no choice but to admit defeat. He was a dignified saint, yet he could not break through a mystique venerable one's defenses. He had never encountered such a thing in his entire life, but today, he had encountered it. Daoist Gu Shi could only choose to admit defeat. He lost in a dilemma. As Daoist Gu Shi took the initiative to admit defeat, the sage's disciples, who had been observing the battle, felt quite pressured. A look of caution appeared on their faces. Damn it, how can this kid's defense be so strong? Sua Zhongming said coldly. Maybe Lin Fei's defense is just a little stronger, so he used this little trick to force Daoist Gu Shi to admit defeat, Daoist Guanghan added. A mere mystique venerable one was quite capable. That was the common thought of all the sages. Daoist Gu Shi was considered quite powerful among the sages, but his attack could not break through Lin Fei's defense. This defense made many sages' eyes light up. This divine ability was amazing. Lin Fei was still using the water fire lotus to protect himself. Senior brother sage, there's another one who wants to challenge. Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear. Let's do it. Needless to say, Daoist Gu Shi's defeat had undoubtedly embarrassed the sage's disciples. A high and mighty sage was defeated by a mystique venerable one's disciple. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Most importantly, if they did not teach Lin Fei a lesson today, once he became a disciple of the elder ancestor, who knew how long it would take for these sages to make a move against him. They had to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the four sages came out, there was a rare gasp in the square. They seemed to be from the Loose Immortals Alliance. They're all mid-sage sages. The Loose Immortals Alliance has a good plan. If they defeat a peerless genius like Lin Fei, I'm sure many experts will join the Loose Immortals Alliance. That goes without saying. I'm afraid junior brother Lin Fei won't be able to withstand four sages. The square formation. There were four sages in the Loose Immortals Alliance. As soon as they attacked, they immediately set up a formation and trapped Lin Fei in the middle as if they were already prepared to deal with Lin Fei. Boom, boom, the four sages attacked with shocking momentum. Fortunately, the loose immortals patriarch set up a formation around the ring so that the sage's power would not leak out. Lin Fei was in the range of the bombardment. Previously, when Lin Fei chose to defend passively, no one was surprised. However, facing 4 sages, Lin Fei remained calm. This made them puzzled. Was junior brother Lin Fei crazy? Or was he so confident that he could withstand a sage's attack? They had never seen such a situation before. F***ck, junior brother Lin Fei is mighty. This is too sick, for sages are attacking. What kind of mystical power is this? It's too awesome, too domineering. Under the sudden attack, Lin Fei was as good as new. The lotus leaves swayed with the wind as if to prove something. The patriarch who had been watching all this time also revealed a satisfied look. For mid-sage sages attacked but couldn't hurt Lin Fei at all. He was worthy of the title of peerless. Again. The 4 of them were unwilling. The attacks continued to increase. However, such attacks were unable to break the water-fire lotus. Every time they were about to break the mystical power, they would be blocked. They were just a little bit off each time. There was nothing more complicated than this. For example, there was a peerless divine weapon inside, but there was still a layer of difference outside. They could see it but not touch it. This was the saddest thing. The 4 sages almost vomited blood. Why did they encounter such a monster? No matter how strong the mystical power was, it still needed true essence to support it. Who had ever seen such dense true essence? They had never seen it before. It was as if it was endless, inexhaustible. What else could they do when facing such a person? The tortoise shell was too hard. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you going to hide in this lotus? Daoist Beihai mocked Lin Fei. That's right, since you are a peerless genius, you have to defeat us, another sage said. They had no other choice. Their attacks couldn't break the opponent's defense at all. The only feasible way was for Lin Fei to remove his defense and take the initiative to fight with them. They could guarantee that as long as Lin Fei fell for it, he would definitely regret it. Without the mystical power defense, they had nothing to worry about. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, how strong could he be? Since senior brothers said so, then I will embarrass myself. Lin Fei chuckled and took the initiative to remove the water-fire lotus, revealing himself in front of them. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. Lin Fei was too arrogant. He fell for it so easily. How could a mystic venerable one's strength be a match for them? He was just asking for it. The 4 sages smiled. There was pity in their smiles. The next second, they were stunned. Chapter 459. P.S. The power went out yesterday morning and continued until 10 at night. I can't update it anymore. Please forgive me. Boom. Accompanied by Lin Fei's deep voice, the sword intent filled the air. The sword mountain, sword rain, and sword river formed, turning the entire arena into a sword domain that ordinary people couldn't imagine. A terrifying sword intent filled the air unscrupulously, tearing cracks in the void, emitting a terrifying spatial aura. This wasn't the end. The sword intent filled the sky, making people feel endless danger. Everyone felt endless danger from it. Sword domain, Fire Beacon Mountain. Flames rose up within the sword domain. If one were to look closely, they would discover that these flames were not real flames. Instead, they were formed by sword intent. Without exception, all of them contained a sharp aura. Outside the flames, a towering mountain came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 sages were caught off guard. Don't take it head-on. His sword intent can break through our defenses. Damn, how can the invincible sword intent be so sharp? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. After exchanging blows, they immediately realized how powerful this sword domain was. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to tear through everything, making them feel great pressure. There were very few sword intents that could bring fear to sages. As soon as the sword domain appeared, no matter if it was the inner court disciples or personal disciples, all of them were shocked. A sword domain that could trap sages. How did Junior Lin Fei create such a divine ability? Personal disciples had amazing eyesight. They could see the danger in the sword domain at a glance. It was formed by the invincible sword intent, and it could suppress everything. Even if they were trapped inside, they wouldn't be able to easily escape, let alone when they were under attack. Fire Beacon Mountain kept on attacking. In the blink of an eye, the four sages were at a disadvantage. It was impossible to defend against the endless sword intent. Even the protection of true treasures couldn't stop the sword intent. Tearing. Dang 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 dang. They're going to lose. Mad Sword Ancestor laughed. Lin Fei is a peerless genius. He created the sword domain at such a young age. Within the sword domain, he is a sword god, an invincible god. Patriarch Qi Jian revealed a satisfied expression. In today's challenge, Lin Fei will be able to suppress everyone by relying on his sword domain. Old Ancestor Ruoshui said. Old Ancestor Nine Fingers also smiled. It had only been a year since they last met, but Lin Fei's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. This was completely unexpected. This was especially so for Lin Fei's sword domain, which used his sword intent as the pillar and Lin Fei as the core. It was truly amazing. If he wanted to defeat Lin Fei, he would have to suppress Lin Fei's invincible sword intent. But how could he talk about suppressing invincible sword intent? We admit defeat. In Fire Beacon Mountain alone, the four disciples of the sages had no choice but to take the initiative to admit defeat. Grievance, full of grievance. When facing this sword domain, even if they had the intention to win, they had no choice but to lower their heads when facing this terrifying sword intent. Whoosh, the sword domain dissipated, and the four saints appeared in a sorry state. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Fei cupped his hands. The four disciples of the saints did not say anything and directly left the arena. They did not have the face to continue staying. Defeating the four sages was completely within Lin Fei's imagination. The power of the sword domain was the most powerful group-killing technique he had used in the past year. Its origin was naturally the work of the Eternal Emperor. This sword domain is practically tailor-made for me. When I display it with my invincible sword intent, I am an invincible god in the sword domain. It feels so good to defeat a sage in front of everyone. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I believe that no one will make a move next. Offense and defense were one. Lin Fei had displayed his true strength. Unless they were muddle-headed, they would not make a move. The four mid-stage sages were no weaker than a late-stage sage. Unless a late-stage sage made a move, everything would be futile. In the end, it would all be for naught. That Lin Fei is destined to become the old ancestor's disciple today. Zhua Zhongming of the Sword God Society shook his head helplessly. Are we not going to make a move? Daoist Guang Han asked. Do you think that we can defeat Lin Fei if we make a move? There's still a chance. Zhua Zhongming sneered, a sword domain, offense and defense are one. Who knows if that Lin Fei has any other divine powers or secret techniques? What if he does? It's definitely a war of attrition. Do you think that's possible? Can't we just not make a move? What about the young master? Daoist Guang Han said. It's fine. We'll have a chance sooner or later. That's all we can do. Daoist Guang Han was helpless. On the other side, Fong Wen was also in a bad mood. Damn Lin Fei, how did he learn such a powerful divine power? Fong Wen's face was ashen. As a sage, he could also see that the sword domain was extraordinary. There was no need to make a move. It was just a disgrace. With Fong Wen's eyesight, he actually could not see how to break this sword domain divine power. Brother Fong, it's impossible. Let's stop and observe the situation. Qin Kai advised. Fong Wen nodded, I just can't take this lying down. If I made a move a year ago, even if Lin Fei had 10 lives, he wouldn't be a match for me. He regretted it. Fang Wen saw endless potential in Lin Fei. His combat power as a mystique venerable one was already so terrifying. If he ascended to profound sage, he would be able to sweep through everything. At that time, how could disciples like them stand out? Qin Kai also felt regret. There will definitely be a chance. We can wait. For the first time, the others also realized that this peerless genius, Lin Fei, was about to rise. No one could stop his footsteps. In half an hour, a few scattered disciples of the sages made a move. All of them were defeated without exception. The power of the sword domain. It also made them understand how powerful it was. Naturally, they could not be bothered to make a fool of themselves. The challenge is over. The nine-fingered Grand Elder announced, ending the day's challenge. This result could be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. The peerless genius, Lin Fei, was more terrifying than they imagined. He could even defeat a sage. If he could kill him, perhaps he could kill a sage. Although it was just a guess, it was not far from the truth. Lin Fei's strength was there. The nine-fingered Grand Elder was very satisfied with today's challenge. With a wave of his hand, he swept Lin Fei away. The other 5 itinerant immortal patriarchs also left one after another. Junior brother Lin Fei is too amazing. He can even defeat a sage. I wonder which patriarch will he become a disciple of? Who knows? No matter which patriarch he becomes a disciple of, Lin Fei is not someone we can offend. As the patriarchs and Lin Fei left, the people in the square felt like they were in a dream. As for the other disciples, they turned and left to report the situation. At this time, no one could ignore Lin Fei. In less than 100 years, he would become an overlord among emperors. Chapter 460. P.S. The renovation is nearing its end, and I'm extremely busy. Please forgive me. It's been 3 months since the renovation, and there are only about 10 days left. By then, I can focus on writing without worry. Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Less than an inch away, Lin Fei clearly saw what he had been dreaming of. The divine blood that could greatly increase his defense. The divine blood that could make an Imperial Realm expert feel inferior. The divine blood that he had finally seen after so much effort. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood that was rumored to be extremely rare in the world. Now, the Azure Dragon Divine Blood had finally appeared in front of Lin Fei. How could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? Lin Fei had never thought that there would be a day when he would be so close to the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. It was an existence that could make the Azure Dragon true body complete. In Lin Fei's eyes, the golden divine blood exuded a boundless might. Occasionally, it would transform into a golden dragon, swimming back and forth, displaying its tyrannical might. Occasionally, it would return to the golden divine blood, looking extremely mysterious. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? This is the genuine Azure Dragon Divine Blood. It's extremely rare in the entire continent. The black-clad demoness turned around. It is indeed the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Lin Fei nodded. Thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. This was the truth. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood. If the demoness had not revealed the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Divine Blood, Lin Fei might have had to spend a few more years on it. In fact, he might not have even doubted the demoness' words. The dynasty's treasury was filled with experts. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood was placed in the core area of the Azure Dragon's treasury. Unless one knew about it beforehand, one could forget about knowing its whereabouts. Lin Fei would not know about it at all. As for auctioning off the Azure Dragon Divine Blood, Lin Fei did not have the strength to compete at all. Don't be fooled by the fact that he had killed others and obtained countless veritable essence crystals. However, the existence of the core lake meant that Lin Fei's net worth would shrink significantly. How could he bid for it? Bid? Dream on. One could say that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when the next one would be? Lin Fei could not wait for the next one. You've seen the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Our partnership ends here. The demoness said, how you are going to obtain the Azure Dragon Divine Blood will depend on your own ability. Damn, how ruthless. Lin Fei had expected that the demoness would not be so kind. Indeed, they did not get along well with each other. That's fine too. We don't owe each other anything. Let me give you a reminder. Once the formation in the treasury is broken, the treasury will immediately be surrounded by experts. You have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, a bad feeling rose in his heart. There was something strange about this demoness. The one who attacked first had the advantage, and the one who attacked later suffered. Lin Fei moved quickly, but the demoness was even faster. A black shadow appeared before a treasure in the depths of the treasury. With a wave of her hand, golden beads appeared, followed by a buzzing sound. Gold-devouring bug. Lin Fei revealed a shocked expression. The gold-devouring bug was an extinct species. Due to its powerful destructive ability and its innate ability to devour formations, it had always been in existence that human cultivators feared. Moments after the gold-devouring beetles flew out, Lin Fei saw that tiny holes had been torn open on the formation. The holes were densely packed together, forming a fist-sized hole. Indeed, she came prepared. While Lin Fei was shocked, he did not want to fall behind, so he quickly released Furball. At this moment, he did not care about anything else. He had to obtain the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. If Lin Fei was slightly slower, he had every reason to believe that once the demoness obtained the Azure Dragon Divine Blood, he would definitely be unlucky. Xiao Qin would definitely be unlucky. The experts outside would not just sit and wait to steal the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Get the Divine Blood out. Lin Fei immediately instructed Furball. When it came to crucial matters, Furball would not delay. Without saying anything else, it executed void travel. Although the formation before them was astonishingly mighty, it could not be broken in a short time if it was forcefully broken. Furball ignored the formation and entered it with a flash. Then, it picked up a jade bottle and pointed the bottle down, preparing to extract the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. A spatial mutated beast. The demoness was very confident. The gold-devouring bug was about to break the hole, so she subconsciously looked at the other party. This look was fine, but when she saw it, she frowned. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and surprise filled her face. This is definitely a spatial mutated beast with the ability to travel through space. I can't be wrong. Who exactly is he? How can he have such a precious spatial mutated beast? Even the powerhouses of the demonic Daoist sects might not have a spatial mutated beast. Could he be the young master of a large clan? Otherwise, how could he have a spatial mutated beast? The demoness was thoroughly stunned. The demoness knew how to break the formation of the dynasty's treasure trove. She had calculated that the other party would not be able to break the formation within a short time. This was her chance. The situation that she had been confident of was developing in a different direction from the appearance of the spatial mutated beast. Who are you? How can you have a spatial mutated beast? Right now, we do not owe each other anything. Why should I tell you? Lin Fei retorted indifferently. He had expected the other party to ask this. The demoness was speechless. Why should I ask him? How infuriating. How infuriating. When this lady obtains the treasure, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Furball moved quickly and stored the Azure Dragon Divine Blood into the pristine jade bottle. Lin Fei finally relaxed. This trip should be a daunting one without any mishaps. As long as he refined the Azure Dragon Divine Blood, his Azure Dragon true body would reach great perfection. At that time, he would be able to roam the world freely. Woo! 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 The moment Furball came out of the formation, something strange happened. A huge face suddenly appeared in the sky above the huge core treasure trove. Its cold eyes did not contain any emotions as it stared at the two of them. Not good, I've been discovered. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. His sword intent swept out and tore apart the suppression. He understood that the formation had a backup plan. On the other side, the demonic woman's expression also changed greatly. She could not help but curse, "You old thing, you actually gave me fake information. I'll definitely teach you a lesson when I return. Stinking brat, you've caused my death this time." Lin Fei curled his lips and stored the pristine jade bottle. "What does it have to do with me? You didn't even remind me before." At the same time, in the dynasty's palace, Emperor Fei Long, who was summoning the three commanders, had a flash of anger on his expressionless face. He looked at the three commanders with a deep gaze. "What are you three commanders doing?" Someone even entered the dynasty's treasure trove. The three commanders' expressions were very ugly. They were still racking their brains over the deaths of Tingfei Academy and the law enforcement team. Now, someone had broken into the dynasty's treasure trove out of nowhere. How could they not be upset? "Please calm down, Your Majesty." The three commanders were in fear. "I want to see who did it." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. The dynasty's treasure trove is filled with powerhouses. We definitely won't disappoint Your Majesty. You may leave." Chapter 461. The challenge was over. The influence that Lin Fei brought was far more than what was seen in front of them. He leaped out of nowhere and entered everyone's field of vision, confirming his name as a peerless genius. From hearsay to watching it live, what Lin Fei left behind was strength and freakish talent. Lin Fei showed off his skills and defeated the core disciples and personal disciples. No matter which one it was unforgettable. As the challenger, Lin Fei was brought to a hall. This hall was hidden in the void world. Only a big sect like the Sword God sect could set up a place in the void world. In the eyes of outsiders, the void world was a place that ordinary people could not set foot in. But for real experts, the void world was the safest place. Everyone knew that the void world was boundless. To paraphrase a common saying, the void world was as big as one's heart. "Uncle Masters, are you satisfied with this trip?" The boundless sect leader walked out with a smile. One could read everything from his smile. As the Sword God sect leader, he naturally saw everything that happened in the square. Now that he saw it again, he could not help but feel happy. Who didn't like a powerful sect? Who didn't like a peerless genius emerging from the sect? Satisfied, very satisfied, the crazy sword patriarch said straightforwardly. He was as happy as a child. If outsiders saw this, they might find it hard to believe, but the patriarch would put down his solemn expression and replace it with a smile. "Junior brother Boundless, you did a good thing," Patriarch Ruoshui said with a smile. The other patriarchs had similar expressions. In any case, they were all very satisfied. Good disciples were not easy to find. Peerless geniuses were even more difficult to find. Lin Fei suddenly became a hot commodity, eager to become their disciple. The boundless sect leader said with a smile, "I'm envious of all of you to have the opportunity to recruit a peerless genius. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the position of sect leader." Ha ha ha. The group of patriarchs laughed. Lin Fei was surprised. The relationship between the sect leader and the patriarch seemed to be very good. After exchanging greetings, the boundless sect leader said, "Uncle Masters, I wonder who wants to take Lin Fei as a disciple." Lin Fei also pricked up his ears. A loose immortal patriarch. Before this, Lin Fei did not dare to imagine that such a day would come. Although Lin Fei was now very powerful, he still had many things to learn in the Xiantian continent. The best person to learn from was none other than a loose immortal patriarch. Loose immortal patriarchs were the pinnacle of power in the Xiantian continent. Sky immortals were not included. Of course, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be peerless itinerant immortals who could resist heavenly immortal experts. Voila! All eyes were on him, and Lin Fei suddenly felt like he had become a piece of fat meat on the chopping board. If it was somewhere else, Lin Fei might have to flee in a sorry state. This kind of gaze was exactly the same as a wolf looking at a sheep. Even someone of Lin Fei's strength would feel his scalp tingle in the face of such a gaze. Uncle Masters, can you control it? Lin Fei blinked. I'm afraid I can't take it. Cough cough cough. The 6 ancestral patriarchs laughed dryly. There was no other way. They all wanted to take Lin Fei as their disciple and pass on their mantle. Headmaster Immeasurable laughed bitterly in his heart. A peerless genius and 6 loose immortal patriarchs. There were too many monks and not enough gruel. This matter was not easy to handle. Forget it, forget it. They would solve this matter themselves. Headmaster Immeasurable did not intend to intervene in such a troublesome matter. It was not suitable, not suitable. The 6 loose immortal patriarchs began to argue, one after another. Their goal was the same, to take Lin Fei as their disciple. The great hall was like a market. Lin Fei was stupefied. Were these still the lofty ancestral patriarchs? If they knew that I relied on upgrading the system to get to where I am today, I wonder what they would think. Lin Fei laughed secretly. The 6 ancestral patriarchs quarreled back and forth, but there was no conclusion at all. Uncle Masters, can you listen to me? While they were arguing endlessly, Lin Fei suddenly spoke. Patriarch Hegemon Sword said. The few of us old bones are arguing endlessly. Why don't we ask him who he wants to take as his master? Patriarch Crazy Sword's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Everyone is just wishful thinking. I think we should let the stinky brat choose himself. He can take whoever he wants to take as his master. That's better. I agree as well. The 6 loose immortal patriarchs were rather straightforward. Since they were unwilling to go against the rules, they might as well give the other party a choice. The choice was suddenly in Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei was slightly startled. Why did the choice fall into his hands? This did not seem to be the result he wanted. Regarding this, he could only smile bitterly. Choice. 6 loose immortal patriarchs. Lin Fei really did not know how to choose. If this matter were to spread outside, no one would believe that Lin Fei could obtain such an honor. 6 ancestral patriarchs. If he had to choose, anyone would be extremely excited. They could not be as calm as Lin Fei at this moment. How can this be? Lin Fei lowered his head. Stinky brat, don't be so wishy-washy, Patriarch 9 Fingers scolded jokingly. This is the good fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Sect Master Immeasurable smiled, wanting to know how Lin Fei would choose. In that case, I shall accept deferentially. Lin Fei made up his mind. If he had to choose, so be it. It was not like he was going to the battlefield. Ordinary people could not adjust their emotions in such a manner. Choosing an ancestral patriarch might not displease the other ancestral patriarchs. Lin Fei thought to himself, how to choose is really a troublesome problem. Let me think carefully. The 6 ancestral patriarchs saw Lin Fei frown, but did not say a word, allowing him to think. If he chose one without a second thought, they might not be satisfied with it. When it came to important matters, one had to be cautious and prudent. Lin Fei had done well. The loose immortal patriarchs did not only look at one's strength, but also their moral character. They did not wish for a scourge to appear in the Divine Sword sect in the future. Speechless, they met the sect masters of the Divine Sword sect. Time passed. Lin Fei, have you made up your mind? Sect Master Immeasurable asked with a smile. Lin Fei nodded. The disciple has already chosen. Brat, you must choose me. Patriarch Hegemon Sword laughed, not minding his thick skin at all. Junior brother Hegemon Sword, you are being insincere. Lin Fei hasn't even spoken. Patriarch Kunpeng struck him down. Lin Fei, hurry up and say. Who do you choose? Patriarch Crazy Sword said. Lin Fei took a deep breath, as though he had made up his mind. Forgive me for being greedy. I wish to become the disciple of the 6 ancestral patriarchs. Sect Master Immeasurable was stunned. Patriarch Nine Fingers was also stunned. Patriarch Crazy Sword's smile stiffened. Patriarch Crazy Sword's mind reverberated with that sentence. Patriarch Ruoshue's brows pricked up, suspecting that she had misheard. Patriarch Kuanpeng's mouth opened so wide that a duck's egg could be stuffed inside. Patriarch Hegemon's sword was shocked. With a wisp of sword intent, a strand of hair fell off, completely unaware of it. Becoming the disciple of the 6 ancestral patriarchs had a huge impact on them. Chapter 462. Lin Fei's words were like a bomb in the deep sea. It was so shocking, unbelievable, and important that they couldn't accept it. One person, one teacher, had long been deeply rooted in their hearts and couldn't be changed. But now that someone had proposed to become the disciple of the 6 patriarchs, it was no longer a small matter. It also caught the 6 patriarchs off guard. If someone dared to say such a thing under normal circumstances, the 6 bodiless immortal patriarchs would definitely leave without any reason. However, no one had ever mentioned such a thing to them. Which disciple didn't tremble in fear when facing them? They didn't dare to say such words, for fear of offending them unknowingly. Just this point alone made their impression of Lin Fei much better. At the very least, Lin Fei dared to speak his mind and act boldly. Lin Fei, do you think it's possible? Patriarch Nine-Fingered asked. The reaction of the patriarchs was actually within Lin Fei's expectations. It had to be said that Lin Fei was very bold. It was good to be the disciple of an patriarch, but for Lin Fei, he didn't need to worry about whether he could digest the upgrade system. He only cared about what he could learn. The situation would be different if he became the disciple of the 6 patriarchs. Regardless of which patriarch became a bodiless immortal, survived the attack of the heavenly tribulation, and cultivated the path of a bodiless immortal. All of them had their own special skills. If he could become the disciple of the 6 patriarchs, Lin Fei couldn't ask for more. After cultivating the invincible sword intent, his mastery of the sword intent was constantly improving. If he learned other sword intent divine abilities from the bodiless immortal patriarchs, Lin Fei would be extremely happy. I don't think it's impossible, it's completely possible. Lin Fei said in a deep voice. He didn't seem to avoid Patriarch Nine-Fingered's gaze and was unusually frank. I wonder if the 6 patriarchs can give me a chance to explain? The 6 patriarchs actually wanted to know why Lin Fei dared to say such a thing. It wasn't impossible for a peerless genius to become the disciple of the 6 patriarchs. But first, he had to give them an explanation. An explanation. They didn't mind agreeing to such a ridiculous reason. As soon as Lin Fei opened his mouth, he solved their current problem. For the sake of Lin Fei, they had argued endlessly. No one wanted to give up on Lin Fei, but they couldn't find a reasonable answer. When Lin Fei spoke, their confusion was resolved. Why couldn't he acknowledge 6 masters? Lin Fei said, the 6 patriarchs have matchless divine abilities, and their might shakes the world. I've always wanted to take each and every one of them as my master. If I could only take one as my master, I wouldn't be satisfied. Some people might say that I'm too greedy, and that I might not be able to digest too much. But to me, the 6 patriarchs are the source of my learning, and taking them as my master is my dream. Finally, I'd like to say that I'm a peerless genius, and that I can master everything. Faced with the 6 patriarchs, Lin Fei pondered for a moment, and then said a few words. Although there was some exaggeration in his words, the content was still appropriate. Even if he became the disciple of the 6 patriarchs, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to learn anything. The upgrade system was the best learning tool. This was the first time the 6 patriarchs had heard someone say that about themselves. If that was all, the 6 patriarchs wouldn't have thought much of it. They would have been the unlucky ones if he had boasted too much. But from Lin Fei, they once again saw a strong self-confidence. It was an unbreakable self-confidence. Patriarch Nine Fingers, what do you think? Patriarch Mad Sword communicated with his divine sense. Of course I agree. This kid is to my liking. I also want to see what kind of achievements he will have after taking us as his master. Patriarch Nine Fingers replied with a smile. He's a very confident kid. We can give him half a year to learn. If he doesn't work out, it won't be too late to change. Patriarch Mad Sword admired this kind of personality. If a peerless genius doesn't have a special personality, I really wonder if he's the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Patriarch Hegemon Sword added. Lin Fei was also worried that he might be too greedy and cause them to be disgusted. After saying that, he secretly observed 6 rogue immortal patriarchs. It was amazing for others to take one as their master, but he wanted to take 6 in one go. This was too much of a show. After the 6 patriarchs conversed, Patriarch Nine Fingers spoke. Lin Fei, you have to think it through. If you take us as your master, if you can't comprehend it, you'll lose the right to take us as your master. Lin Fei relaxed, and his gaze was firm. I understand. I have no regrets. Because this is the first time the Divine Sword School is doing this, we'll give you half a year. If you can't keep up, you'll miss the opportunity, Patriarch Nine Fingers said solemnly. Lin Fei said, I'm willing to make a military pledge. If I can't meet the Patriarch's requirements in half a year, I'll be willing to face the wall for 100 years. The 6 patriarchs clearly didn't expect Lin Fei to be so resolute. Facing the wall for 100 years was a relatively heavy punishment. On second thought, if he couldn't meet the requirements, facing the wall for 100 years was also necessary to temper his temperament. Since that was the case, why not? In the eyes of the patriarchs, 100 years was just a snap of a finger. It was completely worth it to temper Lin Fei's temperament. Sorry for troubling you, junior brother. Headmaster Immeasurable said, it's fine. Junior brother has never encountered something like this in his entire life. I'm really looking forward to Lin Fei's performance. As the sect leader, he was also shocked by Lin Fei's words. It was really impossible for an ordinary person to cultivate with 6 loose immortal old ancestors. After all, a person's energy was limited, and it was extremely difficult to learn the skills of the 6 old ancestors separately. Due to the fact that he had taken on 6 masters in one go, this matter temporarily became a secret of the Divine Sword sect, and it could not be announced to the public. The apprenticeship ceremony was actually quite simple. As a martial artist, there were a lot of rules that were lacking. It was nothing more than respecting one's teacher and respecting one's teachings. After our discussion, we've decided that each of us will take care of you for a month, which is exactly half a year. We'll take the test after half a year, Old Ancestor Nine-Fingered said. From tomorrow onwards, you'll be by my side. I understand. Lin Fei smiled. Then, he was sent out by Old Ancestor Nine Fingers. After coming out of the main hall, Lin Fei let out a long breath. It's quite stressful to face loose immortal old ancestors. There are at least 3 tribulation loose immortals. Lin Fei thought to himself. I wonder if the Divine Sword sect has more advanced loose immortals. After returning to the Blood Sword Peak, a few disciples whom he knew took the initiative to visit him. The originally quiet Blood Sword Peak began to become lively. The scene in the square had already been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Everyone wanted to know which old ancestor Lin Fei had become apprentice to. Regarding this, Lin Fei remained silent. However, he did not stand on ceremony when he accepted some gifts. As for the matter of which old ancestor he had become apprentice to, he either chose to remain silent or glossed over it in a casual manner. As a result, the matter of who Lin Fei had become apprentice to became the matter that everyone was most concerned about. Chapter 463. P.S. My palms are full of blisters after working with cement for a whole day yesterday, and they are all broken. It hurts so much just writing. I'm sorry, everyone. The void grand world was boundless. Suddenly, in the void that was filled with Gang Qi, a huge figure flashed past. It was so big that it was at least 1,000 miles wide. It was like a dark cloud. A huge astral wind blew past. The violent astral wind that could normally kill a person landed on the black feather and bounced off, not harming the body in the slightest. The huge figure was like a giant beast in the ocean, wandering in the void grand world. If anyone saw this scene, they would be shocked. This huge figure was obviously the Kuan Peng, one of the ancient divine beasts. There was a fish in the northern underworld called the Kuan. The Kuan was thousands of miles long. When it transformed into a bird, it was called the Peng. The back of the Peng was thousands of miles long. When it flew, its wings were like clouds in the sky. This was the origin of the Kuan Peng. Shrink. A deep voice was heard. Its originally huge body gradually shrank from 1,000 miles to a few miles. It changed its size at will, sometimes big, sometimes small, and back and forth. Ha ha ha. The huge figure flashed, and a black-robed man appeared. The black-robed man had a delicate face, but he was not handsome. However, his sharp eyes were like a sharp sword intent, as if they could shoot through the endless void grand world. It's not easy. I've finally mastered the Kuan Peng transformation. The person was none other than Lin Fei, who had been cultivating hard. He had followed the Kuan Peng patriarch and thought he could easily master the divine power. Unexpectedly, he had not been able to master it until today. Whoosh! Lin Fei flashed again, and the Kuan Peng body turned into a black stream of light and flashed past. In a moment, he appeared 1,000,000 miles away. Impressive. It's really impressive. Lin Fei felt the magic of the Kuan Peng body. This is indeed the divine power of the ancient divine beasts. God is helping me to master this divine power. In terms of speed, Lin Fei was good at it. However, after the competition with the Kuan Peng patriarch, he lost miserably. Now that I'm using my full strength, I'm afraid I'm not far from Kuan Peng ancestors' level. Lin Fei's memory was still fresh in his mind. Back then, the Kuan Peng ancestor could travel millions of miles with just his Kuan Peng body, and he didn't even use his full strength. One could imagine how extraordinary this divine ability was. With this thought in mind, Lin Fei was about to continue exploring the void world when he suddenly frowned. Master is looking for me? The body of the Kuan Peng was legendary in the void. Master, you were looking for me? After returning to the main hall. When Lin Fei saw his 6 masters, he was surprised. Did something happen? You've mastered the body of the Kuan Peng? Patriarch Kuan Peng smiled. I'm stupid. I've just cultivated it to the level of mastery not long ago. It can be big or small. Lin Fei nodded. The other patriarchs weren't as shocked as before. In their eyes, Lin Fei was a freak, and it wasn't surprising that he could cultivate something that others couldn't. Good, then we can rest assured. Patriarch Kuan Peng also sighed. His strongest divine ability had been learned. As a master, he didn't seem to have much to teach. The body of the Kuan Peng was the strongest divine ability of Patriarch Kuan Peng. It could travel thousands of miles in an instant, but no one could completely master it. Lin Fei was the only one. Lin Fei, how long have you been cultivating with us? Patriarch Nine Fingers said with a smile. Master, I've been cultivating for 6 years, and I've been in the Divine Sword sect for a total of 7 years, Lin Fei said. In 7 years, others are still cultivating, but you've already made countless steps. You're indeed a peerless genius. Even we, as your masters, are very satisfied. For the 6 patriarchs, 4 years of cultivation could be said to be the time when Lin Fei grew and improved. The original half-year agreement was nothing more than to put pressure on Lin Fei so that he wouldn't bite off more than he could chew. Unexpectedly, half a year later, they were really shocked. Lin Fei was able to master all the divine abilities and secret skills without being distracted while following the 6 of them. It was very valiant, and for the first time, they thought that they had made a mistake. Since then, each of the 6 patriarchs taught Lin Fei for a year, and Lin Fei learned all kinds of divine abilities and secret skills from them. It could be said that in the past 6 years, Lin Fei had been learning systematically. He had accumulated a lot. One shouldn't underestimate this accumulation. Once it erupted, it would definitely be shocking. The more accumulation, the more benefits. Lin Fei was confused. He didn't understand what was going on, and he was also too embarrassed to take the initiative to ask. Lin Fei, From today onward, you can graduate from your apprenticeship, Patriarch Crazy Sword said with a smile. Lin Fei blinked. I can graduate from my apprenticeship. But it seems that I haven't learned it well. How can I graduate from my apprenticeship? The 6 patriarchs didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could Lin Fei say that? In a year's time, their divine abilities and trump cards were almost all learned by Lin Fei. If this spread, it would probably scare everyone. Lin Fei's talent was too monstrous. It didn't take long to learn their divine abilities, and he completely mastered them. He had learned the Kunpeng Patriarch's Kunpeng transformation, and reached the realm of mastery in a year. How many people could do that? Lin Fei was a typical case of lying through his teeth. Brat, say it again if you have the guts. Patriarch Kunpeng blew his beard and glared at him. He looked like he wanted to send Lin Fei flying with a slap. Lin Fei chuckled. Well, I'm just joking. In fact, I really don't want to leave the 6 masters. It's not like I'm asking you to leave the Divine Sword School, Patriarch Ruoxue said with a smile. You can come back when you have time. Lin Fei thought for a while and said, I don't think the 6 masters summoned me here just for the matter of graduating from my apprenticeship, right? I told you, this brat will definitely guess it. Patriarch Hegemon's sword was very proud. Lin Fei had been suspicious before, but after hearing this, he knew that he had guessed correctly. But what exactly was it that required the 6 masters to come together? This was the strangest thing. Brat, now that you've graduated from your apprenticeship, you can go to a place called the Saint Hall, Patriarch Nine Fingers said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei frowned. Master, what's this Saint Hall? Why haven't I heard of it? In the past 6 years, besides cultivating, Lin Fei also learned about the various forces on the continent. Almost all the forces with some power were recorded. Hearing the name Saint Hall, Lin Fei found it very unfamiliar. He racked his brains but couldn't find anything about the Saint Hall. The 6 patriarchs laughed. You've been training for the past 6 years. How would you know about a place called the Saint Hall? Patriarch Nine Fingers laughed. The Saint Hall was established 3 years ago. This time, we want you to go to the Saint Hall because we want you to become an enforcer disciple of the Saint Hall. Go there and temper yourself. It would be best if you could give those blind fellows a good beating. You want me to go beat people up? Lin Fei mumbled to himself. What's the background of this Saint Hall? Lin Fei asked. In the past few years, the Xiantian continent has been in turmoil. The Saint Hall is an organization formed by the various sections. Do you understand now? Chapter 464. Must I go to the Sage Sanctuary? Lin Fei asked cautiously. According to his original plan, Lin Fei planned to hunt down a large number of heavenly demons after his cultivation was successful to elevate his level. For 6 years, Lin Fei's level remained at Mystique Venerable rank. Although he was only at Mystique Venerable rank, his actual combat strength had already reached the level of a sage. If not for learning from the 6 elders, he would have long advanced to the level of a sage. Lin Fei's only worry was to rashly advance to the level of a sage to avoid arousing suspicion. For 6 years, Lin Fei had not thought of advancing. His level remained at Mystique Venerable rank. Suddenly wanting to go somewhere else undoubtedly messed up Lin Fei's plans. You must go to the Sage Sanctuary. The 9-fingered patriarch said with a smile, however, you don't have to go, provided that you can defeat all of us. Then, you can go wherever you want. A bunch of sly old foxes. You win. Lin Fei was slightly disdainful. Lin Fei was not a match for the 6 itinerant immortal elders at the moment. 1 elder alone was enough to give him a headache. Moreover, 6 elders were attacking him at the same time. It was clearly bullying and forcing him to go to the Sage Sanctuary. I'll go, all right? Lin Fei was helpless. Brat, the Sage Sanctuary is a good place. It's a place where geniuses gather. It's the best place for a peerless genius like you. Ordinary people don't get a chance to go. The elders chimed in one after another, almost describing the Sage Sanctuary as heaven. Go back and pack your things. You can leave tomorrow. I'll take my leave then. Lin Fei returned in a bad mood. Nine-fingered, will anything happen to Lin Fei if you let him go to the sage sanctuary? The mad sword patriarch asked. The nine-fingered patriarch shook his head. How could anything happen? What do you think will happen to Lin Fei if he encounters those arrogant geniuses with his current strength? Patriarch Hegemon Sword laughed heartily. Isn't that obvious? It's definitely their bad luck. With that brat Lin Fei's strength, his battle prowess can easily reach the peak of sage. If he encounters an emperor, he can use the rock transformation to escape. Saint Peak? My guess is that he should be at the early stage of the emperor realm. Don't forget, 6 years ago, Lin Fei's combat power almost reached the peak of the sage realm. It's most suitable for Lin Fei to go out and train. The continent is in chaos, and geniuses are born in troubled times. Who knows, maybe this little brat, Lin Fei, is a genius in troubled times, and he can bring glory to our divine sword school. Back to Blood Sword Mountain. Lin Fei read through the information about the Saint Hall and played with a black token in his hand. There was a vigorous and powerful, holy word on it, filled with a high and mighty aura. On the back, there was a hall word. When put together, it formed the word Saint Hall. Master, are you really going to the Saint Hall? Obsidian, the heavenly demon king, had been living a carefree life for the past 6 years. What, you want to go out? Lin Fei asked casually. Obsidian's eyelids twitched, and he laughed dryly. How can that be? I just feel that this Saint Hall is not a good place. Moreover, I have to suffer a lot of anger. It's not as comfortable as outside. What are you afraid of? Whoever is unhappy, Hairball, will be the first to eat him. Little Black, am I right? Hairball came out of the void, showing off her strength, full of the aura of a bandit. In the past 7 years, Hairball was the same as before. No changes could be seen, but her temperament was becoming more and more like a little overlord. Yes, whoever dares to point fingers at Master, I will eat them all. Little Black lowered his head submissively. Hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hairball was really led astray. As for the bad things that Hairball did in the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei couldn't remember. She either ate someone's pet today, or she harmed something tomorrow. Fortunately, Hairball appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Coupled with the void travel, it was a daunting experience without any mishaps. If someone found out, Lin Fei wouldn't know how to explain it. Master, when we get out, you have to take me with you. I'm about to suffocate to death. Furball grinned evilly. You can't just leave me here, I'm covered in fur now. Lin Fei directly ignored the latter part of her sentence. Long fur. You've grown fur for a long time, okay? Lin Fei was speechless about Hairball. This kind of scourge had to stay by his side. As for Little Black, he was still considering whether to take him or not. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was better to take Little Black with him. After all, he had the strength of a sage. Don't worry. Of course, I have to take you with me, you pest. Lin Fei touched Hairball's head. Little Black, you go. In case you come up with any bad ideas again. Hairball made a big fuss. That's great. I can finally go out. Little Black's eyes lit up. He had enjoyed enough of a comfortable life. It was time to look for excitement, the kind that he hadn't felt for a long time. Early the next morning, Lin Fei bade farewell to the 6 grandmasters and left the God of Sword School where he had cultivated for 7 years. I'm finally leaving. I've waited for this day for 6 years. On a tall mountain peak. Fong Wen listened to his subordinates report happily and rewarded him. Then, Qin Kai also came to the mountain peak. Junior brother Fong, what made you so happy? Qin Kai asked with a smile. Fong Wen took out some good wine and drank a cup of it. Great news. Lin Fei has left the God of Sword School. Do you think it's worth a toast? Qin Kai suddenly understood. Indeed, it's worth a toast. After drinking for 30 minutes, Qin Kai asked, "What are you going to do?" "Of course, I'm going to kill him." Fang Wen didn't even think about it. "I've waited for 6 years for this day." Qin Kai shook his head. "This is not appropriate. Don't forget, it's been 6 years. Until now, the person that Lin Fei has become a disciple of has no clue. If you kill Lin Fei now, have you thought about the consequences? Do you want me to stop?" "I can't do it." Fang Wen's expression was uncertain. "Don't you think that Lin Fei has already blocked our path?" Qin Kai nodded. During these 6 years, the old ancestor that Lin Fei has become a disciple of has no clue of his whereabouts. Just based on this method, Lin Fei is definitely favored by the old ancestor. It's impossible for you to kill him personally. However, you can kill him with a borrowed knife. Fang Wen frowned. Borrowed whose knife? The saber master. As a member of the upper echelon of the God of Sword School, Fang Wen had already collected all the information on Lin Fei. When the saber master was mentioned, memories immediately appeared in his mind. You're still the best. Lin Fei attacked the scattered immortal old ancestor. Everyone in the saber master wants to eat his flesh and drink his blood. As long as we leak the news to the saber master, that brat Lin Fei can forget about surviving. If the last time was a mistake, then this time, the saber master would be able to catch a snail with one hand. There would be no mishaps. Chapter 465. Congratulations to Luo Yuxuan for becoming the first guardian. Also, a tip from Suzhou Xiaoyang. Saber Sect. A first-grade sect in the continent, a first-rate force. The heavenly saber sage sat cross-legged on a huge black rock on the mountain peak. He was like an old monk in meditation, not moving at all. At this moment, a figure landed on the mountain peak and knelt in front of the black rock. "Master, disciple has something to report." The heavenly saber sage opened his eyes, and a glint flashed across his eyes. If someone was here, they would be able to tell that the other party had stepped into the sage great perfection. The gray-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. "What's the matter?" The gray-robed man did not dare to look at him. Ever since the previous incident, his master's temper had become irritable, and none of the disciples dared to seek an audience with him. However, they could not ignore this incident. "I just received a piece of news." The gray-robed man took a peek and said carefully, "Lin Fei from the Dynasty War has gone to the Saint Hall." "What did you say?" A violent aura surged toward the gray-robed man. "Lin Fei has gone to the Saint Hall." The heavenly saber sage's face twitched, and endless killing intent flashed across his eyes. "Lin Fei, it's this Lin Fei who caused me to lose face. You're finally willing to come out of your turtle shell. I thought you wouldn't come out for the rest of your life." The heavenly saber sage had never been so angry. After 7 years, he finally heard about Lin Fei's appearance again. There was no news more exciting than this. "Is it true?" The gray-robed man nodded. This news came from the Divine Sword Sect. The Saint of Heavenly Blade was not surprised. He thought to himself, the Divine Sword Sect is not as united as I thought. The peerless geniuses have probably caused many people to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. They probably want to kill Lin Fei through the Blade Sect. Instantly, the heavenly saber sage understood the cause and effect. Whoosh! The heavenly saber sage stood up and tore open the void. In the void, the heavenly saber sage entered a small world. The heaven and earth spiritual chi here was rich, and there were many flowers and birds. Disciple Heavenly Saber requests an audience with Master. This was where Patriarch Bai lived. The Heavenly Sword Saint was a disciple of the white-named ancestor. However, he was too ashamed to meet the ancestor because of the war between the dynasties 7 years ago, so he rarely left the mountain. The matter at hand was very important. Since the heavenly saber sage had forced himself to come, it was also a turning point for Xiao Chen. "Why are you so impatient? Could it be that 7 years is not enough for you to cultivate your mind?" Old Ancestor by Ming remained in a meditative state. His casual words made the Heaven Blade Sage feel pressured. Master, you misunderstand. The Heavenly Blade Sage lowered his head. This disciple noticed that the divine sword sex Lin Fei has left. He seems to be heading to the Saint Hall, so I came to report this to Master. Lin Fei. Old Ancestor by Ming opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed. This name also caused Patriarch White Name to lose face, becoming the biggest joke among the loose immortal patriarchs. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fei had been staying in the Sword God's sect all this while, the white-named Old Ancestor would have killed Lin Fei long ago to wash away the humiliation. The pressure of a loose immortal patriarch was not to be blasphemed. At this moment, even if Old Ancestor by Ming knew, he wouldn't dare to make a move. If others found out that he made a move against a junior, he wouldn't be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Just because he couldn't make a move didn't mean that he couldn't kill Lin Fei. Whoosh. Old Ancestor by Ming entered the void. After a few breaths, he appeared in a world and walked into a huge pavilion. In the pavilion, Old Ancestor by Ming restrained his aura with a solemn expression. Old Ancestor, how may I help you? A young man in white came up to him. The young man wasn't strong, only at the sage level. He could tell that Old Ancestor by Ming was a loose immortal at a glance, but Old Ancestor by Ming didn't dare to underestimate him. This was because this was the #1 assassin pavilion. Old Ancestor by Ming couldn't make a move personally to avoid provoking the Divine Sword sect, but it didn't mean that he couldn't. After all, there were assassin organizations in this world. The #1 assassin pavilion was the strongest among the assassin organizations. They had a 100% killing efficiency and had never failed. All the targets they accepted were successfully assassinated without exception. I want to kill someone. Who? Lin Fei. Wait a moment. I'll check. The #1 assassin pavilion collected information from all over the continent. Every person they killed would have a detailed record. Through the recorded information, they would determine the cost of the assassination. Lin Fei. 7 years ago, he appeared out of nowhere and won first place in the Dynasty War. After that, he disappeared for 7 years and entered seclusion in the Divine Sword sect, said the young man. That's right. It's that Lin Fei. How much does it cost to kill him? 7 years ago, Lin Fei's battle prowess was almost at the sage level. 7 years later, his battle prowess will definitely reach the sage level. Adding on the fact that he's a disciple of a loose immortal and has a protective treasure on him, killing Lin Fei will require a peak sage level assassin. Old Ancestor by Ming didn't doubt Lin Fei's battle prowess. Assassinate Lin Fei within a month. The cost is 2 profound heaven spiritual treasures, said the young man. Old Ancestor by Ming felt his heart ache. 2 profound heaven spiritual treasures was too expensive to kill Lin Fei. Your assassin tower is really expensive. The young man smiled. Our #1 assassin tower emphasizes efficiency. As long as you can afford it, even if it's a sect master, we'll kill him without hesitation. Lin Fei is worth the price. Invincible sword intent, a peerless genius. Old Ancestor by Ming made up his mind. The fact that the #1 assassin tower had assassinated several loose immortal patriarchs was the best proof of their strength. Fine, I'll pay. Old Ancestor by Ming gritted his teeth. I want to hear news of Lin Fei's death within a month. Don't worry. Lin Fei will definitely die within a month. Old Ancestor by Ming handed over the 2 profound heaven spiritual treasures and left the #1 assassin tower. He began to look forward to the news of Lin Fei's death. The #1 assassin tower never made empty promises. Moreover, they wouldn't leak any information. That was why Old Ancestor by Ming chose an assassin organization. Arrange for a heaven-ranked assassin to kill Lin Fei within a month. Master, that big bird must have tasted very good. Why didn't you let me eat it? Hairball looked aggrieved, lying on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't you remember? That flying beast clearly has an owner. Do you want to be hunted down for thousands of miles? Hairball rolled her eyes. Doesn't that mean I can eat it as long as there's no one? Damn, she learned to be smart. In the future, you can't eat without my permission. Bringing Hairball out was really a headache. Lin Fei rubbed his brows. Hairball was always thinking about eating, especially when she saw large beasts. It was all taught by Little Black. At present, Lin Fei could only try not to let Hairball eat casually. For the time being, Lin Fei didn't want to be hunted down and killed. Chapter 466. This should be the Great Yu Dynasty. I should be able to reach the Saint Hall in half a day. Half a day later, a black-robed Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the Saint Hall. The Xiantian continent was too big and boundless. Even though Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly, he still couldn't reach the Saint Hall in a short time. Lin Fei was quite interested in the Saint Hall. The old ancestors said that the Saint Hall was full of elite disciples. Lin Fei really wanted to see how powerful those elite disciples were. Hairball. Lin Fei called for Hairball. On the way, Hairball couldn't stay still. She wandered around and disappeared without a trace. Where did she go again? Lin Fei frowned. He didn't want to stay on the road for too long. After 7 years, his mind had calmed down. He didn't want to travel like before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Lin Fei was about to look for Hairball, his ears twitched. His divine sense saw a group of people chasing Hairball 10,000 miles away. This guy. Lin Fei shook his head helplessly. He didn't need to think to know that Hairball must have eaten something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be chased by a group of aggressive people. This wasn't the first time this happened. Lin Fei was already used to it. Quick, chase. This is a strange beast. If we catch it, we'll be rich. Although I don't know what breed it is, it's definitely a strange beast. That's right. Brother Feng's demon beast was a profound ancestor realm demon. I didn't expect it to be eaten by this strange beast. The group of people behind were happy. Strange beasts were priceless. Losing a profound ancestor realm demon beast was painful. But if they caught a strange beast, the price was much more than a few profound ancestor realm demons. It was much better than robbing everywhere. Whoosh whoosh. Hairball shuttled through the air and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder. Bang! Lin Fei flicked his finger on her forehead, got into trouble again. Furball said in a wronged voice, I didn't cause any trouble. As soon as it finished speaking, it let out a loud burp, revealing its true form. Lin Fei glared, didn't I tell you not to eat demon beasts? Especially a demon beast with a master. Look, they're already catching up. I don't know either. That buffalo-like demonic beast has an owner. The hairy bald Jiao argued. I saw that water buffalo running into the water when it had nothing to do, so I got greedy. There was no need for Furball to continue. Lin Fei already knew what was going on. Furball landed on Lin Fei's body, and the people behind him caught up in the blink of an eye. Feng, that strange beast seems to have a master. What are you afraid of? Just snatch it. That's an exotic beast. The newcomer did not take the black-robed man seriously at all. Lu Feng was the brother Feng they were talking about. He was one of the wandering bandits of the Great Yu Dynasty. He robbed people everywhere and committed all kinds of crimes. He had just robbed a caravan and stopped to rest. Feng, demon beast had to say. Feng. Lin Fei frowned when he felt the aura of a bandit. Lin Fei frowned as he sensed the aura of bandits from them. Hairball was in the wrong. Lin Fei had to settle it. Lu Feng's eyes brightened. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me today. First, I robbed a merchant group. Now, I've found a fat sheep. The heavens are on my side. Lu Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me today. First, I robbed a merchant group, and now, I've met a fat sheep. The heavens are really helping me. Lu Feng was evil. He changed the name of a mystique venerable rank demon beast to a mystique venerable rank demon beast. Lu Feng was evil. He changed the name of a mystique venerable rank demon beast to a mystique venerable rank demon beast. The difference of one word was like heaven and earth. Master, this guy is lying. I just ate a mystique venerable rank demon beast. Lin Fei wanted to use an upper true artifact to get rid of them. He did not expect them to ask for such an exorbitant price. Then what do you want? Lin Fei frowned. On his shoulder, Hairball was laughing coldly in her heart. You're done for. Master is angry. Lu Feng was planning to ask for an exorbitant price. If the other party was determined, he would have to make a move. Now that the other party had relaxed, he was even more pleased. I'll extort you first. Then, I'll steal your beast and kill you. When the time comes, I'll hand the beast over to a powerful organization. I'll become one of them. Then, I'll be free. My mystique venerable rank demon beast cost me half of my fortune. One upper true artifact isn't enough. I need at least 10 upper true artifacts and 1 ultimate true artifact. Lu Feng boasted shamelessly as if he had the other party in his grasp. The subordinates behind him were excited. Brother Feng was Brother Feng. His first move was amazing. Are you sure? Of course. I'm in a good mood today. As long as you hand it over, I'll let bygones be bygones. Lu Feng scoffed. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Since that's the case, then all of you can die. I hate greedy people the most in my life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword rays were like meteors, one after another. One of the mystique venerable rank subordinates was stunned. When he saw the meteors coming, his body exploded without a sound. Bang bang bang, the sword rays swept down like meteors. Each sword ray was no less than a mystique venerable rank attack. In an instant, Lu Feng's subordinates were all killed. Lu Feng felt as if he had fallen into an icehouse. On such a hot day, his back was drenched in cold sweat. How could this be? Among his subordinates, the weakest was at the mystique venerable rank. There were also a few mystique venerable ranks. With this force, they had plundered countless resources. Countless people had died in their hands. Lu Feng never thought that one day, he would be the boss of a gang. Run! Run! Lu Feng never fought a battle he was not confident of winning. That was how he stood firm. The other party was too strong. Too terrifyingly strong. Since you dare to extort me and have designs on Hairball, do you think you can escape? Then I, Lin Fei, will write my name backwards. A cold voice echoed in the sky. Lu Feng's heart trembled. When he looked back, he saw a ray of black light shooting towards him. His pupils shrank as he felt a dangerous aura. A few shields appeared in front of him to block it. Give me some time. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to do anything to me. Rumble, the black light shot over. Everything in front of him turned into clouds. Arg, I don't want to die. Lu Feng's body suddenly exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Congratulations to player Lin Fei, you've gained 300,000 sin points. Lin Fei killing them was something he could do with a thought. 300,000 sin points. That's a heinous crime. It seems like this guy has killed many people. Getting rid of them was something Lin Fei could do easily. If it wasn't for the other party's greed, they might not have lost their lives. Humans can't be too greedy. Greed will bring about unimaginable consequences. Taking away a superior grade true treasure was such a good thing. Now, you've lost your life. What's the point of doing that? Whoosh, Lin Fei relaxed his mind. In the void, a black light flashed. A sword pierced through Lin Fei's body. His tough body was bleeding profusely. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Lin Fei was sent flying. Who is it? Come out. Protected by the water fire lotus, Lin Fei's expression changed. Chapter 467. An expert, a true expert. Lin Fei's heart jolted as he realized how powerful this person was. Lin Fei did not care about being suppressed head-on. What was more frightening was when the other party attacked from the shadows. The other party did not reveal any killing chi at all, tailing behind Lin Fei until he relaxed his guard. Only then did he unleash a fatal strike. Peerless genius, I think you're nothing more than this. The person in luxurious robes walked out of the void with the pressure of a sage. I really don't know why the higher-ups arranged for the two of us to attack. They're making a big fuss over nothing. Another person in white walked out of the void. He was expressionless and exuded killing intent, and his pressure was no weaker than the former. Peak profound sage strength. Although Lin Fei knew that the other party was an expert, he couldn't help but be shocked when two peak profound sages attacked him. More importantly, Lin Fei didn't know that they were tailing him. This was worth paying attention to. In terms of concealment, Lin Fei was confident that he was good at it, but he didn't expect them to be better at it than him. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Take his head so we can go back and hand in the mission. The person in white said. Don't you think that watching him die in front of us is a very enjoyable thing? He's a peerless genius who can fight against a rogue immortal old ancestor. Lin Fei's expression changed again. You guys are despicable. The place where he was pierced turned into a dark green color and spread out like a spider web. His true essence was gradually nibbled away. What a powerful poison. Even true essence can't suppress it. Lin Fei tried to use true essence to dispel the poison. Unexpectedly, the green-robed person was like a ferocious tiger, and the poison spread out again. I forgot to tell you. Shadow poison likes to devour true essence. The person in luxurious robes said, rumor has it that your true essence is dense, but under shadow poison, your true essence will be completely devoured. Just wait and die. Lin Fei gave up on expelling the poison with true essence. May I know who asked you guys to attack? You don't have the qualifications to know. However, when you get down there, don't forget that the person who killed you is called Tianjuba. Tianjuba laughed. Then you should be either Tianjojo or Tianjochi. Lin Fei's gaze landed on the other man in white. You are very smart. I am Tianjojo. It seems like your assassin organization is quite powerful. Lin Fei's face darkened. However, since you dare to attack me, you'll have to face my wrath. Sword domain, activate. So. Lin Fei's waterfire lotus protected his body. He opened his sword domain, and his sword intent transformed into a sword. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles instantly became a world of sword domain, surrounding Tianjojo and Tianjuba. Like I said, the earlier we kill, the easier it is. Tianjojo scoffed coldly. Tianjuba didn't think much of it. After being poisoned by the underworld's shadow poison, he forcefully used his true essence and accelerated the underworld's shadow poison's devouring of true essence. How strong do you think that kid can be? Wind and Fire Mountain. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Flames spread across the land, and huge mountains crashed over with a loud rumble. Bang, 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 with the power of the sword domain, the area was turned into a killing zone. Tianjojo and Tianjuba were immediately besieged by the storm, which really caught them off guard. Lin Fei, your efforts are futile. We have the strength of Saint Perfection. You should just obediently accept your death. Tianjojo battle armor protected his body and blocked the sword will attack. He smiled disapprovingly. Lin Fei looked calm. Hee, that was just a warm-up. Slay. Lin Fei took a step forward. With the killing sword in his hand, he performed the slaying deities and slaying demons sword art. 7 years later, Lin Fei performed it for the first time. Black killing intent formed 3 heads and 6 arms behind Lin Fei. 6 flying swords with true treasures performed the slaying deities and slaying demons sword art at the same time. Swish. The black killing intent turned into a giant, which took a step and appeared in front of them. Its sword stabbed at Tianjojo's chest. Clang, 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 Tianzhuozhou was stunned. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dense cracks appeared on his armor, which was full of murderous intent. This sword attack is not bad, right? Lin Fei sneered and wounded his opponent with one sword attack. In the past 7 years, Lin Fei had mastered the slaying deities and slaying demons sword art very well. Especially when it was mixed with killing intent, its power was even greater. Again. Lin Fei snorted again and stabbed more than 10 times in one breath. Each sword attack was no less powerful than the previous one. Juba, go and kill Lin Fei. His sword art is too strange. Be careful. Tianzhuozhou was wounded. The murderous intent began to affect his mind. He was extremely angry. He was really tricked by his opponent. Tianzhuozhou snorted unhappily and disappeared in the sword domain. However, Lin Fei wouldn't let him attack. The sword domain changed, and the sword intent was like silk. It spread all over the sword domain. Bang bang bang. The sword intent was like silk. It broke through the stealth and forced the opponent out. You want to sneak in my sword domain? Wishful thinking. After experiencing it once, how could Lin Fei allow Tianzhuozhou to enter stealth again? As for Tianzhuozhou, his battle armor was riddled with scars. Kill. Lin Fei took a step forward again. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he directly attacked Tianzhuozhou. Kill one first. Tianzhuozhou attacked. A heavenly demon king appeared in front of him and blocked his attack. Hee, little brat, you're finished. It had been a long time since Obsidian fought. Although Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly, it was obviously impossible to kill 2 Saint Perfection stage experts in a short time. At this level, he wasn't far from becoming an emperor. He could kill them, but he needed time. Slaying deities. By holding back a Saint Perfection stage expert, Lin Fei would have time to kill one of them. Tianzhuozhou was shocked. He had already suffered from this sword technique. How could he not know how powerful it was? He waved his hand and sent out a jingguang. That jingguang was a rope. It tried to tie Lin Fei up. Open. The black light hit the jingguang. It was sent flying. Lin Fei's strongest close-range attack. If he was tied up, he would inevitably have a headache. Voila. The second sword slashed Tianzhuozhou. The power of this strike was even stronger than before, and a black hole appeared on the armor. Demon slaying. Lin Fei shouted. The sword momentum changed again. He directly used the 4th sword. It was really hard to block. At this time, he used the 4th sword again. Its power was more than 10 times stronger. Especially when he was in close range, it was really an invincible killing sword technique. A murderous shadow slashed out. The murderous intent filled the air and hit Tianzhuozhou. Boom! Tianzhuozhou's body exploded. Slaying deities slaying demons sword technique. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, let alone the 4th sword. Tianzhuozhou naturally couldn't block it. Moreover, the 4th sword was the dividing line between the previous 2 swords. This condensed shadow was the supreme god of killing. It was called the supreme god of killing. Of course, no one dared to underestimate it. Lin Fei, I won't let you go. Tianzhuozhou's primordial spirit fled. 5 lightning strikes. Rumble. Divine lightning fell. It specialized in restraining primordial spirit. Huge bolts of divine lightning struck down, striking Tianzhuozhou's primordial spirit. His injured primordial spirit was directly obliterated by the divine lightning. Even the final fragments of his primordial spirit were completely shattered by the sword intent. Tianzhuozhou. Tianzhuozhou, who was being held back, also saw the scene of Tianzhuozhou being killed. Ever since the 2 of them received the organization's mission, they didn't take Lin Fei seriously. The 2 of them worked together and once killed an early-stage Emperor Realm expert. They even killed a peak early-stage Emperor Realm expert. They didn't think much of Lin Fei, whose combat power had reached the level of a sage. Especially when he was poisoned by the shadow poison, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't unleash any combat power. Although they didn't want to use the shadow poison, this was the organization's rule. When it was their turn to attack, no target had ever escaped from their hands. In less than a moment, Tianjojo was killed. The killing intent that erupted from the last sword made even Tianjuba feel an inexplicable fear. That terrifying killing intent went straight to his soul. "You killed Tianjojo." Lin Fei said indifferently, "I just said that you have to pay the price." Although he didn't know who ordered them to attack, Lin Fei already knew that they were from an assassin organization. From the serial number, this assassin organization was extraordinary. Since they dared to attack, Lin Fei didn't mind killing all of them. "Ha, you still dare to be distracted during a battle. It's hard not to die." Obsidian's attack sent Tianjuba flying. "Lin Fei, you will live in a nightmare. I promise." Tianjuba, who was sent flying, had a sinister smile on his face. He activated his secret technique and instantly appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. Assassins were still assassins. Since the ambush failed, they would naturally choose to let go and seek another chance to assassinate. They wouldn't blindly choose to continue fighting. Kuanping transformation. How could Lin Fei let them leave? An assassin who could restrain his essence, qi, and spirit would definitely give Lin Fei a headache. He didn't want to be on guard all the time. This was something that consumed a lot of essence, qi, and spirit. Tianjuba's face was solemn as he turned into a beam of light and flew out. "I used a teleportation talisman. No matter how strong that Lin Fei is, he can forget about catching me." Tianjuba thought, "There's a problem with the organization's information. Lin Fei's sword art is too terrifying. Also, why didn't I use the teleportation talisman in time? If I didn't use the teleportation talisman in time, I might have died." With a series of questions, Tianjuba cursed non-stop. Bang! A black spear blasted on Tianjuba's body. His entire body crashed into a forest below. Everything within 100 miles was instantly razed to the ground. Hua Tianjuba rushed out of the ruins. Kuanpeng. Seeing that huge creature, Tianjuba cried out. A distance of 1,000,000 miles. Only the Kuanpeng's mystique could catch up. "Today, you must die." Lin Fei, who had turned into a Kuanpeng, flapped his huge body and traveled 200,000 to 300,000 miles. He rapidly closed the distance between them. "You want to kill me? Dream on." Tianjuba spat out essence blood. Blood escaped 10,000 miles. The blood-red figure once again pulled the distance of 1,000,000 miles. Chapter 468. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan and Lonely Floating Clouds for their tips. Damn it, how can his Kuanpeng body be so powerful? Impossible. In the sky, a figure approached from afar, his face pale. This person was none other than Tianjuba, who was being pursued. "It's already the second day. Why can't I get rid of this brat? Could it be that I'm really going to die in his hands? No, definitely not. I'm a saint. I have the strength of a saint great circle." Tianjuba had never been so terrified before. Over the course of 2 days, Tianjuba launched several sneak attacks on his opponent, but all of them were neutralized by his opponent. Instead, he was left with some serious injuries. The precious teleportation talismans had also been used up, and Tianjuba no longer dared to sneak up on the other party. His mission was to get rid of Lin Fei, or else he would really die. Damn it, he caught up again. Behind him, 300,000 li away, the huge black shadow caught up. Tianjuba could already feel the other party's aura, as well as that terrifying killing intent. "Calm down, you must calm down." It was naturally not easy to become a sage. After a moment of panic, Tianjuba calmed down. The only way to get rid of the other party is to have someone stop Lin Fei. When his gaze landed on the nearby city, a ruthless glint flashed across Tianjuba's eyes. Lin Fei, who had been tailing them, maintained a certain distance from them. He wants to fight with his life on the line. Tianjia suddenly started increasing. Lin Fei knew very well what this meant. Tianjia's quintessential essence was almost completely used up. If he didn't go all out, he would die. There's still a small gap. Lin Fei said regretfully. If the opponent was a late-stage saint, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. I am confident that I can catch up to him and kill him. Saint full circle. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed. They were all first-rate in the Great Sixth. Lin Fei couldn't catch up to him and felt helpless. The distance of 200,000 to 300,000 li was like a chasm, blocking him outside. The only thing he could do now was to grind his opponent to death. Lin Fei was in no hurry. He followed behind and prepared to exhaust his opponent's quintessential essence. Sky 988 Force, Lin Fei unhurriedly flapped his huge wings. He chased after them. King of Invincibility, what's going on? How can there be such a large building in the wilderness? After a few breaths, a huge stretch of buildings appeared in front of Lin Fei. This is bad. We can't let Tianjia enter. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Seeing Tianjia run inside, even though he didn't know where it was, Lin Fei couldn't let Tianjia escape under his nose. Demon extermination. Lin Fei swayed his waist. The killing god's shadow slashed out with his sword, attacking through the air. Boom! This sword slashed at Tianjia's back, blasting away most of his body. Because the distance was too far. He was unable to kill Tianjia, but at this moment, Tianjia endured the pain and turned his head. Lin Fei. You're dead. Explode. Tianjia opened his mouth and spat out a blood-red bead. Then, it exploded. Boom. Boom. The sound of the huge explosion rushed in all directions. A building not far away was razed to the ground. Then, the nearby buildings were destroyed as well. Whoosh 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 whoosh, many figures rushed out from below the building. At this moment, all of them had furious expressions on their faces as they stared at Lin Fei. That's a blood demon bead. A treasure that only demonic disciples use. His killing intent is so thick. He must be a demonic disciple. He must be an accomplice of that demonic disciple. Everyone, let's kill him together. The people who rushed out were not old, but they were not weak. Everyone, be careful. This person is a demonic disciple. His methods are cruel. Our entire clan was wiped out by him. Tianjia retracted his aura and turned into Xianzong's strength. His pitiful appearance immediately won everyone's sympathy. His eyes flashed with a cold smile. Kill him. Demonic disciple, everyone has the right to kill him. Everyone had guessed that with Tianjia's words, the spearhead would hit him. Especially the killing intent he gave off. Not many people had such a strong killing intent. Lin Fei saw Tianjia's smile and immediately realized that he had been tricked. You're all wrong. I'm not a demonic disciple. Lin Fei tried to explain, but they already had a preconceived impression of him. Adding on Lin Fei's thick killing intent, they naturally thought he was a demonic disciple and attacked him. Academy, this is the academy. Lin Fei wasn't a bloodthirsty person. After seeing those words, he realized that he had caused a misunderstanding. Demonic disciple, what is there to explain? The people who rushed up were the academy's disciples below. They were young and full of vigor. They wouldn't listen to an explanation and attacked even more fiercely. Pung! A Xianzong disciple in the sky suddenly exploded into a bloody mist. Not good, he killed junior brother Mu. Revenge. Seeing his comrade killed, he attacked crazily. Lin Fei, enjoy yourself. Tianjia laughed. I forgot to tell you that many of the academy's disciples died to demonic disciples. From then on, I killed every demonic disciple I saw. Damn it. Lin Fei realized that Tianjia was framing him. This was a vicious move. Being targeted by an academy, not to mention killing Tian Juba, the entire academy's pursuit would be a headache. They were rushing over. In his spiritual sense, Lin Fei saw some experts rushing over. Damn it, if Tian Juba doesn't die today, he will definitely be a problem. He must die. After 2 days of fighting, Lin Fei realized how terrifying the other party was. A sage killer was hiding beside them. No one would be willing to see it. Who knows, if you let your guard down one day, the other party might come over. Kill. The Azure Dragon true body was activated. With a swing of his dragon tail, Profound Sovereign and Xian Zong disciples were all sent flying by Lin Fei. Tian Juba, die. Tian Juba took the chance to leave. Before he could get over his joy, a boundless killing intent locked onto him. Slay gods and slay demons. Without any care, Lin Fei executed the fourth sword. The sky instantly darkened due to the horrifying killing intent. Under the influence of the killing intent, those weaker academy disciples all vomited blood. Some even had bloodshot eyes as boundless killing intent enveloped them. Kill. 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 I'm going to kill you. The horrifying killing intent flashed by at an unimaginable speed. Tian Juba's throat moved. His eyes were filled with reluctance as his body was shredded by the killing intent. His primordial spirit couldn't escape either as it was shredded by the horrifying sword intent. I'm in trouble this time. When he turned back and saw the miserable state of those academy disciples, Lin Fei didn't expect the killing intent to affect him so much. This time, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. If he didn't leave now, when would he? After sweeping away Tian Juba's treasures, Lin Fei wanted to leave. Lin Fei wanted to leave, but someone didn't want to. Chapter 469. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As their auras locked onto Lin Fei, waves of powerful auras appeared. Each of them was a powerhouse. The lowest rank was above Mystique Venerable rank. There were at least 20 to 30 people surrounding Lin Fei. Damn it, Tian Juba's death won't let us rest easy. Lin Fei cursed. Even in death, they were still trying to trick people. Damn it, how inhumane. Tisk, the leading elder, scoffed. The disciples who had fallen into a murderous rage regained their senses. Immediately, they looked guilty and did not dare to look up. How humiliating. What's the meaning of this? Lin Fei shouted. Which demonic sect are you from? How dare you kill people at the gates of Tingfei Academy? The leading elder in gray scoffed. His divine consciousness attack arrived quietly, a huge divine consciousness spear piercing toward him. Shameless. If the other party had spoken nicely, Lin Fei might have calmed down and explained the situation. However, the other party did not give him a chance. His first move was a divine consciousness attack. Akalanatha. With a thought, Lin Fei summoned the Akalanatha. At the same time, his own divine consciousness quietly attacked and used the God Killer technique. Lin Fei would not be merciful if he attacked stealthily. As the two divine consciousnesses clashed, Lin Fei had the upper hand. The elder in gray swayed and was at a disadvantage. Elder Lu, are you all right? The elder in gray was one of the academy's elders. I'm fine. Elder Lu shook his head. This person's divine consciousness is powerful. Everyone, be careful. Capture him first and we'll definitely get the whereabouts of the demoness. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have fallen into a vortex. He was the scapegoat. Naturally, Lin Fei did not want his reputation to be ruined. Scapegoat? To hell with it. I'm not a demonic sect disciple. I don't know the demoness you speak of. It's all a misunderstanding. If you insist, don't blame me for being rough. In reality, this explanation was unnecessary. What an arrogant brat. Take my fist. The Soaring Dragon Academy had been established by the Flying Dragon Dynasty, and it had always been protected by them. The Flying Dragon Dynasty wasn't weak, so it had encouraged the Soaring Dragon Academy's domineering ways. It would have been fine normally, but not long ago, the academy had been invaded by demonic path disciples. The elders of Soaring Flight Academy were furious, and Lin Fei's appearance was the perfect place for them to vent their anger. Misunderstanding? How could they believe it? A great perfection mystique venerable rank outer sect elder grabbed the air with a terrifying giant hand. The skies suddenly darkened as he attacked with an earth-level martial art, intending to capture Lin Fei in one fell swoop. Lin Fei had no time to waste. In the academy, it was difficult to ensure that there were super strong masters overseeing things. Lin Fei did not want to be hunted down by them for the time being. Get lost. Lin Fei let out a cold snort as he knocked the terrifying hand away. With a flick of his dragon tail, he sent the outer courtyard elder flying. I don't have time to waste with you. After sending the outer courtyard elder flying, Lin Fei unleashed the rock body and turned into a black duck, disappearing into the sky. The elders were well aware of the outer courtyard elder's strength. Now, he was sent flying with a single move. This person's strength was too strong. Quick, chase after him. This person must have a very high position in the demonic sect. We mustn't let him escape. Elder Lu was the first to react. He regretted not being the first to make a move. If he had captured the other party, he might have made a great contribution. Send a message to the Flying Dragon Dynasty's law enforcement team. Have them intercept this person and make sure he stays in the Flying Dragon Dynasty, Elder Lu added. What bad luck. What bad luck. Lin Fei cursed as he flew. Luckily, Jianghu is dead. Who knows, we might be able to find out the organization behind them from their belongings. If Lin Fei did not care, he would not even know how he died in the future. No matter what, he must find out the background of the assassin organization. Bang! A huge chain pierced through the air and slammed into Lin Fei's huge body. Damn it! Lin Fei was enraged. After being attacked one after another, even a good-tempered person would be enraged, not to mention someone like Lin Fei, who had a bad temper. It's this guy. What's wrong with Tranquil Academy? Why does the law enforcement team have to deal with this kind of demonic disciple? Forget it, forget it. It's our fault for bumping into him. At least it's a good contribution. It's better than nothing. A team of black-clothed people appeared around Lin Fei. They were expressionless and full of murderous intent. One look and one could tell that they had gone through life and death situations. Their eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Are you going to surrender, or do you want us to attack? Once we attack, you, a demonic disciple, will be doomed eternally, the man in black armor said expressionlessly. No matter how stupid Lin Fei was, he knew what was going on. Are you from the academy? Humph, we are the law enforcement team of the Flying Dragon Dynasty. I'll give you 3 breaths time to think about whether to surrender or not, the man in black armor said coldly. Lin Fei finally understood why he was stopped. It turned out that the people from the Flying Dragon Dynasty attacked him. This time, they really thought that he was a demonic disciple. He was attacked even though he was lying down. Over and over again, he was misunderstood as a demonic disciple. Lin Fei was filled with anger. As for using the name of the Divine Sword Sect, they probably wouldn't believe him at all. Even if he said it, it would be useless. Who asked them to be so prejudiced? At this moment, Lin Fei regretted killing Jianghu so easily. Now, he was in trouble. Sorry, I can't surrender, so I have to attack you. 5 blow thunderstruck. Rumble. Without waiting for the law enforcement team to attack, Lin Fei used his divine ability and trapped them in the thunderbolt. To be able to become a member of the Flying Dragon Dynasty's law enforcement team, everyone was not simple. In particular, they were well equipped. It could be said that the strength of the law enforcement team was built on not only their strength, but also their equipment. Flying Dragon Formation. The entire team formed a formation. Under the thunderbolt, a black dragon that was 10,000 feet long whizzed out, and its might surged forward. Its cold eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. "Sir, how dare you attack our law enforcement team? Accept the wrath of the law enforcement team." The strength that the huge black dragon emitted was not lower than the level of a sage. This was only a team. If they encountered a few teams, even an emperor-level powerhouse would not dare to offend them easily. Whirling strangulation. The black dragon's killing move arrived. Another formation. No wonder they are so arrogant and dare to not take me seriously. Lin Fei thought, they clearly want to kill me. If I don't fight back, who knows what will happen to me? Lin Fei had already given in, but they were still unwilling to let him go. Then, they could not blame him. Punishment spear. The black spear that was 10,000 feet long, emitting a punishing aura, stabbed into the huge body of the black dragon. With a rumble, the huge black dragon formation was directly destroyed. This was an attack from Lin Fei's anger. So what if it was a joint attack formation? Damn, so weak? As the system's voice sounded, Lin Fei was stunned. They were all dead? Chapter 470. Lin Fei thought they were very powerful, but they were all killed by the spear. He was speechless. Damn it. If I knew they were so weak, I would have controlled my strength a little. I wouldn't have killed them all. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or to cry. After 7 years of cultivation, no matter which divine ability he performed, it would be very powerful. Especially when he was so angry earlier, he did not think about controlling it at all. Hence, in the end, it was Lin Fei's own fault. The law enforcement team was annihilated. What he said was true. Lin Fei knew about Dynasty's law enforcement team. They usually protected Dynasty's safety, and what they did was to kill wanted criminals who harmed Dynasty. Therefore, anyone who dared to kill Dynasty's law enforcement team was equivalent to provoking Dynasty. They were Dynasty's enemies. That guy annihilated the law enforcement team. Oh my god, how is that possible? Dynasty's law enforcement team. Even if it's a team of 10, their combat strength is on sage level and they're well equipped. How can they be annihilated so easily? Something bad has happened. Something really bad has happened. Elder Lu, who caught up from behind, could not help but exclaim when he saw Hei Long being killed forcefully. Surround him. He killed the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team will be here soon. Don't let him escape. Lin Fei was in a daze for a moment, but he had nothing to worry about. Just like how a monk could break other commandments after breaking one's commandment, it was a matter of time. There was nothing to worry about. Lin Fei was like that at the moment. When he was attacked earlier, Lin Fei showed mercy and did not kill them. Otherwise, those college disciples would have died in his hands. Lin Fei's temper was already very good. Now that he had broken the boundary, there was naturally nothing to worry about. I'll kill them first. Lin Fei made up his mind. There was nothing to worry about. If not for them, he would not have killed Dynasty's law enforcement team. It could be said that they also had a lot of responsibility. Lin Fei could tell that they were clearly trying to hold him back so that they could wait for Dynasty's law enforcement team to appear. If he did not do it, they would attack him. Since that was the case, he could kill them all at once. Kill. Lin Fei stepped forward. The God Killer technique was quietly unleashed, and the spear of punishment swept across. The number of spiritual consciousness attacks made them suffer a great loss on the spot. Except for a limited number of elders, the rest of the people's minds were blank. The punishment spear swept across, and even their primordial spirits were crushed. Bang 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 with a single spear of punishment, 70% of the people who were about to surround him disappeared. Elder Wang, Elder Zhang. Elder Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. How was he going to explain himself now? You killed them. You actually killed them. Elder Lu's veins bulged on his hands. Lin Fei leisurely strolled forwards. I wasn't a demonic path disciple to begin with. From the very beginning, it was you who slandered me as a demonic path disciple and even informed the enforcement squad to deal with me. Since that's the case, then I'll be the demonic path disciple you speak of. Let's see what you can do to me, ha ha ha. Slay gods and slay devils. Lin Fei made his move again, his killing intent cold. To be able to survive the God Kill attack, the remaining elders all had the strength of a sage, especially Elder Lu, whose strength had reached the sage full circle. Since he wanted to kill them, Lin Fei directly used his ultimate move. Although it consumed quintessential essence, it was good at killing people quickly and did not need to waste time. Be careful. A sage elder warned. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent swept over, and the sage elder's body exploded. After the first sage elder exploded, a second sage elder immediately exploded. Under the attack of the slay gods and slay devils sword, even sages could not withstand the attack. With the death of each elder, the black killing intent drilled into Lin Fei's body and became a part of it. It seems that the accumulation of killing intent is what makes the next move powerful. Lin Fei frowned slightly. It seems that this sword technique requires killing intent. Using killing intent to kill, there's nothing it can't kill. In the past, when Lin Fei used this final move, he used quintessential essence to activate it, so it was not as powerful as now. At least, killing sages was not as powerful as it was now. In the blink of an eye, Elder Lu was the only one left. The other sage elders were all killed without exception. Even their primordial spirits were not spared. Elder Lu was in a daze. Damn it, this is impossible. They were all sages. How could they die so easily? However, the reality in front of him told him that the black-robed kid had really killed all the people who had chased after them. He had killed them all, and they could not fight back at all. Elder Lu felt that he had wasted his life. If he had known that this would happen, Elder Lu would rather die than chase after them. He had caused the academy to lose a lot of power. It was inevitable that they would be severely injured, and they would not be able to recover for a while. How long would it take to nurture a sage elder? How many resources would be consumed? It was definitely an astronomical figure. No matter who you are, the Flying Dragon Dynasty will not let you off. Elder Lu gritted his teeth. Sages can't kill you, but what about the Emperor and the itinerant immortal patriarchs? Lin Fei was disdainful. You can't see that, but I know that you're about to die. Killing came in pairs. Lin Fei would not let go of the remaining one. He had slandered him, and he would not be able to vent his anger if he did not kill him. Especially after killing a sage, there were many benefits, especially when it came to sword techniques. If he continued to accumulate, he would really kill when he attacked, reaching the level of a killing sword immortal. Die. Elder Lu was already injured. Even though he had the power of a sage at great perfection, he was at the end of his rope. Lin Fei's attack was not to be underestimated. His murderous aura wreaked havoc in his body, suppressing Elder Lu's battle prowess. Lin Fei's battle prowess was super abnormal. Let's die together. Seeing that he could not survive, Elder Lu shouted and chose to self-destruct, dying together. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Fei was fast, but he was still affected. His azure dragon real body was covered in blood. Damn it, so ruthless. Such a huge explosion attracted the attention of the dynasty. If they did not leave now, when would they? After a while, law enforcement teams appeared at the scene of the battle. They were black and aggressive, and they were stronger than the previous teams. Who killed the law enforcement team? Commander Tai Xian's murderous aura was cold. He looked around, but no one dared to answer. The dynasty's law enforcement team had a total of 3 great commanders, 6 medium captains, and dozens of small captains. One could imagine how powerful the great commander was in the Flying Dragon Dynasty. Great commander, we suspect that it was done by a demonic Dao disciple, a subordinate said. Tai Xian was really angry. In just half a day, they had lost a law enforcement team. Although it was just 10 people, it was significant. This was a challenge to his prestige as the great commander. Report. We discovered that the elders of the Soaring Academy were killed. None of them survived. Commander Tai Xian's face darkened even more. Go and investigate. After a while, Commander Tai Xian figured out the ins and outs of the matter. That damned demonic Dao disciple. How dare he bully us like this? Commander Tai Xian roared. Inform the other two great commanders to completely eliminate the remaining demonic Dao disciples in the dynasty and arrange for the first squadron. Lin Fei did not know that killing the elders of the Soaring Academy would cause a huge commotion. It should be safe now. The Flying Dragon dynasty was huge, and Lin Fei could not leave for a short period of time. Lin Fei landed in a valley. He restrained his aura and turned into an ordinary person. You are really powerful. You injured the vitality of the Soaring Dragon Academy and killed a law enforcement team. Pa. 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 Who is it? Lin Fei frowned. Immediately, a black figure with a delicate fragrance appeared in his field of vision. It was actually a young girl, and a very beautiful one at that. Ha ha ha. The young girl in black giggled. You even dared to kill the people of the law enforcement team. Why are you afraid of a weak girl like me? Lin Fei frowned again and thought to himself, what a powerful charm technique. Enough. Don't use charm technique in front of me. If you anger me, I will destroy you. His mind swayed, and he dispelled the charm technique. With just a few words, Lin Fei realized that the young girl in front of him was very dangerous, especially since she could appear silently. Boring. The young girl in black said. Although the young girl in black was very voluptuous and beautiful, Lin Fei did not want to spend any more time with her. His sixth sense had always been very accurate. You are the demoness in their words. Suddenly, Lin Fei raised his head and asked. You are quite smart. You even guessed this. The young girl in black smiled lightly. I am the demoness in their words. Are you very angry now? Do you want to teach me a lesson? Lin Fei was very surprised. This woman was too smart. I know what you men are thinking, the young girl in black said. I see that you have cultivated the Azure Dragon real body, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Fei became more fearful. That's right. The young girl in black blinked. Then, are you interested in doing something big with me? I guarantee that you will benefit greatly. Lin Fei's lips twitched. That is your motive, right? I'm worried that you will sell me out. I was slandered as your accomplice for no reason. If I worked with you, Lin Fei was really worried that I would be tricked. Hee hee. You at least have the combat prowess of a sage. Do you think I can eat you up? The young girl in black giggled. You should find someone else for this. Lin Fei shook his head. He did not want to waste time with this young girl in black. He kept feeling that she was up to no good. If you do not want to cultivate the Azure Dragon real body to great perfection, you can leave. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave, he stopped subconsciously. How do you know that I have not cultivated the Azure Dragon real body to great perfection? Isn't that simple? To cultivate the Azure Dragon real body to great perfection, you need the Azure Dragon divine blood. At that time, you will truly transform into a dragon. At the same time, you will be able to materialize the Azure Dragon battle armor and be unrivaled in close combat. With this, Lin Fei hesitated. As Xiao Chen's strength increased, the Azure Dragon real body gradually revealed its shortcomings. It could no longer match his strength. If he wanted to match it, he had to cultivate the Azure Dragon real body to great perfection. Chapter 471. Lin Fei's heart thumped. In other words, he was tempted. Azure Dragon God blood. Damn, this was equivalent to large success of the Azure Dragon true body. Ever since he cultivated the Azure Dragon true body, Lin Fei realized how strong this body tempering technique was. Damn, large success Azure Dragon true body, its defense was many times stronger. It was truly invincible in close combat. If there really is Azure Dragon God blood, then my Azure Dragon true body will be able to reach large success. Its defense will also be many times stronger. At that time, even Emperor Realm experts will pale in comparison. Please search for floating astronomy. Azure Dragon True Body was a special body tempering technique that the system evaluated. Naturally, it was extraordinary. Lin Fei forced himself to calm down. Azure Dragon God blood was too important to him. He definitely couldn't miss this chance. Even if it was just hearsay, Lin Fei wasn't willing to miss this chance. This thing was too important to Lin Fei, he had to pay attention to it. How do I know if you are lying to me? Lin Fei was suspicious. What do you think? The demon girl said. You can go, or you can choose not to go. Anyway, the loss isn't mine. The problem returned to Lin Fei. This move was amazing. To go or not to go, this was a question worth considering. Lin Fei glanced at the demoness. He could not see any change in her expression. Her eyes seemed to show that she was certain that he would agree to her request. The importance of the Azure Dragon God blood was incomparable. In the past 7 years, Lin Fei hadn't given up on finding the Azure Dragon God blood. Regretfully, there were only a few words about its whereabouts. He didn't even know where it was. Heading to the Saint Hall. Lin Fei also wanted to find out where the Azure Dragon God blood was. Now that he heard some clues, he had to go no matter what. In case he missed it. Lin Fei would regret it for the rest of his life. Especially when he met a saint killer, it made Lin Fei feel pressure. He could handle it this time. What about next time? He couldn't be sure. The Azure Dragon God blood was incomparably important. I promise you. Lin Fei said in a deep voice, however, I want to obtain the Azure Dragon Divine blood. Otherwise, even if you sell me, it won't be enough. The demoness blinked. Io, don't think badly of me. If it wasn't bad, why would you look for me? It's obvious that I'm the one who's going into the water, yet you're still acting like a good person. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Rugua, you don't have to tell me if you're worried that I'll act rashly. Humph, goading won't work on me. The witch giggled. However, I can tell you that the item is in the hands of the royal family of the Flying Dragon dynasty. Without my help, you won't be able to find its whereabouts for the rest of your life. The Flying Dragon dynasty's royal family? The corner of Lin Fei's eye twitched. What, are you scared? The witch said in disdain. I believe that you know the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Divine blood. Lin Fei ignored this gaze. If I don't know, why should I? Rugua told me to pin down the enemy. Forgive me, but I can't do that. What a joke. The Flying Dragon dynasty was a large dynasty with an Emperor Realm expert guarding it. If he went there rashly, he would be chased for thousands of miles. Only an idiot would be a meat shield. The Azure Dragon Divine blood was good. Rugua told him to risk his life. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. With Rugua pinching down the main force, Lin Fei wouldn't go even if he was beaten to death. He wasn't stupid enough to do that. Just do it when you get there. You won't pin down the enemy's main force anyway. The witch giggled. She said in her heart, although I don't know that such an expert popped out of nowhere, I'll be able to pin down the enemy's main force when I get it. I won't be targeted by an Emperor Realm expert. Lin Fei said in his heart, this witch is unstable. Who knows if she'll ask me to pin down the enemy's main force. As long as I get the Azure Dragon Divine blood, I'll go my separate ways immediately. The witch was very dangerous. Lin Fei was extremely cautious in his heart. Let's do it. Rugua, if nothing goes wrong, we can do it at night. I'm very strong. Why did you come to me? Lin Fei asked suddenly. You have a strong body. In the Flying Dragon dynasty, there's a test that requires your help. Is this explanation okay? The witch smiled. Lin Fei sat down. He didn't want to continue asking. He closed his eyes and rested to prepare for the night. After what had happened in the day, killing people and stealing treasures at night was definitely not an easy task. He couldn't avoid a fierce battle. The Flying Dragon Dynasty was one of the large dynasties in the continent. Today, the Flying Dragon Dynasty had been humiliated because of one incident. A group of saint elders from Tranquil Academy had been killed by a demonic disciple. This news couldn't be kept a secret. Then, a law enforcement team of the dynasty had been destroyed. With this incident, the demonic disciples had become the target of everyone's hatred. In the Flying Dragon Dynasty, everyone was on high alert. As the law enforcement team arrested some demonic disciples, all the forces subconsciously retreated, afraid of being targeted by the law enforcement team. What? Can't you find out who did it? Whoosh. In the huge mansion, it was dark and gloomy. The atmosphere was depressing. Commander, the demonic disciples we arrested are all small fries. We interrogated all of them. They know nothing about what happened in the day. On the black floor, a law enforcement disciple knelt. Useless. All of you are useless. Commander Tai Xian cursed loudly. Use the soul-searching technique. Yes. The subordinate's body shook. He turned and left. In the hall, besides Commander Tai Xian, there were two other commanders. They all had strong auras. Every move they made was even stronger than a saint's. In other words, these three commanders all had the strength of an emperor. More accurately, they had the strength of a beginner emperor. Brother Tai, are you sure this was done by a demonic disciple and not by a hostile dynasty? Commander Yufeng, who was in silver armor, asked. Tai Xian frowned. Why? You don't believe me? Yufeng smiled. Such a big thing happened. His Majesty will definitely ask about it. We three commanders are interested. But if you bring up what we said just now, what do you think His Majesty will do? I can guarantee that he will be furious. Brother Tai, you have to be careful. There are a lot of people watching the three Izzy below us. Rugua. Pengbian's red-armored great commander Mu Bai said. I can guarantee that our Izzy might waver because of this. Tai Xian's heart skipped a beat. He broke out in a cold sweat. Thank you for your reminder, brother Yu. We really need to think about this carefully. His Majesty summons the three commanders. Another law enforcement disciple ran in hurriedly. They really came. The three commanders looked at each other and smiled. The dynasty's treasury? As night fell, Lin Fei and the black-clothed female demon entered the Flying Dragon Dynasty's capital quietly. The huge capital was in a state of panic. The number of patrolling guards had obviously doubled. There were also fewer people on the streets. When he heard that the target was in the dynasty's treasury, Lin Fei was also shocked. Chapter 472. Are you scared? Lin Fei shook his head. You must be joking. The dynasty's treasury isn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Is there a need to be scared? Although he said that, Lin Fei was excited and cautious, which was rare for him. The dynasty's treasury. Lin Fei had already guessed it, but he didn't dare to confirm it before hearing the result. Ordinary people couldn't get their hands on such a treasure. In the Flying Dragon Dynasty, other than the dynasty's treasury, there was no other similar place. Stealing a treasure from the dynasty's treasury, Lin Fei was excited just thinking about it. If he could get his hands on it, it would be great. At the same time, it was inevitable that he would be hunted by the dynasty's experts. For the Azure Dragon's divine blood, Lin Fei decided to take a gamble. Once he cultivated the Azure Dragon real body to the mastery realm, his combat power would increase greatly. Just his defense alone would be enough to leave them in the dust. The demoness knew about the Azure Dragon real body, so what she said must be reasonable. If he didn't fight, he wouldn't know. This is for you. Wear it later. The demoness passed something to Lin Fei. This is? Lin Fei grabbed it in his hand. It was thin and soft. The demoness had a strange look. You don't know about shape-shifting? Ah. Lin Fei was shocked. This is shape-shifting. Lin Fei had heard of shape-shifting before. It was said that after wearing it, one's spirit, qi, and spirit would change greatly. It was equivalent to a powerful disguise. Unless it was an itinerant immortal patriarch, no one would be able to tell the difference. It was worth at least 10 million true origin crystals. It didn't look expensive, but it was very difficult to buy. It had reached the point where it was priceless. Of course, the demoness said in disdain, "You can't be going to the treasury with your true appearance, right?" This demoness was too rich. She had two shape-shifting at once. No wonder she dared to make a move on the dynasty's treasury. She was determined to get it and had made preparations. No. After putting on the myriad transformations, Lin Fei's delicate face turned into that of an old man in the blink of an eye, as if he had experienced countless vicissitudes of life. There was nothing special about him, and he was so ordinary that if he was thrown into a sea of people, no one would recognize him at first glance. This thing is really amazing. If I have the chance in the future, I must get a few for myself. Lin Fei thought, when the time comes, I won't have to worry about robbing people. Lin Fei had become an old man, while the demoness had become an average-looking woman. Her lively aura had also been restrained. If it wasn't for the fact that they had been traveling together, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to discover her flaws. Later, just follow behind me. Don't act on your own. I won't save you if you're trapped in the dynasty's treasure vault. Lin Fei said, "You don't have to worry about that. I'm not that stupid." Lin Fei was looking forward to stealing treasures from the dynasty's treasury. Indeed, the skilled were bold. The imperial capital of the Flying Dragon dynasty was heavily patrolled. Guards came and went, constantly patrolling. Lin Fei and the demoness were both experts, so they approached the imperial palace without any obstructions. Under the night sky, the Flying Dragon imperial palace was resplendent and magnificent. It was like a high and mighty giant overlooking the entire imperial capital. Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. He just followed the demoness and secretly memorized the surrounding geography. He didn't dare to completely trust the demoness, so he had to leave a way out for himself. This was called being prepared. Later, follow behind me. There are formations everywhere in the imperial capital's imperial palace. The demoness turned her head, her expression solemn. Lin Fei nodded, "I understand." They left from the main entrance and went around to the most remote part of the imperial palace. The demoness seemed to have already planned this. She took out a treasure and covered the two of them, then walked in from the corner of the wall. Lin Fei had many treasures, but compared to the demoness, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. After entering the imperial palace, Lin Fei found that the demoness was very familiar with the layout of the imperial palace. She avoided all the patrolling guards and hidden posts. It wasn't the first time that Lin Fei had entered the imperial palace, but it was the first time for him to enter a large imperial palace. The formless pressure made Lin Fei feel deep fear. The imperial palaces he had seen before paled in comparison. It was no wonder that experts didn't like to enter the imperial palace. It was like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Lin Fei, who wasn't afraid of anything, also felt great pressure in the imperial palace. If he wasn't careful, all the experts in the imperial palace would come out. Even if Lin Fei had great abilities, he would still be mercilessly killed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei and the demoness entered the imperial palace. At this moment, the demoness' expression was also grave. She wasn't as calm as before. It seemed that she also felt some pressure. Lin Fei didn't dare to use his divine sense, but he could easily sense the strong hidden auras. Every once in a while, his divine sense would interweave. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to sneak in. The imperial palace was heavily guarded. If it weren't for the demoness' extraordinary treasures, the two of them wouldn't be able to enter this place. Even so, Lin Fei still felt uneasy. The imperial palace of the Flying Dragon dynasty was really full of experts. There were more than 10 Emperor Realm experts. Not to mention Saint Realm experts, there were almost a group of them. Any Emperor realm expert that entered the imperial palace would die. Lin Fei really admired the demoness. She had the guts to enter a place that even Emperor realm experts didn't dare to. She really fit the description of the demoness. That was why the demoness was so unscrupulous. Of course, the demoness treasures also made Lin Fei's eyes brighten. The demoness definitely had a high status. When a heavy black door appeared not far away, the two of them's eyes brightened. The door to the imperial palace's treasury. There was no need to hide in the imperial palace's treasury. With such power, there was still someone who could enter. How do we get in? Lin Fei asked with his divine sense. There were many strong auras hidden around the door. The guarding power was much stronger than before. The demoness smiled without saying anything. She brought Lin Fei and appeared behind a fake mountain. Then, she opened a small teleportation door. This is a fixed teleportation door. Lin Fei was shocked. Could it be the teleportation door to the treasury? What do you think? Lin Fei was speechless. Teleportation talismans were precious. A fixed teleportation talisman was dozens of times more valuable than other teleportation talismans. Lin Fei was more and more suspicious of the demoness' identity. How could she take out such a fixed teleportation talisman? What are you waiting for? Let's go in. The two of them quickly entered the teleportation door. Then, the teleportation door disappeared. The slight movement attracted the patrolling guards. After checking, they didn't find anything. Are we inside the imperial palace's treasury? After standing in the interior of a tall building. This is the periphery of the treasury. The demoness looked calm, but excitement flashed in her eyes. Our things are inside. Don't touch the things in the periphery. There are formations on them. It's huge. One couldn't see the end of it. They might have easily entered the imperial palace's treasury from the outside. However, the value of the resources was inestimable. The things in the periphery looked good. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood at all. He focused on the azure dragon divine blood. They walked past one door after another, gradually heading to the core area. This guy has a good temperament. He can resist making a move along the way. The demoness thought to herself, unfortunately, that treasure is too important. I can't be careless. I need to find someone to restrain the enemy's main force. So, I have to sacrifice you. From now on, we're in the core treasury. Standing in front of a door, the demoness said, there are a total of 3 floors in the core treasury. Your azure dragon divine blood is in the innermost floor. There are puppets guarding all 3 floors. What you have to do is delay them. Only then can I suppress them. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. I'll do my best. Voila. The two charged in. Just like what was said, after pushing the door open, there was a space behind. A black puppet was guarding it. Pung. With a direct hit, Lin Fei was sent flying. It was a very strong puppet. Azure Dragon True Body. Water Fire Lotus. Lin Fei moved his waist and activated his strongest defense. He started to buy time for the demoness. Azure Dragon True Body is indeed a top-notch body refining technique. It can actually block the attack of Nether Kill. If I personally make a move, I won't be able to reach that brat's level. The chances of getting that treasure will be higher. The demoness was shocked. She didn't slow down and started to take out treasures. Lin Fei was in great pain. The puppet's attack was too overbearing. Even with the Azure Dragon True Body, he still felt pain. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the puppet stopped. An hour later, the second floor opened. 2 hours later, the third layer was broken through as well. Lin Fei was panting. His face was pale. A large amount of quintessence had been consumed. This is 10,000-year spiritual milk. It can recover quintessence quickly. A milky white bottle appeared in front of Lin Fei. Good stuff. After taking a look, Lin Fei was sure that it was good stuff. It was a genuine 10,000-year spiritual milk. It was priceless. Lin Fei drank it in one gulp and refined it. After a while, his pale face returned to normal. His consumed quintessence had also recovered to about 80%. Amazing. Lin Fei thought to himself. He didn't dare to ask for 10,000-year spiritual milk. He might not be able to buy it even if he had the money. After recovering 80% of his quintessence, Lin Fei stood up. Thank you for your 10,000-year spiritual milk. No need to thank me. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to enter. The demoness said. Let's go in now. The black door was pushed open. The third floor came into view. This place was not small either. Treasures floated everywhere in Xiao Chen's vision. There were at least dozens of treasures. Every treasure emitted might, but it was blocked by the array. Profound heavenly spiritual treasure. When Lin Fei's gaze landed on the nearest hammer-shaped treasure, he couldn't help but exclaim. And this is a high-grade profound heavenly spiritual treasure. The demoness disapproved. Don't even think about making a move. The Flying Dragon Dynasty's Majesty's spiritual sense is left on it. Touching the profound heavenly spiritual treasure is the same as alerting that old fart. The profound heavenly spiritual treasure was precious, but Lin Fei wasn't interested. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood was the most important. Your Azure Dragon Divine Blood is about 300 zhang to your left. Lin Fei looked in that direction. Floating in the air, there was a smear of golden blood. It was hard not to notice it. This is the Azure Dragon Divine Blood?